Chapter 1923. It's him. Palace Master. Among the crowd, Hall Master Gu Xan, Hall Master Nyin, and Hall Master Yuan, who were far away, clenched their hands as their eyes shimmered with light. Lineage of Star, since its establishment, had had two palace masters. Both the palace masters were shocking. It was Master of Star Palace previously, and then it was Jian Wushuang. They were the mainstays of Lineage of Star, also the god in all experts' and disciples' hearts of Lineage of Star. Even though they were defeated before, they had never yielded nor lowered their heads. No matter how powerful their opponents were, they swore to fight a beautiful battle. They were their palace masters. At the core of the boundless void, Abysmal Saint Master glanced at the lofty continent that had descended from the sky and looked shocked. Then he humphed coldly and waved his sleeve. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, there were countless black lights that burst out. These lights could kill an emperor god easily, and there were more than a dozen of them. It was almost instantly that the lights hit the lofty continent. Rumble. There were instantly a few bangs within the descending lofty continent. The corners of the continent that were pierced by the black lights had a few holes, while boundless divine power swept out to the surroundings. Break! The low roar was like anger that reverberated in the sky. Even though the lofty continent was pierced with a dozen holes, it was still sturdily held together, but never broke. The lofty continent continued to press down. Until then, it had covered Abysmal Saint Master entirely. Virum. The terrifying power finally exploded. The power exploded, and the surrounding billion miles of void instantly became barren. The terrifying power made everyone on the spot, including the peak Emperor gods, gulp. Just like Emperor God Tianling, his face was extremely solemn. Such power was totally impossible to withstand if one didn't possess the fighting power of a great emperor. Previously, he had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, but it had only looked like a joke then. But just then, boundless darkness swept out madly and formed a huge darkness whirlpool. The darkness whirlpool swallowed everything in the universe, mercilessly. It had also swallowed up the power that was given out from the lofty continent. In a short while, the entire universe had resumed its tranquility, and the divine power was swallowed up. The remaining huge darkness whirlpool was still spinning in madness. In the core of the darkness whirlpool, there was a figure in a black robe standing. It was Abysmal Saint Master. As expected. Looking at the sight, no one at the scene was surprised. They knew clearly that Jian Wushuang was fighting his last battle and performing his strongest last hit, although it was powerful enough to move a great emperor move. However, Abysmal Saint Master was the third superb existence on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, after all. Among great emperors, Red Dragon King on the second place was as powerful as he was. Only the Supreme Emperor Bai could be above him. Such a powerful emperor Bai was naturally impossible for Jian Wushuang to kill with one hit. It would be extremely difficult just to hurt him. In the huge whirlpool, Abysmal Saint Master patted the dust on his clothes and looked at Jian Wushuang with a pair of cold eyes and a tinge of disdain. Jian Wushuang, you're quite capable. After you perform the secret skill of Star Palace, you can still perform a hit that matches evenly with a great emperor's hit. If you hadn't used the secret skill of Star Palace earlier to kill Almighty's Alliance, but had used it the third volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace in support of the technique, just now to kill me, I'd be severely injured. What Abysmal Saint Master had said was the truth. Jian Wushuang was giving his all to launch the final hit, which reached the level of a great emperor. If he were to use the third volume of the secret skill of Star Palace, that'd be 1,000 times his current power. Even though he was an expert among the great emperors, he would definitely be severely injured, even if he survived under that kind of attack. It's a pity that you have exhausted your limited abilities. You don't stand a chance. Now, let me give you a ride. Abysmal Saint Master smirked, and there was black light that instantly burst out. Although the size of the black light wasn't big, the power contained was enough to kill any great emperor easily. Because of the hit that he had performed earlier, he had used up his power of ancient tribe bloodline after he had broken 7 stars altogether. Jian Wushuang then had a certain level of fighting power, but it was impossible for him to withstand the hit. It's going to end. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but mutter, but suddenly, Jian Wushuang stared. He could instantly feel the unique mark that someone had left on his body suddenly become scorching hot. A strange power swept out from the mark. Virum, the black light that burst out at Jian Wushuang, suddenly dispersed into thin air without any trace. It vanished into thin air as though it didn't exist. A figure suddenly appeared before Jian Wushuang. With the appearance of the figure, the surrounding universe became quiet again. It was silent. No one spoke anymore. Everyone's attention was on the figure that had suddenly appeared. Even Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide and he stared at the person in front of him. It's him. Jian Wushuang was shocked and terrified. He was in a snow-white robe that wasn't tainted with any dust. He was icy with a tinge of arrogance. Both his hands were behind his body as he towered in the void with his slender body. There was no aura that was given out from his body, as though he was just air. However, such a person, his eye could see nothing worthwhile all around. He looked down on every living thing in the universe. He overlooked even heaven and earth with his deep eyes. He stood there without any action, without speaking, but everything in the universe lost its shine. Just like abysmal Saint Master, he stood erect in the core of the boundless darkness, just like the ruler of the darkness. However, when the person appeared, the surrounding darkness immediately yielded to him. In front of the person was abysmal Saint Master. He didn't seem to be an expert of great emperor level. He couldn't even be seen as an ordinary cultivator. It was as though he was just a nonentity. Yes, a nonentity. He saw nothing worthwhile, even though abysmal Saint Master was only a nonentity in front of him. There was a sudden bang that resounded. It was from the surrounding darkness, and there was a hole in the darkness prison. Then there was a figure that plunged in at high speed. That person was Purple Moon Emperor. His original body had arrived at the battlefield. However, no one had noticed his arrival. Everyone was attracted by the arrogant man in the snow-white robe in front of Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1924. One glance. One stroke. Who is he? Purple Moon Emperor looked at the arrogant man in the white robe in shock. He never seen him before. However, from the first glance, he could tell that he was very scary. Such scariness, he who was a great emperor who had never felt it from anyone else before. Jian Wushuang stared at the person in front of him. This person, no one knew him, but he knew him. He was the strange person, the mysterious expert that Jian Wushuang had met at Chilly Wind Valley back when he had been wandering in the ancient battlefield. He was a strange person. Back then, Jian Wushuang had offended him, but he didn't attack, nor did he kill Jian Wushuang. But he left a unique mark on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang couldn't remove the mark at all, but it was merely a mark, so Jian Wushuang didn't worry much about it. The mysterious expert from ancient battlefield appeared in front of him directly through the mark. What kind of technique was that? Who are you? The low voice belonged to abysmal Saint Master. He was a great emperor after all, and he was the top existence among great emperors. Although he could feel the person in front of him was very strong, and probably not any weaker than him, he could maintain his calmness. The arrogant man in the white robe who stood in front of Jian Wushuang didn't even look at abysmal Saint Master, but only spat, "Go away!" It was merely a short reply without any power. However, it gave an illusion to everyone that a reply was the universe's will. Courting death. Abysmal Saint Master suddenly became furious. He was abysmal Saint Master. Even Emperor Bai wouldn't reprimand him so directly. The person who popped out of nowhere had commanded him to leave. How could he not be furious? In this world, besides Emperor Bai, I don't care about anyone else. Who the hell are you? Die. As Abysmal Saint Master raged furiously, there was a chilly gleam in his eyes, and the surrounding boundless, dark sky started flowing. Rumble. There were boundless dark clouds that swept out. Then there was instantly a huge, dark beast, which was the size of 1,000,000 miles, that appeared from nowhere. The dark beast opened its mouth, and its mouth was a huge darkness whirlpool, the exact whirlpool that swallowed all the power of the seal, Turn Up the Cloud, that Jian Wushuang had performed earlier. Then the whirlpool was swirling at the arrogant man in the white robe. As the dark beast moved, it shattered the earth and split the sky. Everyone on the scene was terrified. Even Purple Moon Emperor's eyes dilated in shock when he saw it. He was also a great emperor, but Abysmal Saint Master was listed on the 3rd place, while he was at the bottom of the ranking list among all great emperors. The differences in their power was naturally vast. Even if he were to give his all, he could at most keep himself alive under Abysmal Saint Master's attack. Then he could tell that Abysmal Saint Master had gone all out. This person, could he withstand Abysmal? Purple Moon Emperor muttered. Just then, the arrogant man in the white robe that everyone was fixing their gazes upon suddenly lifted his head. Without any other action, merely a simple act of lifting his head and a look, a glance, and a will, bang! The dark beast that covered a range of 1,000,000 miles instantly shattered. The dark clouds then vanished into thin air. At the same time, the surrounding universe that was drowning in darkness because of Abysmal Saint Master's existence suddenly dispersed under the gaze of the arrogant man in the white robe. Everything disappeared in an instant, and the universe regained light. It was left with no trace of darkness. How is that possible? Abysmal Saint Master stared as he stood there. He couldn't feel any darkness from the surroundings. My goodness! Purple Moon Emperor was shocked. Everyone at the scene exclaimed in surprise, "As you already attacked, I shall return with one stroke." The arrogant man in white robe remained at the same spot as he spoke coldly. In his hands that were placed behind him, he slowly extended one of the fingers and glided to the void where Abysmal Saint Master was. That glide was like an ordinary child drawing with his fingers in the void. It was smooth yet extremely simple. Virum! There was a sudden flash of sword light. The sword light wasn't glorious, but rather ordinary and calm. However, such a sword light made Abysmal Saint Master's soul fly away and scatter. He tried his best to perform skills to withstand it, but he was surprised to find out that he couldn't move at all. Can't move? I, a great emperor, can't move. Abysmal Saint Master was dumbfounded as he quivered in fear. He could only watch as the sword light continued to magnify in his eyes. He couldn't even lift up his hand to block. Bang! The sword light descended and there was a loud bang. The black armor that Abysmal Saint Master was wearing was a suit of armor from ancient times that he had obtained during the time he had wandered in an ancient mystery land many years ago. The armor was extremely strong, and it was definitely chaotic divine treasure level. It could even be much stronger than any ordinary chaotic divine treasure. With the armor, Abysmal Saint Master had even dared to venture into some dangerous places when he was in ancient mystery land. But then, as the sword light swept out, the armor that he had been wearing broke apart. It shattered into pieces. His chaotic divine treasure level armor shattered into pieces under the attack of the sword light. The power of the sword light then hit his body. Koof! Abysmal Saint Master lifted his head and spat a mouthful of blood. He flew out like a dead dog. However, the void surrounding him wasn't damaged at all, nor was there any divine power or sword light that swept out. It was only Abysmal Saint Master alone who was injured. Everyone saw the scene. Silence. It was dead silent. Everyone gawked at the arrogant man in the white robe. With one glance, he had split heaven and earth, shattered the dark beast, and dispersed the surrounding darkness. With one glide of his finger, there was a sword light that had shattered the armor on Abysmal Saint Master and caused Abysmal Saint Master to be severely injured. These were done by the man in the white robe. Who the hell is he? Purple Moon Emperor was roaring madly in his heart. The roar was hysterical. The arrogant man in the white robe then put his hands behind his back again. He then looked in the direction of Abysmal Saint Master. You are not worth killing. Go away. A chase voice reverberated. Abysmal Saint Master then spat another mouthful of blood when he heard that, and he nearly fainted. All the surrounding experts stared. They then understood that Abysmal Saint Master was alive merely because he wasn't worth killing. Because he wasn't worthy? That was why he was alive. Everyone on the spot was dumbfounded. Chapter 1925. Take a stroke of my sword. Saint Master. Palace Master Wuluo and other experts from Abysmal Palace came next to Abysmal Saint Master. Abysmal Saint Master's face was pale. The aura from his body wasn't even comparable to an ordinary Sir God's. He looked at the arrogant man in the white robe with hatred, but didn't dare to rage. He knew clearly that that man had the power to kill him easily. He was in great disbelief. Over the years, he had been on the 3rd place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Even Red Dragon King, who was on the 2nd place, didn't care about Red Dragon King much, even though he was on a higher ranking than he was. He thought that only Emperor Bai could really be above him in the world. He had always thought so. But then, when he saw the arrogant man in the white robe that day, the pride in him had instantly vanished. It was obvious that he belittled the world. Let's go. Abysmal Saint Master commanded with great difficulty. Then he and everyone from Abysmal Palace left in a fix. The experts on the scene sighed emotionally at the sight. One should know that Abysmal Saint Master was behaving barbarically just a while ago. His terrifying power made everyone feel hopeless. In the blink of an eye, he had been severely injured, and he couldn't even utter a single word before he left. The one who had led to the current situation was the arrogant man in the white robe who was the center of attention. Everyone was questioning from the bottom of their hearts with great curiosity, who the hell is this person? Everyone was curious about the identity of the arrogant man in the white robe. Senior. Jian Wushuang instantly spoke with the intention to ask. However, the arrogant man in the white robe didn't turn to look at Jian Wushuang, but his gaze was fixed in another direction. Everyone looked in the direction where the arrogant man was looking. It was a vast void. However, at the end of the vast void there was a faint black. Before everyone's gaze, the black dot continuously magnified. In the end, it appeared in front of everyone. The black dot was a human figure. He was in a gray robe and had white hair and white eyes. His skin was also terrifyingly fair. He was actually a man, but he had an enchanting appearance that put all women in eternal chaotic world to shame. Such an enchanting appearance with such fair skin. He looked rather different. The enchanting man with white hair and white eyes appeared in the void, and the experts then held their breaths in silence again. Purple Moon Emperor's eyes dilated in shock again. By Emperor Bai. The moment someone called his name, it instantly stirred a hubbub. Emperor Bai. He is Emperor Bai. The supreme existence in eternal chaotic world. Emperor Bai, who is widely acknowledged as the strongest, has come here personally? My goodness, what is going on today? Everyone was dumbfounded. Great Emperor. The experts on the top of the pyramid in eternal chaotic world. Every one of them were truly high and above, overlords of the sanctuaries. Such an existence was hard to be seen normally, but then Abysmal Saint Master and Purple Moon Emperor had made an appearance one after another. Then there was a mysterious, arrogant man in a white robe that dispersed boundless darkness with one glance and injured Abysmal Saint Master with one stroke. By then, even Emperor Bai had come to the scene personally. He was the legendary Emperor Bai, the true strongest one in eternal chaotic world. Legend. That is Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang looked at the newcomer with surprise as well. He had never expected the high and mighty Emperor Bai to rush to this side of the void at such a crucial moment. Plus, the moment Emperor Bai appeared, his white eyes, that seemed to be able to see through everything in the universe, were fixed upon the arrogant man in the white robe. As the strongest one, Emperor Bei was clear about just how powerful the man in the white robe was. "You are the strongest one in the world now." The arrogant man in the white robe remained towering in the void as he looked at Emperor Bai coldly. "I dare not accept the honor. I wonder what your name is." Emperor Bai flashed a gentle smile and behaved politely. "If you can withstand my sword stroke, you'll get to know my name," the arrogant man in the white robe replied. "Withstand your stroke? I'd like to try." Emperor Bai smiled faintly. A simple conversation, and everyone's eyes dilated in shock. The arrogant man in the white robe, who had injured Abysmal Saint Master with one stroke, was going to fight with Emperor Bai now. "Retreat! Hurry up and fall back." The experts at the scene quickly retreated far away without hesitation. Even experts like Jian Wushuang, Emperor God Tianling. "Jian, you quickly fall back at times like that." Even Purple Moon Emperor retreated without hesitation. They knew clearly that no matter if it was Emperor Bai or the mysterious arrogant man in the white robe, they both had an extremely unrivaled power. Regarding the battle between the two, no great emperor dared to get involved. It was no different from courting death. In the vast void, the two human figures looked at one another 1,000,000 miles apart. In the expanse of the surrounding 1,000,000,000 miles, there was no one else. The experts from Lineage of Star and the remaining experts from the other two alliances had retreated far away. They were staring at the middle of the void with boundless excitement and anticipation, with their eyes wide open. Even Purple Moon Emperor was extremely looking forward to the battle. Finally, the arrogant man in the white robe, who was at the core of the void, lifted his hand while leaving the other behind his back. Then he extended one finger and glided it at the void before him. The movement was like he was scribbling. It was casual but smooth. There was no sword intention or divine power that spread out. However, at the very moment he moved his fingers, heaven and earth shook. From the middle of the void, the sky and earth started splitting apart. A huge crack appeared from nowhere. As everyone looked on in terror, the crack magnified at a terrifying speed. 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, million miles. In the end, it covered an expanse of 100 million miles. The 100 million miles crack appeared and crossed the entire universe. The surrounding space, air, including space-time, all elements in the universe became obsolete. In the entire universe, there was no other substance. There was a sword light that slowly lit. Very dim, an unnoticeable sword light. If it was on a normal day, the sword light would never attract anyone's attention. But then, the sword light was the only existing substance in the vast universe. It became the one and only. It became eternal. This stroke, Jian Wushuang, who was far away from the battlefield, saw the sword light that became the one and only, and his eyes lost focus. Chapter 1926, Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang was truly a sword cultivator. He possessed high comprehension level in sword principle. Then, when he saw the sword principle that the arrogant man in the white robe had performed, Jian Wushuang could only feel a brand new sword principle appeared before him. He had never thought that a stroke of sword could make all living things in the universe, including space-time, disperse. A sword was a sword after all, a sharp weapon to kill enemy. But then, a sword wasn't as simple. The experts at the scene were attracted by the sword principle that the arrogant man in the white robe had used. The sword light was like the core of the universe. Looking at the sword light, there was a burst of light from Emperor Bei's eyes. Then his face grew solemn as well. Rumble. There was an aura that soared up from Emperor Bai. The aura was overlooking everything in the universe. It was an aura that was high above the masses. It belonged to the strongest person in the universe. Emperor Bai was an expert in eternal chaotic world. It was an aura that belonged to him. At the same time, a huge golden shadow appeared from his body. The golden shadow was a golden emperor. He was 99,000 zhang tall and 3,000 zhang broad. His golden eyes looked at everything as though it was nothing. His gaze looked as though the universe should yield to him. Emperor Bai attacked. He slowly lifted his slender arm. Then he clenched his fist tightly and punched. The Golden Emperor's shadow punched too. His punch was powerful enough to push away chaotic. However, regardless of if it was Emperor Bai's punch or the arrogant man's sword light, there was no overflow of power. It felt so ordinary. The power control of both parties were at a shocking level. Then, the two parties collided directly. Once they collided, boundless power swept out. The surrounding tens of billions of miles were engulfed by boundless power. However, even though the power was appalling, there wasn't any loud bang, only noises that were made of compressing energy. The experts who were watching from afar thought they were far enough away. However, when the two attacks collided and let out their true power, boundless power affected them too. There was a strong gale that could tear the sky, and no one could open their eyes under such strong wind. If there was one who could open his eyes, that'd only be Purple Moon Emperor. Purple Moon Emperor then looked terrified. Too strong, too strong. Merely the power of the peripheral was already so strong. Just how strong could the core power be? Purple Moon Emperor muttered. As a great emperor, he couldn't see the core scene on the battlefield. However, merely the power of the subsidiary was terrifying enough. He knew that if he were to be in the core of the battlefield with his power, he wouldn't be able to survive under such terrifying power. Virum. A terrifying power lasted for more than a dozen breaths and finally dispersed. The surrounding experts then opened their eyes and looked at the core of the battlefield. At first glance, everyone felt their scalps go numb as though everything was going to explode. On the battlefield, the void covering hundreds of millions of miles disappeared entirely. Everything vanished. There was only boundless darkness and a terrifying black hole that swallowed everything. The black hole was still expanding at a terrifyingly fast speed. Space-time disappeared? Jian Wushuang muttered. In the expanse hundreds of millions of miles, everything turned into nothing in an exchange of blows. The outcome of the battle between Emperor Bai and the arrogant man in the white robe. Scary. Such terrifying battle power was unbelievable to Jian Wushuang. Maybe only the scene that he was seeing before the huge coffin in the independent space in the eighth layer, the scene of ancient war, could compare with its power favorably. Too powerful, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Every one of them was in unprecedented shock. In the expanse that turned into nothing, at the location in the middle, there were two figures that towered there. To be able to take one of my strokes, you're not too shabby. The arrogant man in the white robe looked at Emperor Bai, but his gaze remained cold. Emperor Bai squinted his eyes, but he looked solemn. With one exchange of blows, he obviously could tell how powerful the other party was. Forget about the fact that it was the second era. Even if it were the first era, no one would be that powerful. Just like the supreme experts from the first era, Sword Emperor Dugu was known to be the first in sword principle in the first era. However, in Emperor Bai's eyes, even Sword Emperor Dugu at his peak wasn't as scary as the mysterious arrogant man in the white robe in front of him. The first era collapsed many years ago, and only I survived. I am much stronger than before. If Sword Emperor Dugu appears in front of me again, I am confident enough to defeat him. However, the person in front of me, I am not sure at all. This person. There was a commotion in Emperor Bai's heart. You are Emperor Bai, right? The arrogant man in the white robe's voice rang again. Although you're only of chaotic realm, to explode power far beyond chaotic realm under the circumstance of being restrained, you are qualified to know my name. Listen, my name is Emperor 13. Emperor 13. The mysterious expert's name is Emperor 13? There were countless experts who were impressed and also remembered the name in their hearts. The owner of the name was a super expert that could fight against Emperor Bai directly. Emperor Bai's face was cold, but he didn't speak. He had never heard of Emperor 13. He had never heard of it after the first era. Hence, There was no doubt that Emperor 13 was definitely from ancient times. The secret skill that you just performed, although it was powerful, it is a pity that it isn't complete. I happen to have the complete set of the secret skills. If you want it, I can give it to you, Emperor God 13 said coldly. Emperor Bai's gaze was fixed. Of course, the condition would be that you have to look after this little guy for me for the time being. For no time. 10,000 years at most. Emperor 13 pointed at Jian Wushuang behind him. Sure, Emperor Bai nodded. Then, Emperor 13's cold face revealed a faint smile. He then turned and vanished into thin air. This is... Emperor Bai saw, and his eyes dilated in shock. It's consciousness embodiment. Chapter 1927 Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. Consciousness embodiment. Different from consciousness incarnation. The incarnation was merely made of consciousness, but not any other power. It was only consciousness. However, consciousness embodiment had a certain level of fighting power, and one's fighting power would be related to a person's personal power and strength. Emperor Bai knew some experts from ancient times who were extremely powerful would form consciousness embodiment and go on war. However, he never expected that Emperor 13, who he had to go all out to deal with, was merely a consciousness embodiment. His consciousness embodiment was already this powerful. What if he came personally? Experts from ancient times. Emperor Bai clenched his pale fist. The surrounding experts saw that Emperor 13 suddenly disappeared, and they were confused, especially Jian Wushuang. He had no idea why would Emperor 13 suddenly lend him a helping hand. Theoretically, he should have nothing to do with Emperor 13. Previously, he had interrupted the other party in ancient battlefield. Theoretically, even if he were to kill him directly, there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. But in the end, not only would Emperor 13 not kill him, but he also left a mark in his body. When he was in danger, Emperor 13 revealed himself to save him. Not only saving him, Emperor 13 even struck a deal with Emperor Bai to take care of him before he left. It was obvious that only one would do that if they were related. But honestly speaking, Jian Wushuang didn't even know who Emperor 13 was. He only knew that he came from ancient times. Besides that, he knew nothing. Swoosh! Then there was a figure that moved and appeared next to Emperor Bai. Mr. Emperor Bai, Purple Moon Emperor greeted politely. They were both great emperors. However, when Purple Moon Emperor was talking to Emperor Bai, it was like a Sir God or Emperor God speaking to a great emperor. It was very normal. Although Emperor Bai was in Great Emperor realm, his power had surpassed Great Emperor. I just got here, and I have no idea about what happened earlier. You tell me. Emperor Bai glanced at Purple Moon Emperor. Yes. Purple Moon Emperor nodded and immediately told him everything he knew briefly. It included how barbaric Abysmal Saint Master was. He didn't care how Purple Moon Emperor stopped him, but attacked Jian Wushuang directly. It also included how Abysmal Saint Master had destroyed his consciousness incarnation. Of course, he also told Emperor by the scene where the mysterious, arrogant man in the white robe, Emperor 13, was defeated Abysmal Saint Master. Is that so? Emperor Bai heard and nodded faintly. Then his pair of white eyes looked around. The war stops here now. Everyone go back to where you come from. Emperor Bai's voice was filled with authority. All the experts at the scene heard and didn't dare to go against his command. They bowed at Emperor Bai politely, one after another, and immediately left. When the two alliances left, there was an unwillingness, and they were glad. After all, they were already defeated. If they were to continue to fight, Lineage of Star would only massacre them, just as the experts from the two alliances left. Jian Wushuang, I wanted to make a trip to Lineage of Star. Will you welcome me? Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. Emperor Bai came personally. You bring radiance to Lineage of Star. How can I refuse? Please. Jian Wushuang wasn't arrogant nor inferior. Under the lead of Jian Wushuang, Emperor Bai and Purple Moon Emperor immediately walked to Lineage of Star. In the middle of Universe Galaxy, in the lair of Lineage of Star, where Jian Wushuang resided, Sword Star. In the lofty hall, there were only Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai. As for the others, including Purple Moon Emperor, they were waiting outside. Jian Wushuang and Emperor Bai were sitting opposite one another, while Emperor Bai held a cup of tea and sipped but never spoke. Jian Wushuang looked humble, but not fearful. After a while, Emperor Bai finally put down the cup of tea. The pair of strange white eyes looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, how long have you been in the state of ultimate real God? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Ultimate real God, such a title, he had never told anyone. Because Emperor Bai was like him, an inverse cultivator, he knew it naturally. It has already been tens of thousands of years, Jian Wushuang replied. Only tens of thousands of years. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. Back then, real God Wu Bei was in ultimate real God stage much longer than you have been. He had been at the peak of ultimate real God stage for a very long time, and during that time he requested to see me so many times and intended to obtain the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill for me. It was a pity that I never wanted to see him. Do you know why? Jian Wushuang shook his head. The 6th step of inverse cultivation skill was given to him by real God Wu Bei. He had once talked to real God Wu Bei as well, and he knew how helpless real God Wu Bei felt. Real God Wu Bei had paid a great price in order to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, but he had never got to see Emperor Bai even once before he died. I was not willing to see him because he was too weak, Emperor Bai replied coldly, although he passed all 3 inverse cultivation tests and also reached the peak of ultimate real God. However, besides his identity, his comprehension towards doctrine and his opportunity to learn secret skill was extremely ordinary. Even if I were to pass him the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill for him to break through and reach almighty level, he would at most possess the fighting power of a great emperor, or maybe even only be at the bottom of one, because that was his limit. Such fighting power would be too weak. To the entire eternal chaotic world, there would be almost no influence at all. If so, why would I want to see him? Why would I want to pass him the skill? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and he was surprised. Real God Wu Bai's comprehension level wasn't high, nor did he have a lot of opportunities. Jian Wushuang knew about that. However, Emperor Bai wasn't willing to pass real God Wu Bei at the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill because he didn't have high potential, which was something Jian Wushuang didn't expect. Real God Wu Bai's talent was ordinary, but you are different. Emperor Bai looked at Jian Wushuang. You are very talented. You are stronger than I am, and you are very fortunate. You carried a lot of opportunities on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have countless trump cards and skills. If you were to break through and become an almighty, you could totally achieve something like me, if not become stronger. You would be extremely helpful to eternal chaotic world. Hence, I can give you the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, but only under one condition. Chapter 1928, Emperor Bai's Condition. Emperor Bai, go ahead. Jian Wushuang was excited. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill was the crucial factor of him becoming the strongest person in eternal chaotic world. Without the skill, no matter how great his skills and trump cards were, he wouldn't be able to compare with a true great emperor after all. However, with the skill, he can then try to break through and become an almighty. By then, he could easily reach great emperor level. He might even stand a chance to compare favorably with Emperor Bai. Hence, regardless of the price he had to pay in order to get the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, he'd do it. Jian Wushuang had already made up his mind. As long as the conditions that Emperor Bai suggested didn't go against his principles, he would figure out a way to get it done no matter how difficult it was. The first condition is that I have to receive the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, Emperor Bai said directly. The secret skill of Star Palace, Jian Wushuang stunned. Emperor Bai is also interested in the secret skill of Star Palace. The secret skill is extremely unique. It is also extremely helpful to Great Emperor. Previously, I couldn't use it. But now it's different, Emperor Bai said, but he didn't explain much. Jian Wushuang thought for a while and asked, Mr. Emperor Bai, I'd like to clarify if the secret skill of Star Palace is for you alone to cultivate, or Emperor Bai intends to spread the secret skill widely for the experts from Sanctuary Alliance to cultivate it. Lineage of Star obtain the secret skill of Star Palace, relying on your own opportunity. Hence, it belongs to Lineage of Star alone. I wouldn't make Lineage of Star to announce the secret skill to the world. I only wanted to cultivate it myself, Emperor Bai answered. Then there's no problem, Jian Wushuang agreed straight away. The secret skill of Star Palace was the biggest advantage and trump card that the experts and disciples from Lineage of Star had. If it wasn't necessary, Jian Wushuang wouldn't wish to spread the secret skill wide to the point that everyone knew it. Then, Lineage of Star would lose their advantage. However, if it was only Emperor Bai alone, there was no difference. Just like guest elders in Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang promised to let them cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace as well. After this war, the three alliances are defeated. Almighty's alliance is even long gone. Lineage of Star could consider yourself a great victory. If I am not mistaken, you would be dealing with the other two alliances later on, right? Emperor Bai asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. No matter if it was Star Extermination Alliance or Supreme 10 Alliance, they came at Lineage of Star with a goal to root us out, especially Star Extermination Alliance. Back on Starland, they advanced and consolidated at every step to destroy Lineage of Star's foundation. They didn't want to leave Lineage of Star any chance. Now that Lineage of Star has passed through the calamity, I, of course, have to wait until I settle everything before I deal with them. I believe anyone would do the same as I do. You're right. The two alliances took the initiative to attack Lineage of Star, and it is only right and proper that you take revenge on them. However, my second condition is for Lineage of Star to not attack the two alliances for now, Emperor Bai said. Why? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Because the current situation is unusual, Emperor Bai looked. You know clearly that the existence of Sanctuary Alliance is to match against Star Demons in the 8 Layers, Hidden Forces, Holocaust Sect, and also Acheron Palace. The two major dark forces were originally forced to hide in the dark by Sanctuary Alliance. They were like rats on the streets, and they didn't date to reveal themselves. Over the years, the two hidden forces started preparing for an attack. Not too long ago, Sanctuary Alliance received news that Holocaust Sect went through a drastic change and they were united by someone else ruling with an iron fist. On top of that, the actions of Acheron Palace for the past years. I'm afraid in no time, Eternal Chaotic World will be in chaos again. Sanctuary Alliance might come across a tragic war. At such a crucial moment, Sanctuary Alliance naturally has to figure out a way to maintain our power. Emperor Bai paused and continued. This time the war between the three alliances and Lineage of Star. No one expected Lineage of Star to win a great victory. You even broke Star Extermination Alliance apart and made Almighty's alliance vanish into thin air. After this war, Almighties who passed away were more than 150 of them. To Sanctuary Alliance, it is a great loss. If both parties were to continue, it would only expend more of Sanctuary Alliance's fighting power. While an oyster and a kingfisher were engaged in a bitter tussle, a fisherman came along and carried them both off. In other words, the two dark forces benefit from it. Emperor Bai, I understand what you mean. Jian Wushuang's voice was deep, but the war isn't instigated by Lineage of Star. We're being taunted and bullied. Now that we finally passed the calamity and stand a chance to counterattack, you want Lineage of Star to hold back? Jian Wushuang was unwilling. Not just him, but all experts in Lineage of Star were also aggrieved. They were only waiting for Jian Wushuang's command until they counterattacked the two alliances. If Jian Wushuang were to tell them to stop the war then, there might be a lot of people who are unhappy. I know that Lineage of Star is upset, but the current situation didn't allow you to continue the war. On top of that, although both alliances lost many experts in the war, their foundation is still solid. If they continued to work together, their fighting power would still be magnificent. If Lineage of Star were to leave the galaxy formation and enter their lairs to fight, the match would be hard to call. In the end, both parties might be in a stalemate situation. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't allow that. I brought up the condition in order to provide Lineage of Star an opportunity to step out from a difficult position. You can announce to the outside world that you and I reached a mutual agreement that you have to stop for now. If Sanctuary Alliance were to get involved, it wouldn't be taken care of so easily, Emperor Bai said. Jian Wushuang's face grew in distress. He also knew Sanctuary Alliance's concern. If it was an ordinary period, it wouldn't matter if Lineage of Star were to continue to fight against the two alliances. Sanctuary Alliance wouldn't be bothered. But it was different then. Jian Wushuang, you actually really didn't have to continue the war. Even if you were to continue to fight, there wouldn't be any other result. You should know that there are some forces among the two alliances that have deep-rooted foundations. Some are even associated with the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance. For instance, Abysmal Palace has Abysmal Saint Master as their backer. Soaring Heaven King Palace also has Colored Glaze Emperor to lead for them. With great emperors involved, Lineage of Star can't destroy them. You might as well take the time to increase your power. After some time, when Eternal Chaotic World finally settles down, I reckon you should be an almighty by then, and your power should be able to compare favorably with the great emperors, or even with mine. By then, it'd be much easier if you wanted to destroy the two alliances, and Sanctuary Alliance definitely wouldn't say much, Emperor Bai said. Chapter 1929 Friendly. Hearing what Emperor Bai said, Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He felt that Emperor Bai was right. Although Lineage of Star had won a great victory in the war, the two alliances would still possess fierce power if they were to reconstruct their teams. If Lineage of Star were to fight against the two alliances outside the galaxy formation, Lineage of Star really wouldn't stand much chance. As for destroying the major forces, it really was impossible. Emperor Bai, I promise you that Lineage of Star will not find trouble with the two alliances for now. However, if the two alliances were to find trouble with us, you couldn't blame me for that, Jian Wushuang said. Don't worry. As long as the two alliances aren't dumb, they should know what to do. Plus, Sanctuary Alliance will definitely send great emperors to give them warning personally, Emperor Bai said with a smile. Emperor Bai paused and continued, the last condition, I'd like to know, where did Emperor 13 come from and how is he related to you? Emperor 13? Jian Wushuang was stunned, then he flashed a bitter smile. Emperor Bai, to be frank with you, Emperor 13 and I merely met once, and we are not related to each other at all. However, when we first met, I am not sure why, but he left a mark in my body. This time, when I am in danger, he rushed over to me via the mark. As for his origins and why he helped me, I really have no idea. Jian Wushuang was stating the truth. He really didn't know anything about Emperor 13. The only thing that he knew was that Emperor 13 was an ancient expert, and he was from the ancient battlefield in his hometown. However, he would definitely not tell Emperor Bai about the ancient battlefield located in his hometown. I see. Emperor Bai creased his eyebrows. Emperor 13 is definitely a super expert from ancient times. He would save you and urge me to take care of you. It meant that he was related to you, but you have no idea why. Forget it. Ancient time was a secret to begin with. The ancient experts were mysterious. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. From his reply, it was obvious that he had once met an ancient expert, and probably more than one. Jian Wushuang, as you agreed with all the conditions that I brought up, I shall give you the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. Emperor Bai said as he flipped his hand and took out a gray bead. Jian Wushuang's heart quivered at the sight of the gray bead. He was very familiar with the gray bead. From the beginning of cultivation skill until every step of inverse cultivation skill, they were all contained in a gray bead. The gray bead was extremely mysterious, and Jian Wushuang had yet to find out what mysterious raw material the gray bead made of. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill is in the bead. Take a look. Emperor Bai passed the gray bead to Jian Wushuang directly. Jian Wushuang took it and briefly went through it. He was thrilled. He knew that it was really the 7th step of the inverse cultivation skill. Thank you, Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang quickly thanked. You're welcome. Emperor Bai waved his hand. Emperor Bai, let me bring you to Lineage of Stars Scripture Depository to accept the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace, Jian Wushuang said. All right, Emperor Bai nodded. Under Jian Wushuang's lead, Emperor Bai arrived at Scripture Depository and started receiving the inheritance of secret skill of Star Palace. Very soon, Emperor Bai walked out from Scripture Depository after inheritance had been completed. Emperor Bai, how did it go? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Secret skill of Star Palace is unfathomable. Although I received all 3 volumes, I'm afraid I could only cultivate the 1st volume. Emperor Bai smiled faintly. Emperor Bai could only cultivate the 1st volume as well. Jian Wushuang was surprised. It was as though everyone found it difficult to cultivate the secret skill of Star Palace. Most of them could only cultivate the 1st volume. Some couldn't even cultivate the 1st volume after they received the inheritance. As for the Master of Star Palace, he absorbed a drop of blood essence that belonged to an expert of 7-star black sect by chance. Hence, he successfully cultivated the 2nd volume. However, Jian Wushuang didn't find the secret skill difficult. When he cultivated it, it could be considered smooth sailing. He had even cultivated the 3rd volume. It inevitably made Jian Wushuang felt surprised. After Emperor Bai had received the inheritance, he didn't stay back any longer. In the galaxy, the experts from Lineage of Star, led by Jian Wushuang, came to farewell Emperor Bai. Jian Wushuang, this is my communication token. If you come across any problem in the future, you can send me a message. Emperor Bai gave Jian Wushuang his communication token before he left. The surrounding experts were surprised at the sight, especially Purple Moon Emperor. He felt a complicated feeling, and he was looking at Jian Wushuang in jealousy. One should know that Emperor Bai was the strongest person in Sanctuary Alliance, and he was always aloof and set himself high. The experts from Sanctuary Alliance, including the Great Emperors, only 2 or 3 of them had his communication token. Great Emperors on the bottom of the level, like Purple Moon Emperor, never once had it. If he were to be looking for Emperor Bai, he had to look for someone to pass the message. But then, Jian Wushuang had received Emperor Bai's communication token. Plus, Emperor Bai was normally cold to others, even to great emperors. However, he was extremely friendly to Jian Wushuang. Purple Moon Emperor was even more confused. After Emperor Bai left, Purple Moon Emperor immediately came forward. Jian Wushuang, congratulations. Emperor Bai's communication token. Even I don't have it. Purple Moon Emperor smiled, and his attitude was entirely different from before. When he had been talking to Jian Wushuang earlier, he had referred to himself with an honorable pronoun. Then he had only referred to himself as I. Purple Moon Emperor, you must be joking. I am only lucky. Plus, Emperor Bai seems to be an easy person to talk to. Jian Wushuang smiled. An easy person? Purple Moon Emperor smiled awkwardly. Jian Wushuang really found Emperor Bai friendly and easy to talk to. At least, during their conversation earlier, Emperor Bai didn't put on bureaucratic airs, nor did he impose anything on him. For instance, Emperor Bai could make Lineage of Star hand him the secret skill of Star Palace with one order. For Lineage of Star and the 2 alliances to stop the war, it could also be only ordered by Emperor Bai. However, Emperor Bai didn't force the order, but traded with him for the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. even when he told Jian Wushuang to stop Lineage of Star from fighting with the two alliances. He weighed the pros and cons on Jian Wushuang's behalf and let Jian Wushuang make the final decision. Then, Emperor Bai took the initiative to give him his communication token. Even Jian Wushuang was surprised himself. Could it be because Emperor 13 wanted Emperor Bai to take care of me, and that's why Emperor Bai is gentle to me? Jian Wushuang was confused. That's not right. Although Emperor 13 is powerful, there's no need to curry favor with me, right? Chapter 1930 in Peace. Although Jian Wushuang was confused, he didn't bother to think about it further. Sword Emperor, everything is settled, and I shall bid you farewell, Purple Moon Emperor said. Thank you, Great Emperor, for helping. Jian Wushuang and Lineage of Star will remember this. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude. Haha, don't mention it. Purple Moon Emperor let out a hearty laugh. Then he turned to leave. As for Qian Mingzi, he naturally followed Purple Moon Emperor. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang looked at Hall Master Yuan by the side. Send down an order. Tell the experts of Lineage of Star to take back Starland. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Palace Master, how about the two alliances? Hall Master Niayin asked. The two alliances retreated, and the war has ended for now, Jian Wushuang answered. Ended? We're letting the two alliances off the hook, just like that? Hall Master Niayin's eyebrows were tightly knitted, and there was obviously reluctance in their eyes. Hall Master Yuan and Hall Master Guexan were upset too. Although Lineage of Star had won a great victory in the war, the two alliances weren't wiped off. Could it be because of Sanctuary Alliance? Hall Master Yuan turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Not only because of Sanctuary Alliance, but also because Eternal Chaotic World isn't peaceful for a while, Jian Wushuang said calmly, I have already reached a mutual agreement with Emperor Bai. Lineage of Star will stop fighting with the two alliances for now. After some time, when Eternal Chaotic World regains its stability, we will fight with them again. I understand, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Go ahead, Jian Wushuang waved. Although the two alliances aren't wiped out, Lineage of Star has survived the war, and our danger has been resolved. The skies clear up after a storm. After this war, Lineage of Star will reach a brand new level after all. Most importantly, from today, there won't be anyone in Eternal Chaotic World who dares to cast greedy eyes over the secret skill of Star Palace in Lineage of Star. Lineage of Star will truly be in peace now. Sanctuary Alliance and all forces in Eternal Chaotic World have been watching after Lineage of Star and the three alliances. On the day when the three alliances finally fought with Lineage of Star, at first, almost everyone was certain that Lineage of Star would be destroyed and wiped out, without a chance to struggle. However, when the end result was announced, everyone found it unbelievable. The three alliances had been defeated. They were crushed. Star Extermination Alliance, who had attacked first, were defeated by Lineage of Star. There were almost 70 Almighties of them, but only less than 20 survived in the end. Supreme 10 Alliance did slightly better, although quite a number of their Almighties were killed in the process of running away. It was much better compared to Star Extermination Alliance. The most tragic one would be Almighty's Alliance. Almighty's Alliance, that was made of more than 100 Almighties, should be the strongest among all three alliances. But in the end, Almighty's Alliance vanished into thin air. All experts had died and not one survived. Unbelievable. The result was entirely beyond one's expectation. Even the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance didn't expect it would be so. Of course, the process of the war was gradually announced. Lineage of Star displayed their terrifying power and the true power of universe galaxy, especially Jian Wushuang's shocking stroke. One stroke destroyed the entire Almighty's Alliance? Is that a joke? Hundreds of Almighties were massacred by Sword Emperor's one stroke. That's too scary. Sword Emperor is so scary. He's simply a demon. Countless people were astonished. They yielded because of the terrifying stroke that Jian Wushuang had revealed. Then, Great Emperor came personally to wipe out everything. Just as Jian Wushuang was in a desperate situation, a mysterious expert suddenly took action. With one glance, the boundless darkness dispersed. One stroke, and it shattered Abysmal Saint Master's defense armor, which led to severe injury of Abysmal Saint Master. If it wasn't because Abysmal Saint Master wasn't qualified enough, he would be long dead in the person's hands. Then, Emperor Bai came personally and had an exchange of blows with the mysterious expert. Hundreds of millions of miles vanished. Such a terrifying scene struck fear into everyone. No one expected that the war that was originally suppressed, the war that had no suspense, suddenly had such a drastic change from nowhere. But regardless of the process, the result was confirmed. After the war, everyone understood that there was no one in eternal chaotic world that could pose a threat to lineage of star. The people who harbored deep-seated resentment and cast greedy eyes over secret skill of Star Palace, no matter how great their resentment or their greed was, they wouldn't dare to attack lineage of Star. Just like the two remaining alliances, they immediately retreated to their old lair after the war and didn't dare to attack lineage of Star again. Such a scene reminded people of Master of Star Palace's massacre when he was cornered by various forces many years ago. Back then, because of the Master of Star Palace's massacre, the forces in Eternal Chaotic World had been deterred. As long as the Master of Star Palace was alive, there were no forces who dared to attack lineage of Star. But then, the war played an even greater deterrent force to Eternal Chaotic World. Not only were there more experts that had passed away, but also because of the terrifying stroke that Jian Wushuang performed. Most importantly, even when a great emperor attacked, Abysmal Saint Master, who was a great emperor in third place, left with a severe injury. Who would have the guts to move lineage of Star? Just as all forces were still astonished, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance showed the changed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, there was no change for the top 15 great emperors. Everyone knew about the mysterious expert that had appeared in the war, Emperor 13. However, because Emperor 13 was too mysterious and his background was too unique, even though he was on par with Emperor Bai, or even more powerful than Emperor Bai, he wasn't listed on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On the contrary, the ranking below the great emperors were drastic. There was no choice. There were too many experts that had died in the war in Universe Galaxy. There were many emperor gods from Almighty's alliance that were killed by Jian Wushuang. Hence, the change was drastic. Then, the ranking below Great Emperor on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was as such. The 16th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was still Underworld God. There was no doubt about it. Even though, regardless of if it were Jian Yi or Emperor God Tianling, they had displayed fighting power that could be compared to Underworld God favorably, they had never fought after all. On top of that, Underworld God was widely acknowledged previously. If there wasn't any battle achievement, it wouldn't change Underworld God's ranking. The 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list was Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1931, All Parties Surged. Jian Wushuang, Sword Emperor, the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. He was second to Underworld God. When it was announced, even Jian Wushuang was surprised. One should know that although he was powerful, it was a little forceful to say that he was second to Underworld God among Emperor Gods. Forget about the others. Jian Yi and Emperor God Tianling were already stronger than him. Plus, the boatman in black that Jian Wushuang had met on the way back from Emperor Sword Sect was also stronger than him. I'd like to see why the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance arranged themselves as such. Jian Wushuang muttered and continued to read. Sword Emperor once performed a shocking stroke and killed over 100 Almighties from Almighty's alliance. No one below Great Emperor rank could withstand the power of the one stroke. After the display of the shocking stroke, he was cornered by abysmal Saint Master. At that crucial moment, he gave his all and launched a hit that could be compared favorably to a great emperor's. His trump cards were impressive. Plus, before he used any trump cards, he once fought against 3 peak emperor gods alone, and he had the upper hand. On top of that, he soul-controlled an expert with immeasurable skill, Jian Yi. With everything mentioned above, it is determined that Jian Wushuang's overall power could challenge an underworld god's. The moment he launches his trump card, even underworld god will have to move away. Hence his ranking on the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. On the brand new Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, the reason why Jian Wushuang was on that ranking was listed clearly. Hence, no one had the guts to doubt him. Even there were some who thought the higher-ups of Sanctuary Alliance had ranked Jian Wushuang too low. He should be above Underworld God. After all, even Underworld gods had to avoid if they were to come across an Almighty's alliance that was made of over 100 Almighties. However, Jian Wushuang wielded his sword and killed everyone with one stroke. The terrifying stroke made everyone yield. Naturally, no one had any opinion about the ranking. It was Jian Wushuang himself who felt sheepish, because he had performed the terrifying stroke by putting the 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace to play altogether. The 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace wasn't easy to perform. After performing it once, it would require a long time until he could perform it the 2nd time. Putting the 3rd volume of Secret Skill of Star Palace aside, he reckoned his other trump cards wouldn't enable him to match Underworld God evenly. However, it wasn't false that Jian Yi was soul-controlled. Soul control was considered one of his skills as well. If he were to fight alongside Jian Yi, he might stand a chance to pose a threat to Underworld God. After all, Jian Yi was an expert from ancient times. After he revealed his terrifying fighting power in Universe Galaxy, the higher-ups in Sanctuary Alliance had already listed him on the 18th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, just below Jian Wushuang. After Jian Yi, it was followed by Emperor God Tianling. That was normal. Those who partook in that way knew that Emperor God Tianling gave his all when he had fought with Jian Yi, but in the end, Jian Yi had the upper hand. It was obvious that Jian Yi was slightly stronger than Emperor God Tianling. The ranking among the top few peak emperor gods changed, and the ranking of the other peak emperor gods and ordinary emperor gods was even higher. However, Jian Wushuang merely went through it, simply, but didn't bother much. He broke 7 stars in the earlier battle, and the power of ancient tribe bloodline was exhausted. He would require time to slowly recover. King of Venomous Worms, for the rest of this time, I'll have to depend on you, Jian Wushuang smiled. I'll try my best, King of Venomous Worms replied. The current King of Venomous Worms found it hard to assist Jian Wushuang in fighting his enemies on the level of peak Emperor God. However, his recovery power had still played a major factor. His recovery power was Jian Wushuang's biggest reliance. In boundless darkness, in the void that had no light, there was a dark palace floating. In the depth of the dark palace, on a lofty throne, there was a figure in a black robe that slowly appeared. The figure in the black robe had a pale face, and his aura was spiritless. It was Abysmal Saint Master. There was armor floating in front of Abysmal Saint Master. However, it was obvious that the armor was forcefully put together by shattered pieces. No way! Forget about putting them back together. Even if I were to refine it entirely, the power of the Amor would be diminished greatly. D******. Abysmal Saint Master clenched his hand, and there was billowing hatred in his eyes. He had paid a great price to get the armor from ancient Mystery Land, but it had broken apart straight away. Emperor 13. D******. Emperor 13. Just you wait. I can't do anything about you now, but it is only a matter of time until I peel your skin and break your bones. I'll let you know that letting me go is a great mistake. Not only you, but also Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang. One day, I will step on all of you. I definitely will. Abysmal Saint Master roared in madness. As his bellow spread, there were a few flames that soared into the air in darkness. In the huge estate that looked like a human paradise, on the calm river, a boat was drifting casually. On the boat, there was a lazy man in a purple robe fishing with his bamboo rod. At the same time, he was listening to the report of a beautiful woman in a purple robe behind him. "Master, this is news from Lineage of Star," the beautiful woman in a purple robe said politely. "They are defeated." The lazy man looked surprised. Abysmal took action himself, but didn't get to kill Jian Wushuang. Abysmal is such rubbish. It wasn't because Abysmal Saint Master was not powerful. The crucial part is that a mysterious expert, Emperor 13, helped Jian Wushuang, and he was too powerful. Abysmal Saint Master couldn't even take one stroke. Even when Emperor Bai attacked, he didn't manage to score before the mysterious expert. If I'm not mistaken, Emperor 13 should be an expert from ancient times, the beautiful woman in the purple robe said. An expert from ancient times. The lazy man was surprised. As it involves ancient times, it isn't something I can take care of. Report this to Demon King. He might know the origins of Emperor 13. Then the lazy man continued to fish. The beautiful woman in the purple robe nodded and disappeared from the boat. In the darkest place in eternal chaotic world, Gugu, there was a large amount of black river water that covered the entire universe. The river was like the Netherland. The black river water was like the water in the Netherland. This was the core of Akron Palace. In the middle of the boundless netherworld, there was a floating island, and there was a pavilion towering on the island. In the depths, there was a pitch-black tower. The tower was huge, but there was only one level. Chapter 1932, the number 1 force in Sanctuary Alliance. In the tower, there was a huge bronze statue towering. The bronze statue was over 1,000 zhang tall, and he was wearing a bronze mask. He had a total of 8 hands, and the 8 hands were holding various weapons tightly. In front of the green bronze statue, it happened to be a figure in white robe knelt there politely. He had been kneeling there for 6 hours. Finally, there was a faint change in the bronze statue. On top of the statue, the only place the mask didn't cover was a pair of eyes, and they slowly looked down. I should say this before. If there isn't anything important, don't disturb me. A deep, old voice reverberated in the tower. Demon King, there is a mysterious expert in eternal chaotic world. He should be like you. He's also from ancient times. His name is Emperor 13. The person in a white robe was still kneeling politely. Oh, Emperor 13? He humphed. Is there a mirror image of how he fought? There is. The white-robed person waved, and immediately there was a mirror image that appeared in the tower. In the mirror image, Emperor 13 attacked and defeated Abysmal Saint Master with ease. Then there was a scene when Emperor Bai fought. When he watched the scenes in the mirror image, the pair of eyes on the top of the bronze statue dilated in shock. It's him. An old voice asked with a tinge of shock. Demon King knew this person? The person in white robe couldn't help but ask. Yeah, of course I do. Emperor 13? Haha, it's a great name. But that's not right. It should be his name before he got famous, or a name that he gave himself when he wandered outside. The ancient voice resounded smilingly. This person is a big figure. A shocking figure. There were countless experts that partook in the life-destroying war back then. There were many that possessed great skills. Among the countless experts that partook in the war, this person's power could be in the top 5. What? The person who was kneeling down suddenly lifted her head and revealed an enchanting lattice appearance. Then there was shock in her beautiful eyes. Top 5? In the ancient times war, his power could be in the top 5? If so, wouldn't he be stronger than you? Of course, he was stronger than I am. During the war back then, I had to avoid him when I saw him. Otherwise, my life would be threatened. However, that was back then. I am different now. The power in this universe is restricted greatly. My power couldn't be played, and it would be the same for him. Even if I were to fight against him, I would not be afraid. The bronze statue's voice sounded confident. The beautiful woman in the white robe then let out a breath of relief. As he is awake, the others should wake up soon. Ha! It has been so many years, and it is finally here. Ha! I am quite excited. I wish that it could be ended completely this time. Go and get ready. Ha! The bronze statue's hysterical laughter reverberated in the entire tower. The beautiful woman in the white robe bowed politely and walked out of the tower. In the darkness, all forces surged, but Lineage of Star was at peace. Sanctuary Alliance came forth to mediate. The war between Lineage of Star and the two alliances couldn't continue. The rest of the time, Lineage of Star naturally needed to rebuild Starland. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. In the 300 years, Lineage of Star had not only reconquered Starland. Their power had also continued to expand. They had already covered a few lands, and they had the power to influence in Purple Moon Sanctuary. As within Sanctuary Alliance, although it had only been 300 years, Lineage of Star had already advanced and leaped to become a major force in Sanctuary Alliance. There was no doubt that no other force in Sanctuary Alliance could compare to the power that Lineage of Star possessed favorably. Lineage of Star had more say in Sanctuary Alliance than before too. Even the great emperors in Sanctuary Alliance had scruples with Lineage of Star. Firstly, they had received news that Jian Wushuang had already obtained the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill from Emperor Bai. It was only a matter of time until he would break through and become an almighty. Then he would be on par with them or even be above them. Secondly, they also knew that there was a terrifying super expert backing Jian Wushuang who could compare to Emperor by favorably Emperor 13. Because of these two reasons, the great emperors, of course, had to take it easy. As long as Lineage of Star was not behaving wildly, they had to turn a blind eye and not bother with them. The tide rises, the boat floats. Lineage of Star naturally changed with an upward trend as well. In a lofty hall, the higher-ups of Lineage of Star gathered there to have a discussion. The one leading was, of course, Jian Wushuang, followed by the 3 hall masters and deacon elders who were on real god level. As for guest elders, they were only guests. They wouldn't be involved with Lineage of Star's affairs on a normal basis. Palace Master, we have just received news that a disciple of Lineage of Star had a brush with a disciple of Real Martial Art Divine Church when he was wandering in Dragonfire Land on East Royal Sanctuary. Both parties fought. At first, the disciple of Lineage of Star had the upper hand. In the end, a real god from Real Martial Art Divine Church took action personally and injured our disciple badly, Hall Master Yuan said calmly. Hearing what Hall Master Yuan had said, the surrounding deacon elders looked at Hall Master Yuan with a strange look. Fighting between disciples and suffering some losses were minor matters that not worth mentioning. In a normal situation, Hall Master Yuan could command any one of the deacon elders to take care of it. However, at the higher-ups meeting, Hall Master Yuan had brought up something so petty and reported to Jian Wushuang. What was he trying to do? Just as the deacon elders were extremely confused, Jian Wushuang on the throne suddenly slammed the table and stood up. There was soaring anger in his eyes. Real Martial Art Divine Church. Humph! The master of Real Martial Art Divine Church has already died, and they're behaving so arrogantly. How dare they bully our disciples in Lineage of Star? They have guts. He Xiu. Jian Wushuang overlooked. Master. He Xiu, who is already a deacon elder in Lineage of Star, immediately stood up. Although Real Martial Arts Divine Church was in East Royal Sanctuary, Dragonfire Land isn't their territory. They merely have a few branches there. You bring 4 Dao soldiers and make a trip there. Wipe out the 2 branches of Real Martial Arts Divine Church in Dragonfire Land. I will let Emperor God Jiuyin hide in the dark. If the Almighties from Real Martial Arts Divine Church dare to make an appearance, eliminate them all at once. Chapter 1930. 3. The Promise. Jian Wushuang was raging with anger. Yes, Xian immediately took his order. The deacon elders in the hall exchanged a look, and they were shocked. It was merely fought among the disciples, and their disciples had suffered a minor loss. It was a trivial matter, but in the end, Jian Wushuang ordered Xian to bring 4 Dao soldiers and wipe out the 2 branches of Real Martial Art Divine Church. It was obvious that he had made a mountain out of a molehill. However, when they saw the cold expressions of the 3 hall masters, they immediately understood. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang and the other 3 hall masters had intentionally made a mountain out of a molehill. They also understood the reason behind it. Real Martial Art Divine Church was one of the 5 forces in Star Extermination Alliance. They had nearly cornered Lineage of Star to death. Even though because of Sanctuary Alliance, Lineage of Star had agreed to stop meddling with the 2 alliances, the hatred was still there. Lineage of Star definitely had the upper hand. Even though he couldn't start a war, he had seized the chance to take revenge. For instance, it was just a trivial matter, but it was enough to become Lineage of Star's excuse. They wanted to look for an opportunity to deal with Real Martial Art Divine Church. They weren't afraid that Real Martial Art Divine Church would take revenge either. They even wished for Real Martial Art Divine Church to counterattack. The moment Real Martial Art Divine Church counterattacked, or they had the guts to take revenge, Lineage of Star had no scruples and would pound at them. By then, even Sanctuary Alliance couldn't say much. As for what happened next, Xiao rushed to Dragonfire Land in East Royal Sanctuary and wiped out the 2 branches of Real Martial Art Divine Church with thunderous measures. After that, Xian intentionally stayed back in Dragonfire Land for a while, as Jian Wushuang instructed. He waited for Real Martial Art Divine Church to find trouble in him. However, Real Martial Art Divine Church knew Lineage of Star's goal. Not only didn't they counterattack, they also apologized to Lineage of Star. Then it ended. The forces in Sanctuary Alliance found out about it and sighed. Everyone could tell that Lineage of Star was making a mountain out of a molehill. They had intentionally picked on them. Plus, Lineage of Star had even wiped out the 2 branches of Real Martial Art Divine Church and killed many disciples of Real Martial Art Divine Church. But in the end, it was the master of Real Martial Art Divine Church who apologized. Sigh, they are not as powerful. It was merely a fight among the juniors. Isn't Lineage of Star behaving too barbarically? Barbaric? Are you dumb? Lineage of Star isn't dumb, but that derived from resentment. To your enemy, who is willing to let the opportunity slip. I think Lineage of Star isn't overboard. If I were him, I'd definitely do the same. Yeah, Lineage of Star is only barbaric to the forces from the 2 alliances. To forces and experts that share no resentment, they are rather peaceful. The Real Martial Art Divine Church asked for it as well. The forces from the 2 alliances, besides Abysmal Palace that has a great emperor attending garrison duty, which other forces aren't worried about Lineage of Star. Real Martial Art Divine Church bullied the junior by sending a real god expert to attack the universe god disciple of Lineage of Star personally. Isn't this courting death? All of the forces in Sanctuary Alliance was laughing about it. In the end, no one thought Lineage of Star was behaving ridiculously, but on the contrary, they found it right and proper. As for the barbaric stories of Lineage of Star, it was obviously unbelievable. After all, Lineage of Star was only barbaric towards the other enemies. Once they had found an opportunity or excuse, they would pound without hesitation. To the other forces and sects, they were peaceful. Both parties would sit down and talk about it if it were a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed. Lineage of Star had finally settled down. The forces that formed the 2 alliances back then had seen what had happened to the Real Martial Art Divine Church, and they had learned their lesson. They held scruples with Lineage of Star. When they had come across any expert or disciple from lineage of star, they'd hide far away. If they were to cross paths, they'd hold back as much as they could and not let lineage of star stand any chance to take revenge. Then, Jian Wushuang had already left lineage of star and arrived at an ordinary holy kingdom. The name of the holy kingdom was Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. The ancient silver spaceship shuttled through the dark void. In no time there was a floating land. There's the old lair of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The king of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart was a Sir God expert that was powerful. Of course, a Sir God was nothing before Jian Wushuang. The purpose of Jian Wushuang's trip was to kill him. In the dim, secret room, there was a scrawny elder in black. He was cultivating. He was King Demon Heart. He was also the king of Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. Over the years, he had ruled the surrounding holy kingdoms, and he had a powerful background. Hence, he could march over eternal chaotic world unhindered. There was almost no one who dared to provoke him. He could be said to be a very relaxed and powerful figure. In his name there was the word demon. His disposition was naturally very vicious. Legend said that the surrounding dozens of holy kingdoms would send a bunch of beautiful ladies to his old lair, and they were all virgins. At least thousands of people, and at most tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people. But there was no one who walked out from his old lair. One day, Virum, there was a sudden shake of prohibition that covered the secret room. King Demon Heart, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. "Who is it?" King Demon Heart's voice reverberated in the secret room. Swoosh! There was a figure that appeared in front of him from nowhere. Real God. King Demon Heart was surprised, and he already knew who the incomer was. "I see. Sword Emperor came personally. Greetings." King Demon Heart bowed slightly at Jian Wushuang. Then he smiled and said, "Sword Emperor came today. I wonder what you have in mind. Whatever I can do, I'll do it for you. I came here today for one person, and also for a promise back then," Jian Wushuang said coldly. "A person? Promise?" King Demon Heart was confused. Real God Wu Bei. I wonder, does King Demon Heart remember him? Jian Wushuang said, "Wu Bei." King Demon Heart's face instantly changed, and he could instantly guess the purpose of Jian Wushuang's visit. The sixth step of inverse cultivation skill was obtained from real God Wu Bei. Back then, I promised him that I would kill you on his behalf when I had the power to. Today, I came to carry out my promise. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glistening as he raised his right hand. "Sword Emperor, I am Great Emperor Zi Zusman. Great Emperor Zi, Su owes me a favor," King Demon Heart said. "Oh yeah." Jian Wushuang's voice was cold, but there was no pause in his actions. He knew about King Demon Heart's background. As he dared to attack that day, he naturally had no scruples. Chapter 1934, Space-Time Gap. King Demon Heart saw that there was no sign of stopping in Jian Wushuang action, and he panicked. He immediately took out a token. Pat! King Demon Heart immediately smashed the token and roared. "Great Emperor Zi Su, save me! Jian Wushuang wants to kill me." The token belonged to Great Emperor Zi Su. Theoretically, when a token was smashed, Great Emperor Zi, thus consciousness incarnation, should descend. Although it was just a consciousness incarnation, Jian Wushuang had to show respect when a great emperor made an appearance. At least, that was what King Demon Heart thought. However, he had never expected that there would be no movement at all after the token was smashed. There were no changes in the entire secret room. Great Emperor Zi, thus consciousness incarnation, didn't come? How is it possible? Why didn't Great Emperor Zi, thus consciousness incarnation, descend? Could Great Emperor be cultivating in seclusion? Impossible, impossible. King Demon Heart felt hopeless then. If Great Emperor Z's consciousness incarnation were to be second, he might have had a string of hope. However, without Great Emperor Z's consciousness incarnation, Jian Wushuang naturally wouldn't delay further. Jian Wushuang's palm rose, and there was a resplendent golden light that appeared from nowhere. The golden light was the Hongjun golden sword. Die! Jian Wushuang bellowed, and the resplendent golden light burst out. No! King Demon Heart's face changed. He knew Jian Wushuang was powerful, and he also knew the terrifying Hongyun golden sword. Although it was only one Hongjun golden sword, it would still be like slaughtering a chicken to kill him. Sword Emperor, don't kill me. I was only following orders to scheme against real God Wu Bei back then. Real God Wu Bai's death wasn't my intention. It was Great Emperor Z's. Great Emperor Su wanted me to scheme against real God Wu Bei. King Demon Heart roared from the bottom of his heart. However, Jian Wushuang didn't bother about his roaring. The resplendent golden light didn't pause and spread at a terrifying speed and pierced King Demon Heart's skull. Before King Demon Heart died, his eyes were wide open and there was unwillingness on his face. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot and waved. Then the Hongjun golden sword flew back next to him and he put it in Qian Kun ring. Looking at King Demon Heart's cold, dead body, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. King Demon Heart was really Great Emperor Z's man. Rumor had it that Great Emperor Su did owe King Demon Heart a favor. However, when King Demon Heart had asked him for help earlier, he hadn't cared and he hadn't bothered descending in consciousness incarnation either. Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Great Emperor Su, a super expert on the 5th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. Previously, Jian Wushuang had had scruples. Hence, he had never once attacked King Demon Heart. But then, Lineage of Star was at peace, and he had many trump cards on hand. On top of that, Emperor 13 had made an appearance to save him previously. Hence, great emperors in eternal chaotic world had scruples. As a result, Jian Wushuang had no scruples to attack King Demon Heart. Before he had come, Jian Wushuang had already made preparations to deal with Great Emperor Su. Once Great Emperor Su appeared in consciousness incarnation, Jian Wushuang would continue to kill King Demon Heart. He believed that Great Emperor wouldn't fall out with him or even fight with him because of the King Demon Heart. But he had never expected that Great Emperor Su wouldn't even reveal himself. He didn't even descend in consciousness incarnation, but had let him kill King Demon Heart. What is Great Emperor Su thinking? Jian Wushuang was confused. Besides, Jian Wushuang was surprised at whatever King Demon Heart had said earlier. The one who had schemed against real God Wu Bei back then wasn't King Demon Heart, but Great Emperor Su? Was it a joke? A great emperor? Why would he scheme against real God Wu Bei out of nowhere? Regardless, I've done whatever I promised real God Wu Bei. I already killed King Demon Heart. As for if it involved Great Emperor Su, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. Forget about the fact that it was only King Demon Heart's comment alone. It might not be real. Even if it was real, I couldn't do anything about a great emperor. Jian Wushuang shook his head but didn't think further. He then turned to leave. However, he didn't know that at that very moment, on the boat that was drifting on the river at the estate that was like human paradise, the lazy man who was fishing on the boat, Great Emperor Su, was smiling. Jian Wushuang came personally to kill Demon Heart. It seems like it is because of real God Wu Bei. It's just Demon Heart. So what if you kill him? I will let you off the hook this time. I hope it ends here. The lazy man smiled and continued to fish. Just as Jian Wushuang was on the way to Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart to kill King Demon Heart. In ancient Mystery Land, the ancient mystery land that originally opened once every 5 million years and opens for 10,000 years each time. It still wasn't closing after it had reached the 10,000-year limit. As all the experts in Eternal Chaotic World were surprised, they were also filled with excitement. One should know that Ancient Mystery Land contained many opportunities. After all these years, there had been many experts that had gone into Ancient Mystery Land to look for an opportunity again. Emperor God Sia Exayan was only an emperor god on the bottom, rank among all emperor gods in Eternal Chaotic World. His power was ordinary, and he hadn't had much luck all this while. Ever since Ancient Mystery Land opened, he had been wandering in Ancient Mystery Land. Previously, when he had wandered for the given limit of 10,000 years, he hadn't received any good opportunity. But then, when he entered Ancient Mystery Land to wander, he had finally found a strange land after a few thousand years. I never expected that there would be a space-time gap hidden under the ruin. This is so secretive. Emperor God Xiazin's eyes were shimmering when he saw the space-time gap before him. The space-time gap gave him a feeling that it was like a space-time tunnel. He had no idea where the other side of the gap was. It might be a dangerous land, but it might also be an opportunity. He wasn't confident. Wealth comes from danger. Let's bet. Emperor God Sia Exayan clenched his teeth. He had finally made up his mind after being in deep thought for very long. He moved and immersed himself in the space-time gap. He disappeared very quickly. When he appeared again, Virum, Emperor God Sia Exayan appeared in an entirely different universe. Looking at the situation, he was still on an ancient battlefield. Emperor God Sia Exayan wouldn't recognize the ancient aura wrongly. However, the ancient battlefield was obviously different from the ancient battlefield in Ancient Mystery Land. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth here is so abundant. It's abundant. The intensity of it might be at least 10 times stronger than 10 cultivation sanctuaries. How could there be a place so filled with spiritual influence of heaven and earth? Where is this place? Is it still in Ancient Mystery Land? Emperor God Sia Exayan was confused. However, he knew that the place that he was at was definitely extremely different from Ancient Mystery Land. Emperor God Sia Exayan immediately started probing the surroundings. However, if he could put his soul power over everything around him, he would realize that he had come to another ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield was much bigger and more spacious than the ancient battlefield in Ancient Mystery Land. Plus, the battlefield was engulfed in a huge space-time storm. At the core of the battlefield, there was a huge, boundless skull that would shock everyone. At the core of the skull, there was a huge world. That huge world was Greenfire World. Chapter 1935. Hitch a Ride. Eternal Chaotic World was boundless. However, 99% of it was boundless dark void. In one of the dark voids, an ancient silver spaceship was traveling forward slowly. There was a total of 4 people on the spaceship. The 4 people were Jian Wushuang, Gen E, maidservant Qiuyu, and an elderly in green. The elderly in green was King of Venomous Worms. Although King of Venomous Worms was a plenilune living in the ancient god body, he could also take the form of a human when his power reached a certain level. They were returning from Holy Kingdom of Demon Heart. As they were rushing their journey in the dark void, boredom was inevitable. King of Venomous Worms took form of a human, and he could drink and play chess with Jian Wushuang. Then he wouldn't feel as lonely. King of Venomous Worms, when will my power of 7 stars recover? Jian Wushuang asked. In a long while. Back then, you only broke 6 stars. I went all out, and it took 7,000 years until you fully recovered. Now that it's the power of 7 stars, even with my assistance, it will require a long time. Of course, if you were to return to your hometown, with the abundant spiritual influence of heaven and earth, the recovery speed will increase tremendously, King of Venomous Worms said. Go back to my hometown. Jian Wushuang was happy at the thought of it. Although everything in Lineage of Star has settled down, the dark sides in Eternal Chaotic World still aren't peaceful. However, with great emperors as higher-ups, I can't help much either. It'll go back after a while. To Jian Wushuang, Green Fire World was not only his hometown, but also a place that contained great opportunities. The attraction of the ancient battlefield in Green Fire World was much greater than ancient Mystery Land. Back when he wandered for 6,000 years in ancient battlefield, he had reaped great harvest. Then, as everything settled down and he had received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, he really wanted to return to his hometown to cultivate so that he could break through and become an almighty sooner. I wonder if Emperor 13 is still on the battlefield, Jian Wushuang muttered. About the mysterious ancient expert, Emperor 13. Ha had asked Jian before if he had heard of the name, but Jian didn't know. Hence, even then, Jian Wushuang had no idea about Emperor 13 at all. He only knew that he was from ancient times and he was powerful, just as Jian Wushuang was casually chatting with Jian Yi and King of Venomous Worms. In the void in front of the ancient silver spaceship, there were a dozen figures shuttling in the dark void. These people weren't in a spaceship, but merely flying with their power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The dozen figures stopped simultaneously. The blue-haired lady who seemed to be the leader took out a star map. We should be here in this location. There is still a great distance to the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. With our traveling speed, we need at least another 100 years until we get there, the blue-haired lady said. 100 years. The surrounding people looked cold. 100 years was nothing normally. But forget about 100 years, even dozens of years or a few years would be torturous to them. Their lives would be threatened any time. Just then, at the far end, there was an ancient silver spaceship plunging over. That is, the blue-haired lady was thrilled at the sight. Such a fast-traveling spaceship, much faster than the one we were in before. It definitely must be a peak expert who could drive such spaceship. The blue-haired lady squinted her eyes, and then she turned to order, "Wait for me here." Then, the blue-haired lady flew towards the silver spaceship. On the silver spaceship, Jian Wushuang and the others had already noticed the blue-haired lady and her troops. When they saw the blue-haired lady fly over, Jian Wushuang stopped the spaceship as well. "Qiu Yu, head out and take a look," Jian Wushuang commanded. "Yes." Qiu Yu nodded and immediately walked out of the cabin. "What's the matter?" Qiu Yu floated in the void and looked in the direction of the blue-haired lady. "May I know if the spaceship is flying towards Holy Kingdom of South Plume?" The blue-haired lady asked humbly. "Holy Kingdom of South Plume?" "Yeah, we would pass by Holy Kingdom of South Plume," Qiu Yu answered. "That's great." The blue-haired lady was happy, and she immediately offered, "I wonder if we could hitch a ride. I'm willing to pay a high price." High price? There was suddenly a cold voice. Jian Wushuang had already walked out from the cabin as well. He looked at the blue-haired lady with a smile. At the same time, he also noticed the dozen people in the void. He smiled. "How much are you willing to pay?" The blue-haired lady looked at Jian Wushuang. She could feel the real God aura from Jian Wushuang, but she couldn't sense if it was void real God or eternal real God, or even chaotic real God. She hesitated for a while, and she waved to take out a Qian Kung ring. "Please take a look." Jian Wushuang swept his soul power over the Qian Kun ring, and he was surprised. There were many resources and treasures in the Qian Kun ring. He reckoned that it would cost up to 1,000 doctrine gems in total. To a real god, it was definitely not a small sum. She was merely hitching a ride, but the blue-haired lady took out such great sum that it shocked Jian Wushuang. The resources and treasure in the Qian Kun ring is just a deposit. If you were to send us into the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume safely, I would thank you with great prices, the blue-haired lady said again. "Oh, it seems that you have quite a bit of treasure on hand. Aren't you worried that I would have evil thoughts at the sight of the riches and kill you straightway? Then the Qian Kun ring and every treasure on you would be mine." Jian Wushuang smiled. You might not know. All my treasures are in the Qian Kuan ring. As for the remaining price, I could only realize them when we reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume safely. If you kill me now, you will not get the greater price at the end, the blue-haired lady said. You're right. If so, come on board, Jian Wushuang waved. Thank you. The blue-haired lady was happy. She immediately let the dozen figures that were waiting far away rush over. Very soon, these people entered the cabin of the spaceship. Mister, look at these people. They seem to be on the run. We might have trouble if we were to take them, Qiuyu said. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded. He could tell long ago. If they weren't on the run and in a desperate situation, why would the blue-haired lady, who was only a real god, offer and promise such a great deal to hide them to escort? I reckon that they saw that my spaceship's travel speed was extremely fast and knew that we are powerful. Hence, they came to look for us. Jian Wushuang smiled. We have no need to do anything. Let them hitch a ride and we can earn some doctrine gems. Jian Yi and King of Venomous Worms smiled. Chapter 1930. 6. The Luo Royal Family. To Jian Wushuang and the others, they really would pass by Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Hence, letting them hitch a ride was as easy as lifting their hands. As for the so-called trouble, it could bring them some fun and joy on their way. So why not? Everyone, although I agreed to let you hitch a ride, you have to clarify the trouble that you are in to us. Jian Wushuang smiled. The blue-haired lady and the surrounding few people exchanged a look and nodded faintly. Well, the blue-haired lady immediately started telling them the ins and outs. Jian Wushuang was listening too. Very quickly he understood the entire story. At the same time, he also found out the identity of the people in front of him. The dozen people had great backgrounds. They were the royal disciples from Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo, a holy kingdom from the surrounding. Yes, royal family. Their tribe master was also the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. Originally, they were supremes in Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. They were a definite symbol of power. However, not too long ago, Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo had gone through a drastic change. There was a major force, Soul Snatching Palace, that had attacked the royal family. Soul Snatching Palace was originally not as powerful as the royal family. No one knew where they had gotten the assistance. There were more than 1,000 royal disciples that had escaped, who were all outstanding geniuses. However, as Soul Snatching Palace continued to chase after them, the number of royal disciples dwindled to a dozen after a few fights. Among the dozen people, the strongest was the blue-haired lady, Luo Feng, but she was only a void real god. As for the others, they were only universe gods. They intended to flee to Holy Kingdom of South Plume then. Holy Kingdom of South Plume and Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo allied through marriages over generations. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume was also the monarch of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo's best friends. He naturally would take them with him. Of course, only on the prerequisite that they could reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume alive. Soul Snatching Palace is determined to exterminate we Luo family. Although it isn't too far away, we might be attacked by them. You have to be prepared, Luo Feng said. Soul Snatching Palace? Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded, but he obviously didn't care much. Luo Feng and a purple-haired youth by her side saw the sight and their eyes fixed on him. Soul Snatching Palace is impressive. You'd better not be careless. The purple-haired youth couldn't help but add, Is it? Jian Wushuang didn't say much, but he looked at the purple-haired youth in shock. He could tell that the purple-haired youth wasn't very old, but his gaze was deep. Plus, Jian Wushuang could see a hidden hatred in the depth of his eyes. The hatred should be derived from the extermination of Luo family. Young man, what's your name? Jian Wushuang looked at the purple-haired youth. Luo Tianhong. The purple-haired youth replied coldly. That's a good name. Don't worry. I'll dismiss Soul Snatching Palace for you. Jian Wushuang smiled. The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, didn't say much after that. For the remaining time, the ancient silver spaceship continued forward. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang and King of Venomous Worms were playing chess while Jian Yi and Qiu Yu watched in respect. As for the disciples from Luo royal family, they were gathered there too, but they didn't talk to Jian Wushuang and the others much. Brother Tianhong, do you think we can reach Holy Kingdom of South Plume alive? A maiden in green asked timidly. The other disciples from Luo royal family couldn't help but look at the purple-haired youth Luo Tianhong. Although the purple-haired youth wasn't the oldest among the disciples, his power and talent were the strongest. Plus, he had been through the most. Hence, he was the most mature one. The disciples from Luo royal family had always viewed Luo Tianhong as their leader. Don't worry, we will definitely survive. Luo Tianhong comforted the disciples at his side, and he smiled. I believe in Brother Tianhong. The timid maiden nodded faintly. After comforting the disciples, Luo Tianhong came next to the blue-haired lady, Luo Feng. Tianhong, what do you think of these few people? Luo Feng pointed at Jian Wushuang and the others who were around the chess set. Although I can't see through them, I can feel that they should be quite powerful, Luo Tianhong replied. How is it so? Luo Feng asked. Firstly, the spaceship is unusual. They could drive such a spaceship and it shows their power. Plus, they know that Soul Snatching Palace is powerful and could wipe out Luo royal family directly, but they didn't seem to care much about Soul Snatching Palace in their speech. I believe the experts who could drive such a spaceship definitely wouldn't be idiots that were blind. Hence, they definitely have reliance, Luo Tianhong analyzed. I thought so too, Luo Feng smiled. Actually, regardless of if these people are capable, we are in a desperate situation. We could only bet on this and pray that we bet on the right one. Luo Tianhong nodded heavily. They were really cornered in a desperate situation. There were originally 1,000 disciples, but they were chased after by Soul Snatching Palace. There were only a dozen of them left out of the 1,000 royal disciples. Luo Feng was the only real god expert that was escorting them thought their journey. With the remaining fighting power, they would definitely die if they were to come across Soul Snatching Palace. Hence, they had no other ways. Helplessly, when they saw that Jian Wushuang and the others were on the spaceship, they decided to try their luck. As for the result, it was up to their destiny. On the other side, Jian Wushuang was playing chess with King of Venomous Worms. However, they were also chatting casually while playing chess. Of course, they had already sealed off the surrounding space-time. Hence, the Luo royal disciples wouldn't hear whatever they said. Jian Wushuang, I probed earlier. Among these people, there were some who had a special mark left on them. If not mistaken, it should be marked by Soul Snatching Palace. King of Venomous Worms smiled. I know. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. The master of the mark shouldn't be powerful, but should only be a real god. Jian Wushuang naturally could see the mark easily. Do you need me to remove the mark? King of Venomous Worms asked. There's no need to. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. There's finally some fun. How could we just let it slip? Plus, the mark is unusual. I'd like to verify who left the mark. Let's go with the flow. Chapter 1937 Recommendation. In the blink of an eye, a year flew past. In the past 1 year, Jian Wushuang and the troop hadn't come across any hindrance, and the people from Soul Snatching Palace hadn't barged in either. In the dark void, the ancient silver spaceship continued to travel forward. On the deck of the silver spaceship, a purple-haired youth wielded a saber. Quang! 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 There were saber lights that swung out from his hand continuously. The saber lights were extremely brilliant, and they brought along boundless hatred. Every single stroke contained extreme hatred. Die! 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 The purple-haired youth had billowing, murderous intention. The saber skills that he performed were definitely massacre-worthy. It brought about billowing hatred that would stop at nothing. Just as he was performing a saber skill, The entire void was engulfed in utter murderous intention and hatred. His saber skills were ferocious. The realm was shocking. The young man named Luo Tianhong is pretty good. In the cabin, King of Venomous Worms commented casually. He's not bad. Jian Wushang nodded faintly as well. For the past 1 year, although he hadn't spoken much with Luo Tianhong, he had seen the hard work that he had put in for the past 1 year. Different to the other disciples of Luo royal family, Luo Tianhong took painstaking efforts to cultivate and constantly develop his saber skills and improve his power. At any time, he would be thinking about improving his power and taking revenge, using boundless hatred as motivation. Just like when I was young, Jian Wushuang muttered. Plus, what shocked Jian Wushuang was that not only was Luo Tianhong hardworking, he was also extremely talented. Not only was his talent displayed with saber skills, it was also shown in his comprehension level. A universe god in the third heaven, and he should have just passed the third god's test not too long ago, but he is already at the beginner level of massacre doctrine, and his comprehension is ridiculously high. He has already reached the second level of Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The second level of Doctrine Palace. Even among the top 10 in Universe God ranking list, there were very few who achieved that. Luo Tianhong's talent was much stronger than many geniuses that Jian Wushuang had met before. Jian Wushuang, even though his lineal disciple, He Xen, was slightly weaker than him in terms of comprehension. It's a pity that Luo Tianhong isn't good at swords. Otherwise, maybe you could take him in as a disciple. He looked at Jian Wushuang. Disciple? Jian Wushuang shook his head. If it wasn't necessary or he didn't truly favor one, he wouldn't take on a disciple easily. Although Luo Tianhong was talented, and he might even be more talented than He Xiao, Jian Wushuang wouldn't take him as his disciples, even if he was good at swords. Although I wouldn't take him on as my disciple, I could recommend him to a good master. Jian Wushuang flashed a strange smile. Then he took out a communication token. Duan Lingfeng, long time no see. How have you been? Oh, the infamous Sword Emperor? What reminds you of me? Duan Lingfeng replied very soon, and he made fun in his reply. Haha, be asterisk starred. Jian Wushuang smiled. Duan Lingfeng was Jian Wushuang's best friend, a brother that was hard to come by. Back in real god Wu Bai's cave dwelling, Duan Lingfeng and he had gone through trials and tribulations together. Plus, their powers were similar then, and they were known as the top experts. The two of them were best friends, also an opponent that was hard to come by. They had been competing with one another all this while. However, ever since Jian Wushuang had broken through and become a real god, his power had instantly increased tremendously because of the advantage of being an inverse cultivator. Naturally, Duan Lingfeng was left far behind him. Then, Jian Wushuang was already at the top of Eternal Chaotic World, the 17th place on Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, right below the Great Emperors and Underworld God. Such power wasn't one that Duan Lingfeng could compare to favorably. After all, Duan Lingfeng had yet to break through and become an almighty. However, although he didn't become an almighty, Duan Lingdeng had already broken through to chaotic real god level. With his gifted talent and saber skills, he was listed as the first place in real god ranking list, and there was no other arguable match. That itself was impressive. Duan Lingfeng, I found you a great disciple. Would you like to come and see? Jian Wushuang asked. Disciple? Duan Lingfeng shook his head directly. My goal now is to break through soon and become an almighty, to stand side by side with you. I am not in the mood to take in any disciple. Don't refuse so soon. Come here and take a look at him. Maybe he's suitable for you. Jian Wushuang smiled. All right, where are you now? I'll come over now, Duan Lingfeng said. I'll arrive at Holy Kingdom of South Plume soon. Hurry up, Jian Wushuang replied. Don't worry. I'll take a space-time wormhole. I'll arrive in 10 years' time, Duan Lingfeng said. After he talked to Duan Lingfeng, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips and revealed an interesting smile. The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, was extremely talented from Jian Wushuang's point of view. Plus, he was good at saber skills, and his talent with massacre doctrine was unbelievably high. As for Duan Lingfeng, he happened to be good at saber and had comprehended massacre doctrine as well. In addition to Luo Tianhong's hard-working character and his temperament, Jian Wushuang believed that Duan Lingfeng should appreciate him too. If he were to miss the disciple, it might be difficult to find such outstanding disciple in the future. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang suddenly moved, and he immediately revealed a playful mocking smile. They're finally here! Right before the spaceship that Jian Wushuang and his troops were in, there were dozens of figures standing there in silence. The dozens of figures were all in black robes, and their aura were fierce. There were more than 10 real gods. The remaining members of Luo royal family is in front. A red-headed elderly squinted his eyes, and he looked. These rats are good at running. But no matter how they run, it'll be useless. There's a unique mark that I left on their bodies which they don't know about. From today onwards, Luo royal family will finally be wiped out. Next to the red-headed elder, there were a few figures in black, ferocious masks. The few of them with masks had a cold aura, and there were faint massacre auras spreading from their bodies. Hearing what the red-headed elder said, the leader of the masked men said coldly, "Don't be too confident. Ever since the remaining members of Luo royal members fled, we have been after them for tens of years and attacked them multiple times, but we couldn't wipe them out. I hope there won't be anyone who escapes this time. Don't worry. Previously, there were too many of them. The moment the massacre happens, they will flee in all directions. It is inevitable to have a few escape. However, it is different this time. Luo royal family only has a dozen of them left. There is definitely no possibility of escaping," the red-headed elder insisted. "Save the bullshit and attack," the masked man said in a deep voice. Chapter 1938, The Crewer Formation. On the silver spaceship, saber lights continued to sweep across. "Revenge, I want to take revenge." "Power, I am not powerful enough." The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, had billowing hatred in his eyes. Just then, a crowd of figures in black robes swarmed over. Luo Tianhong immediately noticed, and his eyes dilated in shock. Then he immediately went into the cabin. "Soul-snatching palaces, men are here." Luo Tianhong's voice was cold. The disciples of Luo royal family and Luo Feng immediately stood up. Their faces grew extremely solemn, and there was boundless hatred shimmering in their eyes. "Everyone." Luo Feng turned to look at Jian Wushuang and the others with a pleading gaze. "Don't worry, I will protect all of you," Jian Wushuang smiled. "Master, why don't I take action and dismiss them?" "Jian," he said. "It's okay." Jian Wushuang shook his head. "I'd like to verify something." Then Jian Wushuang waved, and a brawny figure in bronze armor appeared before everyone. The brawny figure was naturally a Dao soldier. Jian Wushuang had many Dao soldiers on hand. Although most of them were left in lineage of Star, he kept a few with him just in case he needed them. For instance, he wanted to send the Dao soldier into action then. The ancient silver spaceship had already stopped, and among the dozen men in black outside the spaceship, their eyes grew solemn when they saw the spaceship. "This spaceship seems unusual. One is definitely an expert to be able to drive such a spaceship." The masked man who was the leader pressed down his voice. "Could it be the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume?" "Humph. So what if he is the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume? We can wipe out Luo royal family, so why are we afraid of Holy Kingdom of South Plume?" The red-headed elder smirked in disdain. Then, from the ancient spaceship, there was a brawny figure in bronze armor that suddenly burst out. The Dao soldier in bronze armor didn't speak, but straightaway attacked the experts from Soul Snatching Palace. D*MN. How dare he? The people from Soul-Snatching Palace instantly raged, and the red-headed elder even let out an angry bellow. Destroy it! Hum, 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 hum. A few fierce auras exploded simultaneously. There was a total of 4 figures, including the red-headed elder, that greeted the bronze-armored Dao soldiers at the first instance. The 4 people were all real gods. The red-headed elder, who was the leader, was an eternal real god. When the 4 of them teamed up, as long as their opponent wasn't a chaotic real god, they could match evenly under normal circumstances. It happened to be among holy kingdoms, but not 10 cultivation sanctuary. What were the odds of meeting a chaotic real god? They wouldn't believe that they would run into a chaotic real god by luck. Plus, the brawny figure in bronze armor before them was obviously just a war puppet. Just how strong could a war puppet be? They couldn't be bothered. However, when both parties were in a fight, the bronze-armored Dao soldier didn't know any massacre skills, only simple punches. However, the punches contained power that could compare to Sir God's favorably. The moment the power exploded, the 4 real gods that barged in, including the red-headed elder, immediately stared. There was unprecedented fear from the bottoms of their hearts. They regretted it, but then it was obviously too late, no matter how regretful they felt. The fierce power exploded. With one punch, the 4 real gods didn't even have the space to struggle, but instantly turned into blood fog from the punch. The 4 real gods died instantly. What? Those from Soul-Snatching Palace who stood on the spot and saw the scene were terrified. Even the 5 mysterious masked men. Their faces beneath the masks were covered in terror. However, the bronze-armored Dao soldiers charged to them without hesitation after he had killed the 4 real gods. Humph! The masked man, who was the leader, harumphed, and a chaotic real god, aura, instantly exploded. The masked man took a stride forward and appeared in front of the bronze-armored Dao soldier. Then he punched. The bronze-armored Dao soldier punched as well. Both parties collided. It let out a loud bang. The masked man's body shook vigorously, and there was blood flowing down from underneath the mask. War puppet at almighty level. The masked man was terrified, and he instantly looked at the other 4 make men. Let's fight together. Use that move. The 4 of them nodded. Then the 5 masked men instantly had blood fog churning from their bodies. The blood god concentrated and instantly formed a blood giant. The blood giant was about 3 meters tall, and there was billowing flame. He roared and charged at the bronze-armored Dao soldier. The blood giant and bronze-armored Dao soldiers fought. Both parties' powers clashed, and it was obvious that the bronze-armored Dao soldier had the upper hand. However, the advantageous position wasn't obvious. In the silver spaceship, Jian Wushuang and his troops saw the scene outside. When Jian Wushuang saw the 5 masked men let out blood fog and formed a blood giant, there was a chilly gleam in Jian Wushuang's eyes. As expected, Jian Wushuang's gaze became extremely cold. Previously, Jian Wushuang had felt a strange blood aura from the unique mark that was left on the disciple of Luo royal family. The blood aura didn't belong to anyone. However, the blood aura couldn't certify anything. However, when he saw the blood giant that the 5 masked men performed, Jian Wushuang's speculation was verified. The Kruer formation, it is the Kruer formation exclusively owned by Holocaust sect. These few humph. King of venomous worms humphed coldly, and he had obviously recognized the few people's origins. Holocaust sect. That's right. The 5 masked men were no doubt experts from Holocaust sect. Although they were only 5 chaotic real gods, and they weren't considered the highest positioned, there was no doubt about their identity. The assistance that Soul-Snatching Palace got was men from Holocaust sect. Jian Wushuang was soaring with rage. His willpower moved, and there was a resplendent golden light that soared up in the air. Under Jian Wushuang's manipulation, the golden light burst out. On the battlefield outside the spaceship, the 5 masked men already gave their all to perform the Kruger formation. However, the blood giant that they formed could barely withstand the bronze-armored Dao soldiers' attack. Suddenly, a golden light flew over. These masked men, who were merely real gods, and also the remaining cultivators of Soul Snatching Palace, didn't manage to respond at all. Pissed, 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 pissed. There were deep noises that resounded. In the blink of an eye, the numerous figures in black floating outside were pierced by the golden light. The last remaining person, the masked man who was the leader, was left standing there alive. A huge hand appeared from nowhere and took the masked man into the spaceship. Chapter 1930, 9, Abnormal. In the ancient silver spaceship, it was dead silent. The disciples of the Luo royal family were astonished. Even Luo Feng and Luo Tianhong, who were the 2 leading figures, were shocked. Although they were in the cabin, they could see what happened outside clearly. At first, they knew that the people who could drive such a spaceship were definitely experts. However, they were fighting against Soul Snatching Palace, especially the 5 masked men. Back then, the 5 masked men had attacked and wiped out the Luo royal family. Hence, they were terrified. But in the end, everyone else from Soul Snatching Palace had been killed besides the masked man, who appeared to be the leader. He was captured alive. Even Jian Wushuang and the rest had yet to reveal themselves. Merely a war puppet and a golden light. It took care of everything easily. They, who are they? It stirred up a great commotion in the hearts of the Luo royal family members. However, Jian Wushuang didn't care about them. His eyes were cold as he looked at the masked man in the black robe in front of him. Although the masked man in the black robe was covered by the mask, he could tell from his eyes that he was extremely terrified. The golden light is too scary. Chaotic real gods didn't even stand a chance to struggle before they were instantly killed. The person who performed the golden light is definitely an almighty. The masked man in the black robe shivered in fear. He had never expected that he would come across an almighty when he was after the remaining members of the Luo royal family. Tell me, what's the relationship between Holocaust sect and Soul Snatching Palace? Jian Wushuang asked in a peaceful tone. The masked man in the black robe felt his heart skip a beat. He replied without many expressions, I offended Mr. by accident. Please forgive me. As for the Holocaust sect that Mr. mentioned, I have no idea what you are talking about. No idea? Jian Wushuang sneered. It was the Kruger formation by Holocaust sect. Do you think I don't recognize it? The masked man in the black robe quivered and didn't dare to quibble further. The Kruger formation was exclusively owned by Holocaust sect. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through the formation. Even out of almighties, only those who were more knowledgeable could recognize it. The masked man in the black robe had trusted in luck and thought Jian Wushuang might not know the origins of the formation. But then, however, as his identity was recognized, the masked man in the black robe didn't intend to say much. You don't want to say? It's okay. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and suddenly lifted his head. Look at me. The masked man in the black robe looked at Jian Wushuang subconsciously. Just as his gaze met Jian Wushuang's, Virum, there was a boundless soul power that surged. The soul power instantly immersed itself into the masked man's head and violated his consciousness. Soul control. Jian Wushuang was going to soul control him. With his current soul power, it wasn't difficult to soul control a real god. The masked man in the black robe struggled for a while, but he resumed tranquility very quickly. Master! The masked man in the black robe bowed to Jian Wushuang politely, and there was passion in his eyes. I'll ask you something, Jian Wushuang immediately questioned. The masked man in the black robe was soul-controlled, and he naturally wouldn't keep any secrets from Jian Wushuang. Very soon, Jian Wushuang had got the answers that he wanted. Soul Snatching Palace is really involved with Holocaust sect, Jian Wushuang muttered. According to the masked man in the black robe's information, Soul Snatching Palace had managed to wipe out Luo royal family and conquered the entire holy kingdom of Sky Luo, thanks to full support from Holocaust sect. Then, Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo looked as though they were ruled by Soul Snatching Palace. But in actual fact, Holocaust sect was fully controlled by Holocaust sect. In Soul Snatching Palace's old lair, there were many experts from Holocaust sect. Among them, not only were there real god experts in masks, there were even people of blood demon level from Holocaust sect. Blood demon from Holocaust sect was only a title. It represented experts of Sir God level. In Soul Snatching Palace, there were Sir Gods from Holocaust sect, more than one of them. Of course, the masked man in the black robe that Jian Wushuang had soul-controlled couldn't be considered a higher-up of Holocaust sect. Hence, he didn't know how many experts from Holocaust sect were in Soul Snatching Palace. That's strange. Holocaust sect has been in the dark all this while. Even though they control many forces in the dark, they have been extremely careful in their actions. Even if they need to refine treasures and improve their power to massacre, they would massacre the entire territory with thunderous measures and leave immediately. But now, Holocaust sect has helped Soul Snatching Palace in action and conquered the Holy Kingdom? Although they are still careful and never reveal their identity as Holocaust sect, they obviously came into the light after all. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He found the behavior of Holocaust sect fishy. Regardless, as Holy Kingdom of Celestial Fountain is controlled by Holocaust sect, I can't just ignore it, Jian Wushuang muttered and immediately took out a token. The token belonged to Purple Moon Emperor. Jian Wushuang sent Purple Moon Emperor a message directly. Jian Wushuang, you said that you met people from Holocaust sect and Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo who were already conquered by Holocaust sect. Purple Moon Emperor was shocked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. I find this fishy, Purple Moon Emperor muttered. Hold on for a while. Jian Wushuang waited. Then, Purple Moon Emperor sent another message soon after. Jian Wushuang, I just spoke to Ancestor Tianqin. He also thought that Holocaust sect behaved unusually this time. Sanctuary Alliance has been dealing with Holocaust sect for so many years, and they have never been so high profile. There is definitely a reason behind it, Purple Moon Emperor said. I thought so too, Jian Wushuang said. Ancestor Tianqin said that you are also one of the members from Sanctuary Alliance. As you happen to come across this affair, he wishes for you to clarify this and wipe off all experts from Holocaust sect, Purple Moon Emperor said. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded and agreed straight away. Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace. The two dark forces were Sanctuary Alliance's biggest enemies. Jian Wushuang was also a member from Sanctuary Alliance. He naturally wouldn't refuse. Plus, as for the reason why Jian Wushuang agreed so heartily, besides the fact that he was a member of Sanctuary Alliance, there was also another reason. It was Lung Rushue. Lung Rushue, Lord Lung, was also a member of Holocaust sect. He wanted to know the whereabouts of Lung Rushue. It would be best to start with the experts in Holocaust sect. He happened to run into one, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. If you were to run into any problem or trouble, drop me a message. And be careful. Holocaust isn't an easy opponent. Purple Moon Emperor exhorted, and then cut off their communication. Chapter 1940, Duan Lingfeng's Arrival. Master, what should we do next? Jianni looked. Let's send the disciples of the Luo royal family to Holy Kingdom of South Plume first. Then, let's head back to Holy Kingdom of South Plume and make a trip to Soul Snatching Palace, Jian Wushuang said. How about him? King of Venomous Worms pointed at the masked man in black robe that Jian Wushuang had soul-controlled. Keep him for now. Jian Wushuang's face was cold. Holocaust sect has always been very careful. We will keep him to stay in touch with Holocaust sect. Don't let Holocaust sect get suspicious and flee ahead of time. Let's continue our journey. Jian Wushuang's willpower moved, and the ancient silver spaceship started traveling forward again. The remaining journey was rather smooth. Very soon, everyone arrived at the territory of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Just as they arrived in the territory, a large crowd surrounding a middle-aged man in a purple robe came forward. It's the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. Monarch came personally. Let's go. Hurry up and head out too. The disciples of the Luo royal family immediately walked out of the spaceship to greet. Very soon, they met each other, and the exchange of conventional greetings was inevitable. Bother, Luo's juniors, only a few of you left? The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume looked at the dozen of disciples of the Luo royal family as he sighed emotionally. Then the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume looked at Jian Wushuang and the other few on the spaceship from afar. Just as he saw Jian Wushuang, the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume gawked. Swoosh! The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume moved and appeared in front of the spaceship. Excuse me, are you Sword Emperor, Mr. Jian Wushuang? The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume sounded fearful. You know me? Jian Wushuang glanced at the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume immediately knelt before Jian Wushuang. Greetings, Sword Emperor. Mister, I just met a good friend of mine not too long ago. My good friend came from 10 cultivation sanctuaries, and he had a copy of the mirror image where Sword Emperor performed the shocking stroke in the galaxy. I saw the scene where you killed the experts from Almighty's Alliance. I recognized you from the mirror image and also Mr. Jian next to you. Oh, I see. Jian Wushuang nodded coldly. However, the experts from Holy Kingdom of South Plume that came with the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume and the disciples of the Luo royal family were shocked. They had never expected that the monarch of a holy kingdom would kneel and kowtow before so many of them without caring about his identity. He kowtowed. As a chaotic real god, a monarch of a holy kingdom, he was on eminent position. One who could make him kowtow would be D***men. Just what kind of an existence did we come across on the way here? The blue-haired lady, Luo Feng, was thrilled. As for the other disciples of the Luo royal family, they were astonished too. Previously, when they had seen Jian Wushuang killing people from Soul-Snatching Palace with ease, they had already known that he was extraordinary. However, they had never expected that Jian Wushuang had the power to make a monarch of a holy kingdom kowtow. Get up! Jian Wushuang waved his sleeve, and the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume couldn't help but stand up uncontrollably. Then Jian Wushuang had looked at the Luo royal family members. I already escorted you here safely. Now, I am going to make a trip to Soul-Snatching Palace. Would any of you like to follow me? To Soul-Snatching Palace? The disciples of the Luo royal family were stunned. Forgive me for the intrusion. What are you heading to Soul-Snatching Palace for? The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, asked. You'll know when we get there. Jian Wushuang didn't explain much. The disciples of the Luo royal family exchanged a look. Then Luo Tianhong took a step forward. Mister, I will follow you. Sure. Jiao Wushuang nodded faintly. Brother Tianhong? The other disciples looked worried. Don't worry. I am merely making a trip with this mister. I will return very soon. Luo Tianhong comforted the other disciples. The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume exhorted softly, no matter what this mister tells you to do it without hesitation. Do you understand? Hearing what the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume had said, Luo Tianhong nodded heavily. Looking at the sight, Jian Wushuang smiled. He had no other intention when he brought Luo Tianhong. He merely wanted to recommend him to his best friend. Mister, when do we go? Luo Tianhong asked softly. We're not in a hurry. Just wait for a bit. Jian Wushuang replied coldly. A huge silver spaceship waited in the void. As for the troops from Holy Kingdom of South Plume, they waited in silence too. Jian Wushuang didn't leave, and the monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume didn't dare to leave either. Very soon, a figure appeared at the far end. "He's here." Jian Wushuang revealed a smile, and he moved to greet him in the void. "Haha, Duan Lingfeng, you're finally here?" Jian Wushuang let out a hearty laugh. "After I received your message, I took the space-time wormhole to rush over at the first instant. I already came here with my fastest speed possible. Don't complain that I'm slow." Duan Lingfeng, in a white robe and carrying a saber, looked cold, but there was gentleness in his eyes. Jian Wushuang and he had been through trials and tribulations together. When Jian Wushuang had been in danger, he had stood up for him. Back when he had been cornered by 4 Symbol Mansion, Jian Wushuang had rushed there to resolve his dangerous situation too. They were sworn friends in life and death. Jian Wushuang didn't put on airs when he was talking to his friend. Duan Lingfeng was a cold man normally, but when he was talking to Jian Wushuang, he was much friendlier. "Let go to the spaceship and talk," Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng immediately returned to the silver spaceship. Then, the silver spaceship immediately plunged towards the direction of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. "Farewell, mister." The monarch of Holy Kingdom of South Plume watched as the silver spaceship departed. In the boundless dark void, the silver spaceship plunged at a high speed. In the cabin, Jian Wushuang, Duan Lingfeng, and King of Venomous Worms sat together, while Jian Yi and Qiu stood by them in reverence. As for the purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, he stayed outside the cabin and continued to practice his saber skill. Luo Tianhong didn't know that the purpose of Jian Wushuang's trip was to wipe out Seoul's Snatching Palace. He was filled with boundless hatred, and he wanted to increase his power with all his might so that he could take revenge on behalf of the Luo royal family. The scene was naturally in the sight of Jian Wushuang and the others. "The young man outside is the disciple that you want to recommend to me." Duan Lingfeng looked at Jian Wushuang as he held the wine glass. "Yes, what do you think?" Jian Wushuang smiled. "He is very talented. His saber skill and comprehension of massacre doctrine is similar to mine. But talent and power aren't enough to become my disciple. Even if he is suitable to become my disciple, I must be willing to take him as my disciple," Jian Wushuang said coldly. His thoughts were all about how to break through and become an almighty. He had never thought about taking disciples. Don't be in a hurry. Let's watch and see," Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 1940, One barging into Seoul, Snatching Palace, on the huge land that was floating. The floating land was where the imperial city of Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo was located. But then, Luo royal family was exterminated and the imperial city fell into the hands of Seoul Snatching Palace. The lair of Seoul Snatching Palace was set up there as well in order to take control of the entire Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. Although I have no idea what the goal of Holocaust sect was, regardless, it'll just exterminate them straight away. Jian Wushuang overlooked the huge floating land as his eyes glowed with a chilly gleam. "Duan Lingfeng, you go first," Jian Wushuang said. "No problem." Duan Lingfeng didn't hesitate as he moved towards the huge floating land. Rumble. There was an extremely fierce, real god aura that swept out. The real god aura was almost unbelievable among real gods. "Who is it?" "Stop!" Someone shouted, and there were suddenly a few figures that burst out. Hearing the shouts, Duan Lingfeng didn't stop his footsteps. "Courting death!" Someone shouted again. There were a bunch of figures that burst out from soul snatching soul and let out fierce auras. There were as many as 6 real gods. In the void afar, Jian Wushuang and the few others stood there and watched quietly. "Mister, will we just watch as Mr. Duan barge into Soul Snatching Palace alone?" The purple-haired youth, Luo Tianhong, creased his eyebrows. He already knew what Jian Wushuang's plan was. He was there to exterminate Soul Snatching Palace. However, Soul Snatching Palace was a dangerous spot. Mr. Duan had barged in alone. Wouldn't it be extremely dangerous? Don't worry, just watch. Jian Wushuang looked calm. On the floating land, there was an explosion of war. Duan Lingfeng, who was in a white robe, held his saber in one hand, and he looked as though he had transformed into a demon. With a billowing massacre aura, the boundless massacre doctrine formed a massacre realm that covered the entire universe. In terms of comprehension of massacre doctrine, Dean Lingfeng had obviously reached the standard of the 7th level of Doctrine Palace. It was already the standard of an almighty. His saber skill was even scarier. No matter how great the number of real God and universe God were there from soul-snatching palace, they were just clay chickens and pottery dogs, completely useless. He had massacred and left behind a sea of blood. There was no one who could withstand his saber lights that he performed with ease. With his power alone, he had barged into the lair of soul-snatching palace and massacred rampantly. This, Luo Tianhong was dumbfounded at the sight. He was shocked at the power displayed by Duan Lingfeng. He's so powerful. Mr. Duan is so powerful. They are real gods, but one casual slash of his saber could kill 3 of them. The higher-ups from Soul-Snatching Palace teamed up and formed a formation to block, but he broke them apart with one slash. He is that powerful. It stirred a great commotion in Luo Tianhong's heart. He had always stayed in Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo. He had only wandered in a few other holy kingdoms nearby. Although he had some experience, he wasn't as knowledgeable and experienced. In his eyes, real gods were already high above, especially those who were eternal real gods and chaotic real gods. Especially chaotic real gods. In a normal situation, a chaotic real god could take over a holy kingdom and become a ruler easily. For instance, the strongest person in Luo royal family, monarch of Sky Luo, was only a chaotic real god. He was also the strongest person Luo Tianhong had ever seen. But then, Duan Lingfeng's rampant massacre and the power he displayed had exceeded Luo Tianhong's imagination. Those black-robed, masked men appeared. Luo Tianhong's heart clenched. He saw that there were dozens of black-robed figures with savage masks who had appeared on the battlefield. Those black-robed, masked men were all powerful. The weakest of them was a top eternal real god. Most of them were chaotic real gods. The dozens of them teamed up to hem Duan Lingfeng. Mr. Duan is in danger. Luo Tianhong was worried. But in the end, Virum! A cold saber light swept, and more than half of the dozens of black-robed masked men were wiped out by the merciless blade light. Then, Duan Lingfeng casually swung his saber at the remaining few. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of black-robed masked men were wiped out. This is too scary. Luo Tianhong stared. Jian Wushuang, next to him, wasn't surprised at such an outcome. Luo Tianhong, what do you think of my best friend's power? Jian Wushuang suddenly asked. Mr. Duan is the strongest person I have ever seen in saber skill and comprehension of massacre doctrine, Luo Tianhong said in a serious tone. Of course, he is widely acknowledged as the #1 real god in eternal chaotic world. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, #1 real god in eternal world. Luo Tianhong stunned. Although he had never been to 10 cultivation sanctuaries, he knew just how impressive it was to be a #1 real god in eternal world. Of course, they had said that Duan Lingfeng was the #1 real god in eternal world without taking Jian Wushuang into consideration. Because in eternal chaotic world, there was no one who treated Jian Wushuang as a real god anymore. Luo Tianhong, you are also good at saber skills, and you are also comprehending massacre doctrine. Don't you want to be his disciple? Jian Wushuang casually asked. Be formally apprenticed to Mr. Duan. Luo Tianhong was stunned, and his eyes immediately shimmered. I, of course, want to be formally apprenticed to him. I wonder if Mr. Duan is willing to take me as his disciple. You can give it a try. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang looked as though he was casually speaking, but Luo Tianhong took his advice seriously. He looked at Duan Lingfeng, who was massacring rampantly, and he made up his mind. Just then, there was a fierce divine might that suddenly soared. The divine might was high and above, and it instantly engulfed the universe. On the floating land, the cultivators were shivering in fear under such divine might. Some even knelt down straight away. This is... Luo Tianhong looked terrified. There was a malicious smile that spread across Jian Wushuang's face. The cold-looking elder in a black robe was the one who gave out the divine might. When Jian Wushuang saw the cold-looking elder, his gaze was fixed. Hee, someone familiar. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He wondered if it was a coincidence. He had met the cold-looking elder once. It was many years ago, back when Jian Wushuang was just a stage 2 ultimate real god. It was too difficult for him to accumulate ultimate divine power in his body. Hence, he went to Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning that was controlled by Sir God Luo Shas under the lead of Sir God Mad Dog. When Jian Wushuang was taking in the power of Absolute Beginning in Divine Pond of Absolute Beginning, the experts from Holocaust sect happened to barge in. Then there were 4 Sir Gods who came. The cold-looking elder was one of them. In the end, Jian Wushuang, Sir God Mad Dog, and Sir God Luo Sha had teamed up to fight off the other 4 Sir Gods. They had even killed His Highness Mu Hong. Now he had crossed paths with the cold-looking elder again. Chapter 1942, The Seventh Palace Master. On the battlefield, Duan Lingfeng was already fighting with the cold-looking elder. Although the cold-looking elder was a Sir God, Duan Lingfeng was number 1 on Real God ranking list. He was powerful enough to fight with him. He would definitely not be defeated in a short period of time. Mister, you said that Mr. Duan is the number 1 real God in Eternal World. The person that is fighting with him now seems to be slightly stronger than him. Could he be the legendary Almighty? Luo Tianhong couldn't help but ask. Yes, an Almighty, Jian Wushuang answered. He really is, Luo Tianhong gasped. To cultivators who stayed in their holy kingdoms all year round, an Almighty was definitely like a figure from the legend. Mr. Duan, who is only a real god, can fight with a legendary Almighty like that. He lives up to his reputation as the number 1 real god in Eternal World, Luo Tianhong complimented. Jian Wushuang, let's fight. Otherwise, your best friend might not be able to endure for long, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. King of Venomous Worms immediately moved and returned to Jian Wushuang's body. Qiu Yu, stay on the spaceship with this young man, Jian Wushuang exhorted. Yes, Qiu Yu nodded. Then, Jian Wushuang and Jian Yi flew to the huge floating land. Just as they landed on the land, rumble, a terrifying divine might flowed out of Jian Wushuang's body. The power of the divine might was stronger by tens of folds than the full divine might shown by the cold-looking elder. The divine might was like a prison as it engulfed the entire land. The cultivators on the land, including the men from Soul-Snatching Palace, were terrified. With such terrifying divine might, it finally startled the expert, who was hidden in the deepest place of the land. Then there were fierce auras that burst out from the depth of the land, also known as the old lair of Soul-Snatching Palace. A few figures appeared one after another. They gathered with the cold-looking elder. There was a total of 7 figures floating in the air, just like 7 gods. So many of them. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. He knew that there were experts from Holocaust sect within Soul-Snatching Palace, and there might even be Almighties. However, he had never expected that in Soul-Snatching Palace itself, they hit a total of 7 Almighties. Most importantly, among the 7 Almighties, there were not only Sir Gods. There were only 4 Sir Gods, and the other 3 were Emperor Gods. 3 Emperor Gods and 4 Sir Gods. That was the powerful team formation in front of Jian Wushuang. Among the 3 Emperor Gods, the one leading was a golden-robed man with a crimson, monstrous mask. The golden-robed masked man stood there and pressed down on Jian Wushuang with pressure. Without a doubt, the golden-robed masked man was a true peak emperor god. Interesting. Such a minor force like Soul-Snatching Palace is impressive enough to contain 7 gods. There's even a peak emperor gods, Jian Wushuang smiled. His smile was cold like a blade. The 7 almighties stared at Jian Wushuang. The pair of eerie golden eyes that were revealed by the golden-robed masked men were looking at Jian Wushuang as he let out boundless resentment. You are Jian Wushuang. The golden-robed man sounded cold, and the air froze in an instant. You know me? It seems that I am quite famous in Holocaust sect. Jian Wushuang rubbed his nose. I am the 7th Palace Master of Holocaust sect. The golden-robed masked man stared at Jian Wushuang as murderous intention swept out. Jian Wushuang, I finally found you. Give me my son back. Jian Wushuang was stunned. Your son? Could it be His Highness Mu Hong? Although Jian Wushuang had crossed paths with Holocaust sect multiple times, the only expert from Holocaust sect that died had at his hand was His Highness Mu Hong. Plus, Jian Wushuang had always thought that His Highness Mu Hong had a background. From what it seemed, he should be his father, the golden-robed, masked man before him. With a peak emperor god as his father, no wonder His Highness Mu Hong would be so arrogant, Jian Wushuang sneered. Save your nonsense. I will take revenge on my son's behalf today. Die. The golden-robed masked man bellowed, and his peak emperor god aura instantly locked onto Jian Wushuang as his target. His body immediately increased tremendously in size to 10 zhang tall. His golden robe turned into boundless golden clouds. Rumble. A huge golden mountain appeared in the sky above. The golden mountain continuously magnified and pressed down on everything in the universe. That very moment, it pressed down on Jian Wushuang. Looking at the golden mountain above him, Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. As the golden mountain pressed on him, he could clearly feel a suppressing power. If not mistaken, the golden mountain should be a suppressing treasure that was rare. Plus, the power had reached the level of chaotic divine treasure. Chaotic divine treasure is rare to begin with. A suppressing chaotic divine treasure is even harder to come by, Jian Wushuang muttered. Even he felt danger approaching when he was under the golden mountain. My 7 stars are all broken. My power of ancient tribe bloodline has just recovered by a slight bit, and my power isn't at its peak. I am at a disadvantage when I am fighting with the 7th Palace Master, who is suppressing chaotic divine treasure. Jian Wushuang thought, and immediately looked at Jian Yi next to him. Take care of this person. Kill him. Jian Wushuang commanded. Yes. Jian Yi nodded politely, and there was immediately a crimson cloud churning on his body. There was crimson fog that gathered in the sky and instantly formed a crimson ocean to engulf the entire huge golden mountain. The golden mountain displayed its power that was fierce. However, when it hit the crimson ocean, it as though it had hit a ball of cotton. What? The golden masked man, also the 7th Palace Master, couldn't help but steal a glance at Jian Yi. However, Jian Yi didn't stop, and his figure grew illusionary and charged towards the 7th Palace Master. Humph! The 7th Palace Master humphed coldly. When Jian Yi got closer, he took out a huge seal with a flip of his wrist. On the huge seal, there was a golden dragon that carried a powerful aura. It was an extremely unique, chaotic divine treasure. As the 7th Palace Master patted the seal let out an intense golden glow. The golden dragon on the seal instantly became alive. Roar! A terrifying dragon roar reverberated in the universe. The golden dragon suddenly became tens of thousands of zhang in length. It contained boundless imposing power as it charged at Jian Yi. The golden dragon gave Jian Wushuang a feeling that it could match evenly with an ordinary peak emperor god. This 7th Palace Master has so many treasures on hand? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Chapter 1940, 3 unaware of the aureole behind. From the golden mountain to the golden dragon seal, the 7th palace master took out 2 golden spears. The 2 golden spears carried extraordinary aura as well. They were also chaotic divine treasure. He really had a lot of treasure with him. Treasures are great, but in terms of his power, he is only an emperor god after all. He would at most be similar to Palace Wu Luo from Abysmal Palace. Even with the assistance of the treasure, he definitely wasn't Jian Yi's match. Jian Wushuang sneered when he looked at the other 6 almighties nearby. Jian Yi could take care of the 7th palace master, but these other 6 die. There was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Then, for Hong Yun golden swords soared up at the same time. They instantly became 4 resplendent golden lights. The 4 golden lights were unbelievably fast as they flew at the 6 almighties. Die. Kill him. The 6 almighties were soaring with murderous intention. There was no fear in them. They immediately let their power into full play and fought with Jian Wushuang. Although the 6 of them had teamed up, their powers were vastly different from Jian Wushuang's. Jian Wushuang only drove the 4 Hongjun golden swords to attack rampantly, and he killed 4 Sir Gods at lightning speed. As for the remaining 2 Emperor Gods who had ordinary fighting powers, they didn't last long either before they were killed by Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body floated in the void, and the 4 Hongjun golden sword returned to his sides as he looked down at the 6 dead bodies on the ground. However, he was shocked. One should know that the 6 almighties were obviously not his match. They would totally be suppressed if they fought with him. However, the 6 almighties had no intention to retreat, even though they knew so. There was only madness that wanted to kill him. Almighties, every single one of that went through so much. They should look highly upon their lives. However, the 6 of them seemed to have put their lives aside. What is going on? Jian Wushuang muttered. Not only the 6 almighties, but Jian Wushuang also noticed that the 7th palace master who was fighting with Jian Yi was the same. He had played all his trump cards, and he was still suppressed by Jian Yi. Theoretically, at such a crucial moment, he should run for his life. But in actual fact, he had no intention to flee. Just then, humph! The 7th palace master suddenly humphed coldly, and the aura on his body suddenly increased at a terrifying speed. This is soul ignition. Jian Wushuang's face suddenly changed. He wasn't unfamiliar with soul ignition. Back when he had invited Colored Glaze, Emperor God, and Emperor God Juyin to Deluge Fortress, when they had besieged Fortress Master Hongtian, he had been cornered into a desperate situation, and he performed soul ignition and swore to counterattack. But in the end, Jian Wushuang and his troops had killed him. Once one soul was ignited, his overall power would increase tremendously in a short period of time. However, the price to pay was definite death. Only an expert, who was above peak Emperor God, could pull off that move. If one wasn't at a final desperate situation, no one would do so. Then, although the 7th palace master was cornered by Jian Yi, he would stand no chance to flee with all the treasures and trump cards that he had. But his soul ignited to counterattack without hesitation? He's mad, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Jian Wushuang, I want you dead. The mask on the 7th palace master shattered and revealed an old, ugly face. The face was then distorted and ferocious-looking. Because of soul ignition, the power that he let out had reached a brand new level. In collaboration with the treasures he had, his fighting power was extraordinary. Jian Yi, block him! Jian Wushuang roared. Jian Yi naturally wouldn't hesitate to go forward and fight a fierce battle. Plus, he put his full power on display. Bang! 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 There was continuous explosions that resounded in the universe. The sky was filled with divine power, and the floating land quivered madly. Luckily, there were countless cultivators on the land that fled far away. Otherwise, the battle could destroy everything on land. There was another explosion, and the floating land shattered into pieces entirely. Jian Wushuang! Jian Wushuang! An angry roar reverberated in the universe. The hysterical roar brought about boundless madness and unwillingness. This man, Jian Wushuang, fixed his gaze at the seventh palace master solemnly as his face grew distressed. He felt glad that he had brought Jian Yi with him. The seventh palace master couldn't break through Jian Yi's guard and come before him even if he soul ignited. But if he was alone, his power of 7-star had yet to recover. There were many trump cards that he had yet to perform. If he were to fight against the seventh palace master at such a crucial moment, he might really be in danger. Time flew past. After a while, the seventh palace master's consciousness started fleeing along with his ignited soul. They started to disperse. After a while, the seventh palace master's aura finally vanished into thin air, and he died. Is he dead? Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief. Oh yeah, his treasure! Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed. The seventh palace master had many treasures. He immediately wanted to go forward. Suddenly, just as he approached the seventh palace master's dead body, the surrounding dark void suddenly shattered. Then, a ghostly figure leaped out from the broken void. Then, she waved and took the seventh palace master's dead body along with his Qian Kuan ring and his treasures. Courting death. Jian Wushuang grew distressed, and the 4 Hong Jun golden sword burst out. Jian Yi, who was near to the seventh palace master's dead body, plunged forward as well. The ghostly figure smirked coldly and dodged. Her body moved to somewhere far away. The 4 Hong Jun golden swords and Jian Yi's attack missed. Sword Emperor, don't be angry, there was a soft voice. The person steadied herself, and it was an old lady in black robe. Although she was only a Sir God, she gave Jian Wushuang a strange feeling. Forget about the others. The old lady in the black robe had been hiding in the surrounding dark void for so long, but both Jian Wushuang and Jian Yi didn't notice her at all. She shouldn't be belittled by that factor alone. Who are you? Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he looked at the old lady in the black robe. It doesn't matter who I am. Sword Emperor, you only need to know that I come at my master's command. My master's surname is Lung. Sword Emperor should know her. The old lady in black robe smiled as she spoke. Jian Wushuang's body stiffened at her speech. Surname Lung? Lord Lung. Jian Wushuang's gaze was turned cold. Lord Lung? No, my master is no longer the Lord, but Holocaust Sect Master. Chapter 1940, 4 Holocaust Sect Master. Sect Master. Jian Wushuang's face grew in distress. He heard from Emperor by earlier that Holocaust Sect had gone through a drastic change. Someone united them using thunderous measures. However, he had never expected the one who united Holocaust Sect would be Lung Rushue. Speaking of which, Holocaust Sect has to thank Sword Emperor for helping Holocaust Sect to take care of these betrayers. Otherwise, Holocaust Sect has to use time and effort to deal with them. The old lady in black robe smiled. Jian Wushuang glanced at the few Almighty's dead bodies around him, and he understood then. No wonder the experts from Holocaust Sect had decided to maintain high profile. They didn't even flee when they saw him coming, but opted to fight a life-and-death battle. From what it seemed, these people already betrayed Holocaust Sect, and they were eyed by Lung Rushue. If he wasn't not mistaken, there should have been marks on their bodies long ago. They had never fled. In other words, they were actually dead for sure. They were only waiting for Holocaust Sect to kill them. It was just that Holocaust Sect had yet to take action, but they had met Jian Wushuang. Sword Emperor, for what happened today, I thank you on behalf of my master. Farewell! The old lady in black robe smiled maliciously as her figure suddenly became blurry. Want to leave? Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold, and there was a purple bead in his hand. Under Jian Wushuang's manipulation of his will, vroom! Boundless purple light covered the light. In an instant, it formed a formation that covered a range of few millions miles. One realm pearl became formation at one's will. You can't run away. Jian Wushuang's voice resounded in the air. I knew Sword Emperor has a treasure that turned into formation at your will. As I dare to take away the treasures in front of you, I naturally am well prepared. The old lady in the black robe smiled faintly. She flipped her hand and took out a token. The token broke and instantly shattered the void. There was a space tunnel that appeared from nowhere. What? Jian Wushuang was surprised. The formation that one realm pearl formed covered the entire space-time. But the token that he had taken out could ignore the space-time and form a space tunnel that connected to the outside world in such situation. Humph! Jian Wushuang let out a cold humph, and the divine power in his body flowed. At the same time, there was also minor power of ancient tribe bloodline the king of venomous worms barely recovered. Although his power of ancient tribe bloodline had only recovered by a slight bit, it was barely enough. Moon picking skill. There was soaring divine power. Rumble. The space-time that the old lady in the black robe was in immediately faced unprecedented pressure. The space-time tunnel that appeared in the air started to distort from the pressure. *T. The old lady in the black robe's face grew grave. Just then, from the space-time tunnel that was distorted, Kwang, there was a lily-white hand that extended. The lily-white hand was clean without any flaw. At the same time, there was a cold aura that spread out from the other side of space-time tunnel that Jian Wushuang could never forget in his lifetime. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed when he sensed the aura. Lung Rushue. Jian Wushuang glared at the space-time tunnel. The lily-white hand that extended from the space-time tunnel only moved casually, and the space-time that had been pressured earlier instantly settled down, and the space-time tunnel resumed normal. The old lady in the black robe seized the chance to enter the space-time tunnel and disappeared. The space-time tunnel then started to close gradually. Right before the space-time tunnel disappeared, there was suddenly a voice. Jian Wushuang, I never expected you to have the chance to reach where you are now. It's a pity that you are still far from saving her. Very far. Haha. There was a taint of disdain in her voice, and it reverberated in Jian Wushuang's ears. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and watched the space-time tunnel disappear. His body quivered faintly. He felt extremely solemn from the bottom of his heart. Very far, what she said repeatedly rang in his head. With my power now, is it still not enough? Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth. Ever since he had left Green Fire World until then, it had been tens of thousands of years. He had been trying his best to increase his power and find ways to make himself stronger. No matter what kind of danger he faced, he would fight for a string of hope with his all. He did all that so that he could find Lung Rushua one day and save her wife, Lung Rushuang. After so many years, he had, though his improvement speed was shocking enough. Especially then, when he already stood on the peak of eternal chaotic world. Even the great emperors held scruples with him. However, he realized then that he was still not powerful enough. He was far from enough. Holocaust Sect is a hidden dark force that could match evenly with Sanctuary Alliance. Its overall power might not win over Sanctuary Alliance, but they shouldn't be too far apart. But she could unite Holocaust Sect and become Holocaust Sect Master with thunderous measure. Such power. Jian Wushuang's face grew solemn. Besides, the lily-white hand that extended from the space-time tunnel earlier must have been Lung Rukshu's. However, from the lily-white hand alone, although Jian Wushuang couldn't determine her true power, he was determined that Lung Rushua must have reached the stage on par with Great Emperor. How could she improve so quickly? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. Although a primordial great sinner has advantage in cultivation, she shouldn't have reached the level of Great Emperor in only tens of thousands of years. From what I see, she definitely received an impressive opportunity. King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang nodded in silence. He obviously thought it was the only explanation as well. Jian Wushuang, don't be in a hurry. She received a great opportunity and became a great emperor in a short time. You are not too shabby yourself. Plus, you already received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. You only need some time until you leap to the 7th step. By then, you should be able to fight with her. You are definitely not far from possessing power enough to suppress her, King of Venomous Worms reassured. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily, and he was confident too. Swoosh! Swoosh! There were 2 figures that appeared next to Jian Wushuang. Master! He looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, are you okay? Duan Lingfeng asked. Okay. Jian Wushuang shook his head. The Almighties from Holocaust sect are wiped out. The remaining are just some real gods and some people from Soul-Snatching Palace. Kill them all. Jian Wushuang was boiling with murderous intention. He waved, and 4 bronze-armored Dao soldiers appeared simultaneously. In addition to Duan Lingfeng, Jian Yi and himself, they massacred the experts from Soul-Snatching Palace mercilessly. Chapter 1945, Taking in a Disciple. Without Almighties, the remaining experts from Holocaust sect and Soul-Snatching Palace naturally had no space to struggle when they were fighting against Jian Wushuang and his troop. In a short while, the entire Soul-Snatching Palace was exterminated. Only some extremely weak disciples managed to escape. In the vast void, your name is Luo Tianhong, right? Duan Lingfeng's gaze was cold as he stared at the purple-haired young man in front of him. Yes, Luo Tianhong nodded solemnly as his eyes filled with enthusiasm. I arranged an opponent for you. If you can defeat him, I will take you in as a registered disciple. However, if you can't kill your opponent, you can only blame yourself. I will not help you, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. Registered disciple? Luo Tianhong licked his lips. He had already seen Duan Lingdeng's power. Although he wasn't as scary as Jian Wushuang, he was still a superb existence that made him passionate. To be able to be formally apprenticed to a superb existence, even though he was just a registered disciple, it was worthy for Luo Tianhong to fight for it. He is my opponent. Luo Tianhong looked at the brawny man in front of him. The brawny man's face was like a grave, covered in hopelessness. However, the aura he carried reached the level of a peak void real god. A universe god had to fight with a top void real god and had to kill him. That was quite challenging. However, for a true top genius, it was doable. Forget about the others. At least Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng could do that when they were universe gods. Listen up. Duan Lingfeng looked at the brawny man. I'll give you a string of hope. Fight with your all. As long as you can kill your opponent, you can live. If not, die. The brawny man from Soul-Snatching Palace originally felt hopeless. However, when he heard what Duan Lingfeng had said, his eyes glowed. He stared at Luo Tianhong, and an unprecedented murderous intention and hope of life soared. The power that a person had during his final, crucial moment was the scariest. Let's begin, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. The 2 of them immediately fought in the void. One of them wanted to be formally apprenticed to Duan Lingfeng. The other merely wanted to survive. Both exploded their strongest fighting power. At the border of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lingfeng stood side by side. To have this young man fight with a top void real god, and the match will be called with life and death. Only you could think of such an idea, Jian Wushuang said. He wants to be my disciple. How could it be so simple? Plus, the opponent that I assigned to him is evenly matched after all. It couldn't be considered as unfair, Duan Lingfeng said coldly. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, but didn't say much. After all, it was Duan Lingfeng picking his disciple, not him. In the void, the battle between a universe god and a real god lasted for very long. Both parties have firm beliefs and were extremely mad in the fight. In the end, it became a competition of willpower and endurance. Finally, the outcome of the match was out. The one who survived until the end was Luo Tianhong. He stood in the void as his figure quivered. He was covered in blood, and his face was pale, but his eyes were shimmering with joy. In front of him was the dead body of the brawny man. I won. Luo Tianhong was excited. The blood in his body was boiling too. The battle could be considered as a transformation to this young man. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly as he watched. Not too shabby. Duan Lingfeng nodded faintly. Luo Tianhong defeated his opponent. According to what Duan Lingfeng had said earlier, he had taken him in as his registered disciple. Then, Luo Tianhong left with Duan Lingfeng. As for Jian Wushuang and his troop, they left Holy Kingdom of Sky Luo as well. On their way out, Jian Wushuang sent a message to Purple Moon Emperor and informed him about the ins and outs. Jian Wushuang didn't intend to hide anything, but he kept the relationship between himself and the Holocaust sect master, Lung Rushua, a secret. It seems that the news that Sanctuary Alliance got isn't false, Purple Moon Emperor exclaimed. Not long ago, although Holocaust sect master united Holocaust sect using thunderous measures, there are still many within Holocaust sect that aren't willing to follow their sect master's command. They are considered betrayers. Holocaust sect has been wiping out these traitors all this while. As for the 7th Palace Master, Sanctuary Alliance knew about him. Previously, Holocaust sect held great power and an eminent position. It's a pity that he wasn't on the same side with Holocaust sect master. Hence, after Holocaust sect master attacked, he brought a bunch of experts and fled. At the same time, he seemed to have brought along some treasures that Holocaust sect collected. It's a pity that these treasures didn't fall into your hands, but were taken away by Holocaust sect master. Jian Wushuang clearly understood when he heard that. Jian Wushuang, eternal chaotic world isn't peaceful. Holocaust sect and Acheron Palace are preparing to launch an attack. I reckon it wouldn't be long until they make a big movement again. Before that, you have to focus on cultivation and seize the time to break through and become an almighty. You are an inverse cultivator. As soon as you become an almighty, you will be compared to a great emperor favorably. By then, you can be one of the highest fighting powers of Sanctuary Alliance. This is the most important task for you now, Purple Moon Emperor said. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. He also knew what was most important to him then. To step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, break through and become an almighty should be the most important task on hand. Return to Green Fire World. The spiritual power is the most intense there. I will get the best result if I cultivate there, Jian Wushuang decided. An ancient silver spaceship immediately flew in the direction of Green Fire World. They passed through some space-time wormholes along the way. Jian Wushuang then arrived at Green Fire World in no time. Jian Wushuang had only left Green Fire World for a few thousand years. But in the few thousand years, there had been a drastic change in Green Fire World. Firstly, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth. A few thousand years ago, before Jian Wushuang left, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World already far beyond 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Then, after a few thousand years of evolution, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in Green Fire World and the overall cultivation environment was at least tens of times stronger than 10 cultivation sanctuaries. It was merely a conservative estimation that Jian Wushuang did. Jian Wushuang even thought the cultivation environment in Green Fire World could compare favorably with the First Era. Even though there was a distance, it wasn't big. In such an outstanding cultivation environment, Green Fire World's cultivators naturally improved rather quickly under Jian Wushuang's guidance. Then, the number of universe gods in Green Fire World had more than tens of thousands of people. There was even more than 10 real gods. Chapter 1946, 12,000 years. It has only been a few thousand years. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise. In the small Green Fire World, the number of cultivators was far less than in other worlds. However, The experts in Green Fire World were about the same compared to an ordinary Holy Kingdom. Plus, Green Fire World continued to evolve, and it was improving at a shocking speed. Especially when Jian Wushuang came, he had brought complete guidance from real God to almighty level, in all aspects and a variety of them. He had brought back enormous resources. Jian Wushuang prepared all of that for Green Fire World when he was in Lineage of Star. If the guidance in Green Fire World was only to reach real God level, at most it could give birth to real God. Then, Green Fire World possessed the ability to give birth to an almighty. Not only Sir Gods, but also Emperor Gods. Green Fire World could give birth to them, but they needed time. Besides, after Jian Wushuang returned from Lineage of Star, he improved Wushuang City at the first instant. Then he left behind richer resources and opportunities in Wushuang City. After that, Wushuang City became a true land of opportunity. As long as one was powerful and lucky enough, they would receive great opportunity in Wushuang City. I have prepared whatever I have to prepare. I tried my best to perfect the cultivation environment in Green Fire World. Now, it depends on how hard-working the juniors in Green Fire World are. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He foresaw that in another few thousand years, or tens of thousands of years, Green Fire World would be well developed and there would be countless experts sparring. Previously, Jian Wushuang had thought that Green Fire World would only possess the potential of becoming a new sanctuary in eternal chaotic world. However, from what it seemed, it wasn't just that. After that, Jian Wushuang started cultivating in seclusion in Wushuang City as well. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged. King of venomous worms, for the rest of this time, I have to depend on you. Jian Wushuang smiled. I'll take care of it, King of venomous worms nodded. The environment in Green Fire World is outstanding. It will be easier to recover your power of ancient tribe bloodline. With my ability, I should be able to fully recover your power of ancient tribe bloodline in 5,000 years. 5,000 years? Jian Wushuang was very contented with that. One should know that when his 6 stars broke, King of Venomous Worms had taken almost 7,000 years to fix it. Then he only needed 5,000 years, which was much shorter comparatively. The power of ancient tribe bloodline would be passed to King of Venomous Worms, while Jian Wushuang fully concentrated on studying the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill. The 7th step of inverse cultivation skill was also the level of an almighty. In ancient times, it was called Chaotic Realm. As an inverse cultivator, the current stage was known as Chaotic Supreme. The realm was similar, but the disposition was different. Every single step an inverse cultivator took was different from the others. Every single step taken was entirely different from an ordinary cultivator's. For instance, at real God level, just how scary was an inverse cultivator as ultimate real God? Jian Wushuang had been gifted with divine power and a divine body that were comparable favorably with an emperor god at his 3rd stage ultimate real God level. Hence, he could perform such terrifying fighting power at real God level. The 7th step of an inverse cultivator, Chaotic Supreme, was different from Chaotic Realm of an ordinary cultivator. There was naturally a huge difference. As for where the difference was, Jian Wushuang had never reached that level, so he didn't know. I have reached the extreme limit of ultimate real God. My substantive soul has formed and my comprehension of doctrine has reached the requirements. In other words, I have fulfilled all prerequisites to break through from real God to Almighty. Next, the only thing left is an opportunity. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and started cultivating. He didn't know how long he needed to break through, but he couldn't be in a hurry. He had to wait patiently. For the rest of the time, Jian Wushuang had been cultivating. Time was merciless, and it flew past. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had cultivated for 12,000 years in Wushuang City. 12,000 years wasn't long to many almighties in eternal chaotic world. On the contrary, it was a fairly short time. There were many immortals who cultivated in seclusion for at least 100,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. However, to Jian Wushuang, 12,000 years was the longest period he had cultivated for. Although it had been man years, he didn't intend to exit seclusion. During the 12,000 years, regardless of if it was Lineage of Star or Green Fire World, it was very peaceful. Lineage of Star had gained a steady footing as the #1 force in Sanctuary Alliance, with Jian Wushuang serving as a deterrent force. All forces in Sanctuary Alliance didn't seem to have anyone who dared to challenge Lineage of Star. With such a position, Lineage of Star developed extremely quickly. Their overall power had been stronger, and their foundation became firmer too. As for Green Fire World, just like Jian Wushuang had expected, the speed of growth was terrifying. In merely 12,000 years, Green Fire World's overall power already reached a brand new level. There were more than 100 real gods, and there were countless universe gods. It was a pity that there had yet to be any almighties. Jian Wushuang also knew that with the assistance of an outstanding environment and abundant resources, it wouldn't be difficult for Green Fire World to give birth to universe god and real god, or even chaotic real god could be nurtured much easier. However, for Almighty was different from real god after all. Green Fire World had the ability to nurture an Almighty. However, to give birth to an Almighty in a short period of time, it was still quite impossible. He reckoned that it would at least require continuous nurturing for 20,000 years until Green Fire World give birth to an Almighty. In 100,000 years, Green Fire World should be barely comparable with a sanctuary in Eternal Chaotic World. However, it would be unrealistic if Green Fire World wanted to continue to nurture in peace for another 100,000 years. On the huge ancient battlefield, there was a huge head lying there in silence. The huge head was boundless. Green Fire World was located at the core of the head. It was merely a small dot on the head. At that very moment, there was a malicious-looking young man who appeared on the head. The malicious-looking young man was Emperor God Xie Xan. Emperor God Xie Xan had arrived at the battlefield over 12,000 years ago through the hidden space gap. Then he had been wandering in the battlefield. Until then, it was already over 12,000 years. During the 12,000 years, he clearly knew how great the value of the ancient battlefield he was at was. Forget about the rest. In just 12,000 years, he obtained various kinds of opportunities. With the opportunities, his power had increased tremendously. Chapter 1947, Cultivator. So magical. The ancient battlefield is too magical, Emperor God Xie Xan muttered. After he had wandered in the ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years, he knew the place better. There was no doubt that the ancient battlefield was more precious than the ancient mystery land. Not only because it was an ancient battlefield, it was much broader and vast than ancient mystery land. There were more opportunities as well. Most importantly, there was no one else wandering in the ancient battlefield. For instance, the ancient mystery land had opened countless times in the Second Era, let alone the First Era. Countless times of opening, and large numbers of experts would search for opportunities each time. Hence, many opportunities had been unearthed. Those that had yet to be revealed should be hard to obtain by others as well. However, the ancient battlefield was entirely different. Boundless opportunities contained were completely on display, and there were too many opportunities around. It's a pity that I am weaker in power, and my defense power isn't strong enough. There are many places with great opportunities, but I dare not wander. Otherwise, I could achieve even more. Emperor God Xie Xan clenched his hands. He was very careful, very cautious. Once he noticed that something was not right, he would immediately leave. He'd rather not get the opportunity than taking a bigger risk. Because he was cautious, he had survived for over 12,000 years. Otherwise, the ancient battlefield that contained huge dangers would have killed him many times. Emperor God Xie Xan thought. Just then, huh? Emperor God Xie Xan was surprised. He suddenly noticed the few auras within his soul power's sensory range. These are cultivators. Emperor God Xie Exan was shocked. He thought that there was no one who knew the ancient battlefield, and there was only him alone who had the advantage. But then he noticed other cultivators on the ancient battlefield, although the few cultivators were not powerful. Let's take a look first. Emperor God Xie Exan squinted his eyes as he moved in the direction of the few cultivators. In the void, there were 4 figures flying forward slowly. There was a mixture of men and women. They looked really young, and they were only giving out universe god auras. The one leading them was a brown-haired young man who was universe god in the 3rd heaven. We are reaching Purple Flame Realm soon. Be careful. Remember what Master said, the brown-haired young man urged. The other 3 people nodded faintly, and there was a tinge of excitement in their eyes. The 4 of them were from Green Fire World. They were cultivators that came for training in the ancient battlefield. They were also from the same sect. Green Fire World, then, was different from before. There were many real gods and also universe gods. There were so many cultivators who wandered in the surrounding battlefield looking for opportunity. It was naturally much easier to find opportunities on the battlefield. For instance, on the skull where Green Fire World was located, there was more than half of the territory that Green Fire World had probed and found more mystery land. Purple Flame Realm was one of them. Purple Flame Realm has a total of 3 levels. The danger on the 1st level is enough to kill many universe gods. As for the 2nd levels, it is simply courting death if a universe god enters. Even when our master enters the 2nd level, he has to be cautious and not reckless. As for the 3rd level, the 3rd level of Purple Flame Realm, an entire Green Fire World, only the legendary Wushuang City Master could go in. Anyone else, including our masters or even our master's master, will definitely die once they enter. The brown-haired young man looked at the other 3 universe gods. The 4 of us can only challenge the 1st level in Purple Flame Realm at most, and we have to be extremely careful. As for the 2nd level, don't even think about it. Understand? Yes, Senior Qing Hao. The other 3 nodded simultaneously. The 4 of them were chatting casually, but they didn't know that their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Emperor God Xie, who was hidden in the dark. For universe gods from the same sect? In their conversation earlier, they brought up about Purple Flame Realm and also Green Fire World. Emperor God Xie had creased his eyebrows earlier. He had heard, and he instantly knew that Purple Flame Realm would be a unique place in the surrounding battlefield. The 4 universe gods should be wandering in Purple Flame Realm. However, Green Fire World. Emperor God Xie didn't understand. Regardless, he'll know when I ask. Emperor God Xie smirked coldly and immediately walked forward. The 4 universe gods went in the direction where Purple Flame Realm was, under the brown-haired young man's lead. But suddenly, Emperor God Xie, who was malicious-looking, blocked their way. The 4 universe gods immediately stopped, and 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon Emperor God Xie. This person, the brown-haired young man's eyes dilated in shock. Although Emperor God Xie before him didn't give out much aura, the brown-haired young man still felt extremely pressured. The pressure was much stronger than when he faced his own master. The brown-haired young man took a deep breath and immediately bowed. "Greetings, Senior. I am Junior Qing Hao." The brown-haired young man beckoned and bowed at Emperor God Xie. Immortal Palace was one of the top 9 major forces in Green Fire World. They were very famous. The brown-haired young man, Qing Hao, should be a big figure in Immortal Palace. Theoretically, as long as the other person was experienced in Green Fire World, they should have heard of his name. However, Emperor God Xie blinked and seemed confused. He had been in Eternal Chaotic World for so long, but he had never heard of a sect named Immortal Palace. "I have something I'd like to ask you." Emperor God Xie looked at the 4 of them in front of him. "Yes, Senior. The 4 of us will tell you everything we know." Qing Hao seemed rather calm. I heard your conversation earlier, and you talked about Green Fire World and also Immortal Palace that you brought up yourself. I wonder if you could tell me in detail? Emperor God Siet Exan smiled and asked, Senior, you don't know about Green Fire World or Immortal Palace. Qing Hao stared and has suddenly put his guard up. The other 3 disciples from Immortal Palace looked terrified as well. If the other party didn't know about Immortal Palace, it might be understandable. After all, Immortal Palace was established after the drastic change in Green Fire World. It had only been less than 20,000 years. Those who cultivate in seclusion most of the time during the year, it was normal if they didn't know about them. However, he didn't even know about Green Fire World. Obviously, he wasn't an expert from Green Fire World. Master, I met a mysterious expert on the ancient battlefield. He is from outside Green Fire World. Qing Hao didn't move, but he sent a message to his master in secret. Chapter 1948, Emperor God Siet Exan rejoiced with wild excitement. Qing Hao responded at the first instant. However, when he tried to send a message, what happened? My message can't go through? Qing Hao was shocked. Then, Emperor God Siet Exan had already seen through Qing Hao's actions. He sneered, Young man, don't even think about sending messages. It's useless. I have already sealed off this space-time. With just 4 universe gods, you can't possibly break it. Don't even think about running away either. Then, there was pressing stress soaring from Emperor Xiezin's body. Putong! 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 The 4 disciples from Immortal Palace, including the brown-haired young man, Qing Hao, knelt down straight away. Their heads were buzzing, and they couldn't come back to reality for quite some time. Finally, Qing Hao was the first one who recovered. He clenched his teeth as he glared at Emperor God Siet Exan. He understood that the opponent was far beyond their match. Forget about themselves. Even their masters or masters' masters weren't his match. In other words, it was true when the opponent said that the 4 of them couldn't escape. The 4 of you answer my questions. I may let you go. Emperor God Siet Exan smiled maliciously. Dream on. Qing Hao humphed coldly. He knew that the opponent was from outside Green Fire World, and he had wicked ideas in his mind. He naturally wasn't willing to cooperate. He, a person of integrity. Emperor God Siet Exan scoffed and pointed casually with his fingertip. There was a light that burst out and instantly pierced the head of the favored one from Immortal Palace. Then his aura vanished into thin air. Brother Qing Hao! The other 3 next to him looked distressed. As your senior has died, it's your turn now. Answer my questions honestly or die like your senior did. Make your own choice. Emperor God Xiezin's voice was cold, with his measure of an emperor god expert. 3 universe gods who were inexperienced naturally couldn't withstand it. They immediately gave him all the answers that he wanted on a silver platter. Green Fire World is a big world. After finding out about Green Fire World, even Emperor God Siet Exan was shocked. The ancient battlefield that he was in had never had any other cultivators but him alone wandering there. But then he had realized that there was a big world in the ancient battlefield, and the big world seemed to be nurtured from the battlefield, a big world that was nurtured from the ancient battlefield. Just how terrifyingly valuable was the world? That's not right. Emperor God Siet Exan shook his head. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth here in the ancient battlefield is so much more intense. The cultivation environment was much more outstanding than the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. On top of that, the ancient battlefield is a land of opportunities. Just how strong were the experts from Green Fire World? Emperor God Siet Exan became alert at the first instant. With such outstanding cultivation environment, the overall power of a cultivator shouldn't be any weaker. Who is the strongest person in Green Fire World? How strong is he? Emperor God Siet Exan asked straightforwardly. One of the disciples from Immortal Palace answered, The strongest person in Green Fire World is naturally the Wushuang City Master. He built Wushuang City himself, and it is no doubt the #1 sanctuary. Countless experts fought to cultivate in Wushuang City. However, rules applied. Although Green Fire World has 9 top forces, none of the 9 top forces dare to go against Wushuang City Master's command. He is widely acknowledged as the strongest one. As for Wushuang City Master's power, no one knew. We only knew that our masters, or even our master's master, said that they aren't Wushuang Master's match. At which level are your master and your master's master at? Emperor God Siet Xan continued to question them. Our master is a void real god. As for our master's master, the master of Immortal Palace, he was an eternal real god. The top eternal real god! The disciple from Immortal Palace answered honestly. Emperor God Siet Xan heard the disciple from Immortal Palace's answer, and he was surprised. The palace master of one of the 9 top forces is only an eternal real god? How could he be so weak? Emperor God Siet Xan was confused, but then he finally understood after a round of questions. I see. It turned out that Green Fire World had only started evolving in the past 10,000 years. The cultivation environment here was terrible. They didn't even have any universe gods. Then, somehow or other, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth became more intense. On top of that, the expert from Green Fire World somehow received some cultivation guidance. Hence, the experts in Green Fire World slowly grew. No wonder. In such an outstanding cultivation environment, the palace master of one of the 9 forces is only an eternal real god. Emperor God Siet Xan smiled, and his smile looked malicious. There was boundless surprise in his eyes, too. Great, that's great. Even heaven is helping me. Previously, I found the ancient battlefield that was totally sealed off from eternal chaotic world. Then, I found another big world that possesses great potential. An Emperor God Siet Xan naturally could tell the value of Green Fire World. Although Green Fire World had yet to develop, it was like a newborn baby. It required time to slowly grow. Once it was fully grown, it was simply unimaginable how great of a level it would reach. Emperor God Siet Xan found out about the situation of Green Fire World and instantly had many wicked ideas pop into his head. Conquer Green Fire World and make Green Fire World into his private backyard. Let's go. Let's head to Green Fire World. Emperor God Siet Xan immediately forced the 3 disciples from Immortal Palace to lead the way to Green Fire World. In the beginning, he was worried about the standard of the experts in Green Fire World. But now he didn't care much. Even Palace Master from the 9 strongest forces was merely eternal real god level. The so-called Supreme Wushuang City Master couldn't be that powerful. From Emperor God Sietzin's point of view, Wushuang City Master would at most be a chaotic real god. He reckoned that he shouldn't be the top among chaotic real gods as well. As for Almighty, Emperor God Siet Xan didn't consider that at all. There weren't many Almighties from eternal chaotic world. It wasn't a level that one could easily achieve. Even if Wushuang City Master had already broken through and become an Almighty, he wouldn't care. One should know that he was an Emperor God. Plus, as he had wandered in the ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years, he was very powerful. Hence, he didn't bother much. Just a Green Fire World, he could overtake it easily alone. Very soon, Emperor God had reached the entrance of Green Fire World and Green Fire Palace under the lead of the disciples from Immortal Palace. Chapter 1949. Outsider in Wushuang City in the secret room. Jian Wushuang sat alone with his eyes closed. He had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 12,000 years. He broke 7 stars previously and they was all recovered. His power had resumed its peak. Not only that, his comprehension of doctrine improved tremendously as well. Both space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine had already reached the extreme limit of the 8th level in Doctrine Palace. In terms of sword principle, he had also had a breakthrough. The current me has improved tremendously in my overall power, but it is a pity that I will never step out to the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, Chaotic Supreme. Since he had received the 7th step of inverse cultivation skill, he had been studying it. He had been figuring out ways to break through. He had already put in painstaking effort, but he felt that he was just slightly away from breakthrough. The slight bit was just like a layer of window paper. With just one poke, it would break. However, the window paper required a great opportunity. Hence, Jian Wushuang tried to keep himself composed. Just then, Jian Wushuang was surprised, and he opened his eyes. His figure moved, and he left the secret room. In the lofty discussion hall in Wushuang City, Virum, Jian Wushuang's body appeared on the highest throne out of nowhere. Father, Brother Wang Yuan, 4th brother, what's the matter? Why are you in a hurry to see me? Jian Wushuang looked at the 3 of them next to him. He said before he had started cultivating in seclusion, unless it was something very urgent, one shouldn't interrupt him when he cultivated. There's something urgent. Jian Nanchen's face grew grave. Let me break this to you. Wang Yuan said directly, 3rd brother, there's an outsider in Green Fire World. Outsider. Jian Wushuang immediately looked distressed. Green Fire World, an entire ancient battlefield, was under the cover of the Great Formation. Without the permission of the higher-ups in Green Fire Palace, no one could barge in as they wished. In such a situation, there were outsiders in Green Fire World. Either he is an expert in a deep sleep in the ancient battlefield, or he is an expert from Eternal Chaotic World who came to the battlefield through the space gap in ancient Mystery Land by luck, just like King Gutong back then. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. How's the power of this outsider? Jian Wushuang asked. Very powerful. Terrifyingly powerful, Wang Yuan said solemnly. Green Fire World grew over the years, and our power is way beyond what it was in the past. There are many cultivators who have already reached the level of a real god. However, the outsider just stood there, and many of our real gods didn't even have the guts to fight back. If I am not mistaken, he should have reached the almighty level that you mentioned. Almighty? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. The outsider seems to have understood the history of Green Fire World. He came and attacked Green Fire Palace with thunderous measures. Green Fire Palace couldn't resist at all. We sent out the few Dao soldiers that you left behind. However, with the few Dao soldiers joining forces, he still defeated them with ease, Wang Yuan said. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. The few Dao soldiers that he left in Green Fire Palace were merely ordinary bronze-armored Dao soldiers. Theoretically, the few Dao soldiers joining forces could easily match a Sir God evenly. In the end, they were defeated with ease. The enemy was at least a top Sir God or Emperor God. Do you have any mirror image of him fighting with the Dao soldiers? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, I ordered someone to record them. Su Ro stood up and took out a token. Su Ro waved, and a huge mirror image immediately appeared in the void. In the mirror image, the outsider fought with the few Dao soldiers. A total of 4 Dao soldiers were fighting all out, but in the end the malicious-looking young man only attacked casually and suppressed the 4 Dao soldiers easily. When Jian Wushuang saw the malicious-looking young man in the image, his eyes dilated in shock. It's him! Jian Wushuang recognized the malicious-looking young man. There were many experts in Eternal Chaotic World. There were many almighties among them. Any almighty who was famous, Jian Wushuang paid attention to them. The malicious-looking young man in the image was an emperor god. Jian Wushuang naturally knew him. Emperor God Xie Xian, he came to Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. Emperor God Xie Xian had been wandering in the ancient Mystery Land. As he appeared there, no doubt, he had definitely come through the space gap in ancient Mystery Land. Luckily, it was only an emperor god who barged in unintentionally, and he isn't that powerful. He is well within my power to deal with. If it was really an ancient experts, it'd be real trouble. Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief. Emperor God Xiazin's power was ordinary, so Jian Wushuang could deal with him. If it were to be an ancient expert who had woken up from the ancient battlefield, that would be true trouble. An ancient expert. Even the weakest one wouldn't be one that Jian Wushuang could easily deal with once he resumed his peak fighting power. Third brother, you know this outsider? Wang Yuan asked. Never met him, but I know his background. So, what happened after? Jian Wushuang asked again. The outsider's intention is obviously to conquer Green Fire World. Hence, after he defeated the feudal soldiers and revealed his power, he didn't massacre the higher-ups in Green Fire World, but he left a message. He said that he would give us 1 month's time to consider. 1 month later, if Green Fire World and the 9 top forces in Green Fire World do not yield to him, he will kill all of us one by one. Besides, he even brought up you, third brother. Wang Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Oh, what did he say? Jian Wushuang looked cold. He knows that third brother, Wushuang City Master, is widely acknowledged as the strongest person, and your word carries great weight. Hence, he said to let you go and see him, Wang Yuan said. For me to see him? Emperor God Xie has guts. Jian Wushuang sneered, but he understood. I reckon Emperor God Xie doesn't know my identity. Jian Wushuang knew just how famous he was in eternal chaotic world. Even great emperor had scruples, let alone just Emperor God Xie. However, Emperor God Xie didn't care about him, but had relayed a message for Wushuang City Master to see him personally. He definitely didn't know Wushuang City Master's true identity. Emperor God Xie probably only knew that the strongest person in Green Fire World was Wushuang City Master, but he didn't know the true name of the Wushuang City Master. If Emperor God Xie knew, forget about his mad behavior. He would have run away from Green Fire World long ago. Where's this outsider now? Jian Wushuang asked. He's in the palace, floating outside Green Fire Palace, Wang Yuan answered. Chapter 1950. Wushuang City Master arrived. Very well. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly while he put on a playful smile. Third brother, what are you going to do? Wang Yuan looked at him. What to do? Hee. As Emperor God Xie wants me to go and see him, I shall grant his wish. Jian Wushuang sneered, but his smile was as cold as a blade. On that very day, Jian Wushuang departed from Wushuang City and came before the palaces floating outside Green Fire Palace. In the palace, right in the middle of the palaces, the malicious-looking Emperor God Xie was sitting on a grand throne casually while the cultivator from Green Fire World stood below in reverence. Most of the cultivators from Green Fire World had reached real god level. Then there were a few real gods who were nodding and bowing with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Previously, when Emperor God Xie had barged into Green Fire Palace, he had suppressed the entire Green Fire Palace alone, and also the 9 top forces in Green Fire World. The news had spread like wildfire. Naturally, it caught the attention of the experts who were suppressed by Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces. They had approached him to seek his backing. Then, there were a bunch of people gathered under the command of Emperor God Xie. Mr. Emperor God, according to the news that I've gotten, the higher-ups of the top 9 forces are gathered at Green Fire Palace. I reckon they are thinking of countermeasures. Besides, there were experts from Green Fire Palace who requested Wushuang City Master to get involved. A purple-haired elder reported politely. Hee, Mr. Emperor God, you don't have to go through the trouble. You can totally wipe out Green Fire Palace directly, as well as the top 9 forces. Then, build another brand new force to unite Green Fire World. Wouldn't that be easier? Yeah, Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces, although they could agree to yield to you because of fear towards I reckon it would only be temporary. They are not trustworthy. The few of them started commenting. No matter if it was within an ordinary sect or force, there would be some traitors, let alone when they were in a big world. The few real gods at the scene were traitors of Green Fire World. They knew that Emperor God Xiexen was an outsider, but they revolted and went to his side without hesitation for their own benefit. Plus, they had been urging Emperor God Xiexen to wipe out Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces, because the few of them most likely had been suppressed by Green Fire Palace and the 9 top forces once. On the highest throne, Emperor God Xiexen tapped the armrest with a malicious smile plastered across his face. I want a complete Green Fire World. Just like how the current structure with Green Fire Palace and 9 top forces are great. There's no need to wipe them out. What I want to do now is to replace Wushuang City Master so that the cultivators in Green Fire World take me as the strongest person. Treat me as a god. That'll be enough. Of course, if they don't act wisely, they can't blame me. The few real gods were unhappy but didn't talk anymore. Then a figure in a black robe walked in and bowed at Emperor God Xiexen. Mr. Emperor God, Wushuang City Master is here. Oh. Emperor God Xiexen raised his eyebrows. Wushuang City Master. The few real gods gasped a breath of cold air. They were born in Green Fire World. They knew the legends about Wushuang City Master. Wushuang City Master was totally a legend in Green Fire World. Any single person couldn't help but reveal reverence and worship when they bring up Wushuang City Master. Although the few real gods had already switched allegiance to Emperor God Xiexen, they were still fearful of the legendary Wushuang City Master from the bottom of their hearts. However, the moment they recalled Emperor God Xiexen's power, the few real gods felt reassured. Humph, at least Wushuang City Master is smart enough. Of course, no matter how high his position is in Green Fire World, he is just a real god after all. How could he be compared to an emperor god favorably? From what I can see, Wushuang City Master is definitely panicking. He must be afraid that Mr. Emperor God will kill him later. What Wushuang City Master? He's nothing before Mr. Emperor God. The few real gods continued to praise him. Emperor God Xiexen sneered. Wushuang City Master, ain't that dumb. Let him wait outside for a bit. Yes, the man in the black robe who came to send the message turned to leave. Outside the palaces, there were a few figures standing side by side. In Green Fire Palace that was not too far away, there were many higher-ups from Green Fire World who were paying attention. The higher-ups from the 9 top forces were standing there as they watched too. Most of them were anxious. Although Jian Wushuang had saved Green Fire World more than once, and there was no doubt about his power, the cultivators in Green Fire World weren't like before. They could tell that Jian Wushuang was only a real god. However, the outsider Emperor God Xiexen was the legendary Almighty. It was said that the top of the pyramid in the outside world. Between real gods and almighties, the difference was ridiculously huge. Hence, although they were absolutely obliged to Jian Wushuang, they were still extremely worried. Mr. Emperor God, tell you to wait here. The man in a black robe who had come to send the message was arrogant. He was unprecedentedly excited, too, because he knew that those standing before him were the expert higher-ups from Green Fire World and also the legendary Wushuang City Master. To block Wushuang City Master outside the door and make him wait, he had never thought about it before. He wants us to wait here? The B** starred. Wang Yuan immediately cursed with anger. No hurry. As he wants to put on airs, I will let him do it. I wonder how is he going to end this later? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly but didn't care much. Qiuyu, who was next to Jian Wushuang, shook her head slightly. She started to pity Emperor God Xiexen, who didn't know how high the sky was. Jian Wushuang didn't wait for long. There was finally movement among the palaces. Emperor God Xiexen flew over with a few real gods surrounding him. Rumble. There was vast divine might spreading out from Emperor God Xiexen as he pressed the earth. He had yet to arrive, but his voice reverberated through the universe. Among you, Who is Wu Shuang City Master? Emperor God Xiaozin's voice was cold with a tinge of a high and mighty aura. He put his hands behind his back as he stood in the void above. He surveyed everyone beneath him. He came before Jian Wushuang, but he didn't bother to look at Jian Wushuang. He heard from the real God under his command that Wushuang City Master was only a real God. Just a real God wasn't worth him taking a look at. Chapter 1951. Misunderstanding Rumble. The divine might of an emperor god pressed the scene so mightily. The experts from Green Fire World at the scene revealed an expression of terror and reverence. Before an emperor god, their strongest cultivator was only a real god. They didn't even have the guts to attack. The purple-haired elder next to Emperor God Xie Exen was like a fox borrowing the awe of a tiger and roared. Mr. Emperor God came personally. Why aren't you on your knees yet? Knees. Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold as he glanced at Emperor God Xiaxin, who was high above. He lifted the corners of his lips into a unique curve. You told me to come and see you personally. When I came, you made me wait for a while. Now you want me to kneel before you? Hee. Emperor God Xiaxin, I really wonder who gave you the courage to do such things? Jian Wushuang's voice had a tinge of disdain as it resounded in the universe. Emperor God Xiaxin, who stood arrogantly above with his hands behind him, was shocked, since he had come to Green Fire World. Although he put his power in display, he had never announced his name. For instance, the real gods who sought his patronage only referred to him as Emperor God, but no one knew his name. However, the person could call him by his name. You are. Emperor God Xiaxin looked down slightly. Only then he finally looked at Jian Wushuang. It was the first time he had looked at Jian Wushuang after he had walked out of the palace. With one glance, he saw Jian Wushuang's appearance and felt the unique aura clearly. Emperor God Xiaxin was stunned. Not only his gaze, but his expression stiffened. Even his heart seemed to have stopped beating then. The entire space-time paused. Only Emperor God Xiaxin was looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. After a while, Virum, Emperor God Xiaxin quivered, and he could feel as though his scalp had exploded. You are. Sword Emperor? Emperor God Xiaxin stared at Jian Wushuang. His expression was as though he had seen a ghost. He really thought he had seen a ghost. A sword emperor who was famous for his bad name in eternal chaotic world. He, of course, could recognize him. Emperor God Xiaxin was extremely fearful of Sword Emperor. If he were to come across Jian Wushuang in eternal chaotic world, he definitely would take another route without hesitation and didn't dare to offend him. But then, he saw Sword Emperor in Green Fire World. How is this possible? How could it be? How could Sword Emperor be here? Emperor God Xiaxin was in disbelief. The ancient battlefield where Green Fire World was so secretive. After over 12,000 years of wandering, Emperor God Xiaxin was sure that the ancient battlefield had almost never been wandered before. It was totally sealed off from eternal chaotic world. Hence, Green Fire World on the ancient battlefield was naturally sealed off from the world as well. He had never expected himself to come across any experts from eternal chaotic world there, let alone the infamous Sword Emperor. Before he had taken action against Green Fire World, he had found out about Green Fire World, and he also knew Wushuang City Master. He also knew that Wushuang City Master was only a real god. The truth was, as such, he was only a real god. However, he had never expected Wushuang City Master to be Jian Wushuang. Wushuang City Master? Jian Wushuang? Emperor God Xiaxin felt bitter. Judging by the name itself, Wushuang City Master did carry the name Wushuang. However, there were so many people with the same name. Who would associate Wushuang City Master with Jian Wushuang? Emperor God Xiaxin. Emperor God Xiaxin was still astonished, terrorized, and in disbelief when Jian Wushuang spoke again. you haven't replied to my question. I'd like to know who gave you such courage? Emperor God Xie was stunned, and he had yet to reply. The purple-robed elder, who was like a fox borrowing the awe of a tiger, bellowed, "How dare you speak to Mr. Emperor God like that? Wu Shuang City Master, are you sick of living?" The moment he said that, Jian Wushuang's face grew grave. However, Emperor God Xie was covered in a cold sweat. He stole a glance at the purple-robed elder, and he was still smiling in disdain. Emperor God Xie slapped. The purple-robed elder had yet to respond, but bang. He had already become a cloud of bloody fog. The sight shocked the surrounding people, especially the few real gods who sought the patronage of Emperor God Xie. Before they managed to ask, they saw Emperor God Xie attacked again. Bang, 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 bang. There were a few continuous bangs. The few real gods who sought patronage from Emperor God Xie turned into clouds of bloody fog and died. After that, Emperor God Xie then let out a breath of relief. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang. On his malicious face there was an awkward smile. "Sword Emperor, this is a misunderstanding, a great misunderstanding." A misunderstanding, a great misunderstanding. It reverberated through the universe, and all cultivators in Green Fire World were astonished. A misunderstanding. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. "I don't think so, Emperor God Xie. You wanted me to see you, and I came. You wanted me to wait for you, and I waited. Now, should I listen to the person from earlier and bow to you? No. How dare I? Sword Emperor, this is a misunderstanding." Emperor God Xie shook his head and took out a Qiankuan ring. "Sword Emperor, I crossed the line this time. This Qiankuan ring has all the resources that I have gathered all my life. Take this as an apology to you, Sword Emperor. I hope Sword Emperor doesn't record a demerit. I will leave immediately and never step foot in Green Fire World ever again." "Leave now." Jian Wushuang said coldly, "There's no hurry. As we have met, I happen to have things to ask you, Emperor God Xie. For example, how did you come to this battlefield? Besides you, who else knows about this battlefield?" "This is simple. I can answer you right now." Emperor God Xie smiled faintly and looked as though he was more than happy to answer Jian Wushuang's question. But in the next moment, run! Swoosh! Emperor God Xie turned into a shrill black flowing light as he plunged to the vast battlefield behind. Without hesitation and extremely decisively, he knew the surrounding battlefield clearly and also the value of Green Fire World. As he had found out about the battlefield and Green Fire World, according to Sword Emperor's bad name and his conduct, he absolutely wouldn't let him leave alive. Absolutely not. Hence, he had to run. The experts from Green Fire World were dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 1952, Killing. The cultivators from Green Fire World previously thought that Wushuang City Master was only a real god, and he couldn't match Emperor God Xie evenly. However, then, Jian Wushuang had yet to attack, and he only stood there, but Emperor God Xie had already started running for his life without hesitation. That is Wushuang City Master, the legend of our Green Fire World. Many experts from Green Fire World clenched their fists as their eyes shimmered with adoration. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang's face changed the moment he saw Emperor God Xie started running away. At first, he had wanted to ask a few questions before he killed Emperor God Xie. He had never expected Emperor God Xie to be so determined to run away. "Humph! Can you escape?" Jian Wushuang's cold voice reverberated in the universe. The moment his voice resounded, a vast purple light soared up and instantly covered a range of few million miles. One realm pearl turned into a formation at one's will. **T. Emperor God Xie looked at the formation around him, and his face grew grave. Not only that, he also realized that the moment the formation took shape, the surrounding space-time would be sealed off. He couldn't even send a message to the outside world, even if he wanted to. Sword Emperor, I have no intention to offend you. I can swear that I will never tell anyone else about this battlefield and green fire world. Let me go. Emperor God Siet Exayan roared. He regretted it. He regretted coming to green fire world. He had never expected to meet Sword Emperor there. Humph. So what if you swear? Secrets will only be safe with a dead person. Jian Wushuang was soaring with murderous intention. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 4 resplendent golden lights suddenly soared up and instantly burst out. That is, looking at the 4 golden lights, Emperor God Xiazin's eyes dilated in shock. He also knew about Jian Wushuang. He knew that the scariest thing about Jian Wushuang was his 4 golden swords. The 4 golden swords possessed the power of a peak emperor god each. With 4, even Palace Master Wu Luo, who was a peak emperor god, would be suppressed. Go away. At such a crucial moment, Emperor God Xia Exayan took out a huge axe. The huge axe was billowing with imposing aura. It was a chaotic divine treasure. Emperor God Xia Exayan wielded the axe in his hand. Dang! 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 There were 4 continuous low thuds, and Emperor God Xia Exayan suddenly retreated. However, the 4 Hongjun golden swords burst out in a different direction from the impact. Jian Wushuang was shocked. From what he knew, Emperor God Xia Exayan was only an ordinary emperor god and probably at the bottom of the tier. He didn't even have any skills that he was good at. Theoretically, such an emperor god should be killed by his Hongjun golden swords with 1 attack. However, he had blocked the 4 Hongjun golden swords and wasn't injured. It seems that I belittled you. Jian Wushuang's face was cold, and Blood Mountain sword was suddenly drawn out from the scabbard. Under the sword intention, he took a stride forward and plunged out. Not good. Emperor God Xia Exayan quaked with terror. The rumors said that Sword Emperor not only had the 4 golden swords, his close-body combat was terrifying too. If both collaborated flawlessly, he could easily kill a peak emperor god. I definitely can't fight him head-on. Emperor God Xia Exayan knew his limitations. He had wandered at the surrounding ancient battlefield for over 12,000 years. Because of the opportunities obtained, his power had increased tremendously. He could barely be considered to be one with fighting power of a peak emperor god. However, with such fighting power, he absolutely didn't stand a chance before the infamous Sword Emperor. Looking at Jian Wushuang approaching him, Emperor God Xia Exayan suddenly flicked his wrist and took out a bronze mirror that gave out mysterious aura. He gripped the bronze mirror tight as he concentrated his divine power. Virum! Virum! 2 boundless auras soared up from the bronze mirror. The 2 auras were as cold as if they were from Acheron. In an instant, the 2 auras substantiated in the void and became 2 black shadows. The 2 shadows were like ordinary human cultivators, but they were greater in size. They were more than 3 meters tall. There wasn't real eyeballs in their eye sockets, only a ball of black flame, just like ghost fire. Hold him back! Emperor God Xia Exayan commanded, and the 2 black shadows suddenly charged at Jian Wushuang. The 2 cold yet fierce auras locked onto Jian Wushuang. What's that? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. He could feel that the 2 black shadows were fierce in fighting power. They had brought about pressure that wouldn't be weaker than an ordinary peak emperor god's. Plus, there were 2 shadows that joined forces which equaled to 2 peak emperor gods. Humph, you think you can stop me with these 2 shadows? Then you can escape? Jian Wushuang humphed coldly. Jian Yi. Swoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in the void, became engulfed in the formation, and instantly turned into flowing light. He moved to Emperor God Xia Exayan at a terrifyingly fast speed. Although Jian Wushuang didn't care about Emperor God Xie Exan in the beginning. There were too many associated matters after all. In order to prevent the uncertainties, he let Jian Yi rush over. Just as he was held back by the two shadows, Jian Yi took action. D***MN. Emperor God Xie Exan grew distressed, but he wasn't hopeless. Then he had already reached the border of the formation that was transformed with one realm pearl. Jian Yi was slightly further away from him. He totally stood a chance to flee. He flicked his wrist again and took out a stone rod. The stone rod was only half a rod left. The stone rod was a unique treasure that he had found during the 12,000 years he had wandered around the surrounding battlefield. It was extremely useful. It was originally complete. However, he had come across danger previously, and he had broken half of it. In a life-and-death situation, I can't think so much. Emperor God Xiezin's gaze was cold. As he gripped his palm tight, bang! The remaining stone rod exploded. After it exploded, there was a billowing power that flooded. The strength of the power had yet to reach the level of a great emperor, but it was already extremely close to one. Plus, the power concentrated in one spot as it exploded. There was a loud bang on the purple formation that was made by one realm pearl. Then, in the place where the power swept out, there was a huge opening. I managed to escape. Emperor God Xie Exan was filled with excitement. However, just as he smiled, he stiffened, because he had realized that Jian Yi was right behind him, and there was a scary palm which seized his throat. How could he be so fast? Emperor God Xie Exan stared, and his face was in terror. This is... Great Emperor? With astonishment, Emperor God Xiezin's head had already shattered into pieces. Chapter 1953 5 Fire, Godly Spirit Mirror. Rumble. The moment Emperor God Xie Exan died, the two black shadows that were holding Jian Wushuang back vanished into thin air, and the universe resumed tranquility. Jian Wushuang moved and appeared next to Emperor God Xie Exan. Looking at Emperor God Xiezin's dead body, Jian Wushuang looked solemn. Master, Jian Yi is useless. Jian Yi stood next to him in reverence. I can't blame you for this. I was too careless as I belittled Emperor God Xie Exan, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. At first, I thought Emperor God Xie Exan was only an emperor god at the bottom of the tier and shouldn't be able to stir up any commotion in my hands. I thought I could ask him about how he got onto this battlefield in detail before I killed him. But I never expected that Emperor God Xie Exan would be so decisive and start running for his life. Plus, his power has increased tremendously since before. From what Jian Wushuang knew, Emperor God Xie Exan was only an ordinary emperor god and he didn't have any special skill. However, Emperor God Xie Exan had put his power and skill on display and shocked Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, Emperor God Xie Exan should have stayed on the battlefield for a long time, and he has received many opportunities. Hence, his power has improved so tremendously, and he has so many unique treasures. With the aid of the treasures, he nearly escaped. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. If Emperor God Xie Exan were to flee successfully, they would be in big trouble. However, although Jian Yi had killed Emperor God Xie Exan, he had broken an opening on the formation from one realm pearl earlier. Even though Jian Yi had killed him immediately, Emperor God Xie Exan could totally have sent out a message in that short time frame. From the moment I saw Emperor God Xie Exan, I sealed off the surrounding space-time to make sure he couldn't send out any messages. But then, when he broke the formation of one realm pearl, the space-time was sealed off too. I didn't know if he sent anyone any messages. If he did, we will be in big trouble, Jian Wushuang muttered. He was most worried that the ancient battlefield and green fire world were exposed. By then, it would attract not just one or two experts. Experts from all over Eternal Chaotic World would flood in. The reason why he had killed Emperor God Xie Exan was to shut him up. The most troublesome thing was that he didn't know if Emperor Xie Exan had told anyone else about the ancient battlefield when he had been wandering there. If he really did tell the others, and there was someone who knew he had died, the person would most likely expose Danu to the public. By then, Emperor God Xiaxin didn't seem to have a best friend with who could go through thick and thin together. And the ancient battlefield has such great opportunities. He shouldn't have told anyone, but kept it all to himself. Jian Wushuang muttered. Of course, he was only guessing. He couldn't determine what exactly had gone on. Regardless of if there was a second person who knew of the ancient battlefield, I couldn't be bothered so much. It's best that I focus on improving myself. Jian Wushuang clenched his hand, and he then looked at the Qian Kuan ring in Emperor God Xiaxin's hand. Emperor God Xiaxin had been wandering in the surrounding battlefield for so many years. He should have received many opportunities. Forget about the rest. Just the bronze mirror that he took out and the half-stone rod that he had broken were unusual. Jian Wushuang immediately started inspecting. After a while, when Jian Wushuang flipped his hand, there was a bronze mirror that gave out a strange aura appeared in his hand. The bronze mirror! Jian Wushuang could feel how extraordinary the bronze mirror was, and he immediately started refining it. After a while, he found out the name and the function of the bronze mirror. 5-fire godly spirit mirror contains 5 godly spirits and is fed by divine power. It could explode with terrifying fighting power. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with joy. He knew that the 2 black shadows that popped out of the 5-fire godly spirit mirror were 2 godly spirits from the realm. In 5-fire godly spirit mirror, there were 5 godly spirits. The 5 godly spirits were the creator of the 5-fire godly spirit mirror. He removed the consciousness of 5 experts using thunderous measures, then refined the 5 experts' spirits into the mirror. He fed the 5 godly spirits using divine power and woke them up when he was in a fight. As for the strength of the 5 godly spirits, it depended on the level of divine power fed. Remove experts' consciousness and refine their spirit into godly spirit. Such a cruel measure, Jian Wushuang complimented. He could tell that the refinery method of the 5-fire godly spirit mirror was extremely cruel. The treasure could be considered a ruffian treasure. However, like the saying in this world, there was not wicked treasure, only wicked treasure users. The more divine power it's fed and the purer it is, the stronger the fighting power of the godly spirits will be, Jian Wushuang muttered. He could feel that the 5 godly spirits in the 5-fire godly spirit mirror were starving. It was obvious that the 5 godly spirits' power had been drained long ago, as they had stayed in the ancient battlefield for so many years without divine power. It wouldn't be long until Emperor God Xiaxin had obtained the 5-fire godly spirit mirror. Although he had been feeding them with divine power, he was an ordinary emperor god after all. Even after he fed them, he could merely wake 2 godly spirits up to fight. Plus, the fighting power of the 2 godly spirits could only reach the level of an ordinary peak emperor god according to his divine power strength. They weren't exactly strong. However, if the 5-fire godly spirit mirror were to be in Jian Wushuang's hand, that'd be entirely different. Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, although he had yet to step foot on the 7th step of inverse cultivation. His divine power strength was absolutely comparable to an emperor god's. In collaboration with the power of ancient tribe bloodline, he would be far beyond an ordinary emperor god. Plus, his divine power was far beyond an ordinary emperor god's, much vaster. If he were to feed the 5 godly spirits with his all, there's no hurry. I'll try after I return to the secret room, Jian Wushuang muttered. Besides the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, Emperor God Xiaxin had many treasures in his Qian Kun ring. Most of them were chaotic, divine treasure. As for the defense armor itself, there were a total of 3 pieces, just like the one Emperor God Xiaxin was wearing. It was also extremely powerful armor. No wonder when I attacked with 4 Hong Jun golden swords earlier, he could withstand it so easily. It turns out that not only his power has reached the level of a peak emperor god, most importantly, he has a powerful defense armor. It seems that he has wandered in the surrounding ancient battlefield for many years, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. He briefly went through his treasure, and Jian Wushuang was quite satisfied. It was a pity that there was no other useful treasure for Jian Wushuang besides the 5-fire Godly Spirit Mirror. Chapter 1954, Sir. God, Shui Dao, Shuang Air. Third brother, Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, and the others came next to Jian Wushuang. They looked at Emperor God Xie Xin's dead body, and everyone sighed. He is an almighty. Wang Yuan couldn't help but compliment. He's an almighty, and he isn't weak. It's a pity that I killed countless Almagites when I was wandering in eternal chaotic world. Emperor God Xie Xian is nothing, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. He was telling the truth. Back then, during the war in Lineage of Star, he wiped out the entire Almighty's alliance with one stroke. He had literally killed more than 100 Almighties in one breath. Compared to that, Emperor God Xie Xian was nothing. Emperor God Xie Xian had died, and the real gods who sought patronage from him were wiped out too. The forces in Green Fire World naturally cheered with excitement. At the same time, the reverence they held for their Wushuang City Master became stronger too. It turned out that although Wushuang City Master was only a real god, he could kill an almighty easily. After Jian Wushuang had killed Emperor God Xie Xian, he returned to the secret room in Wushuang City. Before him, the ancient bronze mirror floated in the air in silence. The bronze mirror gave out a unique aura. 5 godly spirits. I wonder what kind of fighting power they could display under my divine power. There was anticipation in Jian Wushuang's eyes. He immediately churned his divine power along with the power of ancient tribe bloodline. Then he poured them into the 5-fire Godly Spirit Mirror. These divine powers and the power of ancient tribe bloodlines were absorbed by the 5 godly spirits in the bronze mirror. The 5 godly spirits became stronger after Jian Wushuang fed them with his divine power. Jian Wushuang went back to cultivation and seclusion, but he didn't know that when he killed Emperor God Xie Xian in a void within the surrounding ancient battlefield, but far from Green Fire World. Virum! A crimson flowing light that was originally flying at high speed suddenly stopped. The crimson light dispersed and revealed a young man with crimson hair in a crimson robe. Behind the young man was a crimson saber. His body was soaring with raging aura. His aura revealed that he had already reached the level of Sir God. One should know that, besides Jian Wushuang and his sword servant, Jian Yi, there was no other almighty in Green Fire World. The man with crimson hair in the crimson robe was obviously not someone from Green Fire World. Dead. Brother, he's dead. The man with crimson hair stared as he stood there with anger. He was Sir God Shui Dao, a Sir God expert who recently broke through and became Sir God, and had just came to prominence in Eternal Chaotic World. At the same time, he had another identity, which was Emperor God Xie Xin's Jr. Of course, there was almost no one who knew his identity in Eternal Chaotic World, just like what Jian Wushuang knew. Emperor God Xie Xian didn't have any friends that could go with him through thick and thin. Just like the battlefield with such major opportunities could be known as a big treasure. Even if there were to be someone he was close to, he might not be willing to share. But he was extremely close to his one and only junior. He had only told one person about the location of the ancient battlefield, which was his junior, Sir God Shui Dao. When Emperor God Xie Xian came to wander in the ancient battlefield, Sir God Shui Dao came to the battlefield under the lead of Emperor God Xie Xian. However, they didn't take any action together, but they parted ways to look for their own opportunities. Previously, when Emperor God Xie Xian had found out about Green Fire World, he had immediately sent a message to Sir God Shui Dao for him to rush over. It was a pity that Emperor God Xie Xian had been killed by Jian Wushuang before Sir God Shui Dao had managed to get there. Before Emperor God Xie Exan died, he had broken the space-time seal that Jian Wushuang put up, and he sent a message to Sir God Shuadao. Sword Emperor is in Green Fire World. Green Fire World was Sword Emperor's old lair. Don't come here ever. After the message, Emperor God Xiazin's token didn't respond anymore. It was obvious that he had died. Sword Emperor? Sir God Shui Da's face grew in distress. Although he had just broken through and became a Sir God not too long ago, he had heard of Sword Emperor's bad name too. He was one of the experts on the top of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World, and he was widely recognized as the #1 genius. He was only a real god, but his fighting power was beyond a peak Emperor God. He could be known as terrifying. Sword Emperor is in this ancient battlefield. Green Fire World is his old lair. Sir God Shui Dao looked horrified. At the same time, he was surprised. I know now. I have finally understood why Sword Emperor is so powerful and why he could improve so quickly. It turns out that he has been keeping these opportunities all to himself. He has been keeping this vast, ancient battlefield to himself. He possesses large resources that no one else in Eternal Chaotic World has. A person conquering such a vast, ancient battlefield alone, taking all opportunities and treasures. If it were me, I reckon I wouldn't be much weaker than him. Sir God Shui Dao roared as his gaze turned crimson. The crimson gaze not only showed that he was envious and jealous of Jian Wushuang, he also carried boundless hatred. Emperor God Xiaxian and him were brothers in martial arts, and they were very close, ever closer than blood brothers. Emperor God Xiaxian could be said to be his only relative in the world. Then, Emperor God Xiaxian died. No doubt, he had definitely died in the hands of Sword Emperor. Revenge. Must take revenge. I have to take revenge on behalf of my brother. Sword Emperor, Sir God Shui Da's face became red. He wanted to take revenge for Emperor God Xiaxian. However, he clearly knew about his difference in power with Sword Emperor. It would be impossible if he wanted to take revenge on his own, even when he could receive opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang was also improving. Plus, Jian Wushuang was only a real god then. No matter how he improved himself, it would be impossible if he wanted to catch up with Jian Wushuang. Hence, he could only rely on the others if he wanted to take revenge. Humph, you conquered such a vast, ancient battlefield and enormous resources alone. Aren't you a little too greedy? Sir God Shui Dao looked cold as he thought to himself. Before long, he had made up his mind. That day itself, Sir God Shui Dao returned on the original route where he came from ancient Mystery Land to the surrounding battlefield in Green Fire Land. It was connected via a space gap. One could reach the battlefield through the space gap in ancient Mystery Land. Similarly, the battlefield could reach the ancient Mystery Land through the space gap. Sir God Shui Dao remembered the location of the space gap very clearly. Through the space gap, he returned to Eternal Chaotic World very quickly. Chapter 1955 Spread. In the dark void, Sir God Shui Dao's figure towered. His appearance was vague. There were dozens of people standing before him in reverence. Most of the people were real gods. There were some universe gods as well. They were taken by Sir God Shui Dao before them. At that moment, dozens of people were shivering in fear. They didn't know who the person was before them and why he had caught them, but they knew that the person before them was a true Almighty. I brought you here for you to do something for me. Sir God Shui Dao overlooked the dozens of people before him. He immediately took out a bunch of tokens. The tokens here, all of you take one each. Then head to Vientiane Tower, Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, XXX Century Phoenix Tower, Sky Blade Group. Sir God Shui Dao listed the names of the forces. Some of the forces were major sects and some were intelligence, assassin groups. Just like Vientiane Tower, They were widely acknowledged as the number ones in Eternal Chaotic World. Abysmal Palace and Soaring Heaven King Palace were the number one major force. Sir God Shui Dao then read out a dozen forces' names. After you get to the sects and forces, pass them the tokens. Don't speak a word after that. Sir God Shui Dao's voice was cold. Then he took out a bunch of Qian Kuan rings. In these Qian Kuan rings, there are 1,000 doctrine gems each. They are your rewards. Besides, I have already left a special mark on each of your bodies. ITLL be fine if you are to complete the task as I have instructed. Whoever doesn't send the tokens to the sects or forces within 100 years, I will take action directly and kill you. Understand? Sir God Shui Dao looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Don't worry, sir. We will definitely send these tokens within 100 years. There was a real God that answered. The others nodded their heads simultaneously. They never doubted the ability of the Almighty before them. He could kill them at any time, so they naturally didn't dare to go against him. On top of that, the reward that the Almighty offer could make them go crazy. Go ahead. Sir God Shui Dao said. Then, the people immediately moved to their assigned sects and forces. In the void, there was only Sir God Shui Dao left. He slowly revealed his face, and he looked extremely ferocious. Sword Emperor, humph! You can totally kill my brother alone. But now, all experts from Eternal Chaotic World are going to find out about the ancient battlefield. I'd like to see if you are capable enough to kill all experts from Eternal Chaotic World. In no time, the top forces in Eternal Chaotic World and the major sects were going to receive a token. The token contained information and also a mirror image. In the mirror image, there wasn't any fierce fight nor any cultivators, only a battlefield. An ancient, yet vast battlefield. The mirror image showed a small region of the ancient battlefield. The top experts from Eternal Chaotic World could easily recognize from the small region that it was an ancient battlefield. Plus, it was one that everyone was unfamiliar with. It was even different to the ancient battlefield in ancient Mystery Land. There was no doubt that it was an entirely new ancient battlefield that no one had discovered. As for the information given, it was rather simple. It was the location of the hidden space gap in ancient Mystery Land. After the tokens reached the hands of the forces and sects, the experts were instantly astonished. It instantly stirred up an unprecedentedly great commotion in the entire Eternal Chaotic World. Such commotion was much greater than when ancient Mystery Land had never closed. One should know that was a brand new ancient battlefield. One should know that there were many experts in ancient times, and it was a period of great prosperity. After ancient times, the cultivators in the universe continued to grow weaker in power, and they had never reached brilliance in ancient times. Naturally, the ancient battlefield had become a place which all cultivators continuously explored. Ever since the Second Era, there were two well-known ancient battlefields, the First Lair and Ancient Mystery Land. The two ancient battlefields had contained great opportunity. However, the first one was too dangerous, while the second one was almost out of opportunities after so many years of exploration. Hence, although the two ancient battlefields were still attractive to many experts in Eternal Chaotic World, it wasn't too strong of an attraction. However, a brand new ancient battlefield would be entirely different. A brand new ancient battlefield contained complete opportunities. Enthusiastic. Madness. The Almighties on top of the pyramid in Eternal Chaotic World went crazy. Although Almighties were already high and above, and there weren't many things in the universe that could catch their attention. However, a brand new ancient battlefield that no one had ever found and contained boundless opportunities. It was enough to make the Almighties go crazy. Forget about the ordinary Almighties. Even those great emperors on the top wouldn't be able to stay composed after they found out about the news. On Thunderbolt Island, on Sanctuary Mountain, the two great emperors who had stayed on Thunderbolt Island all this, while as they took care of all affairs in Sanctuary Alliance, Ancestor Tianqin and East Royal Emperor, they met up. The two of their faces looked extremely solemn. Who spread the news exactly? Is it verified? Ancestor Tianchen asked in a deep voice. At the moment, we don't know who spread it. The tokens were sent to various forces and sect by some real gods and universe gods. They only know that it was an almighty that instructed them to do so, but they didn't know who the almighty was. As for the validity of the mirror image and the information contained in the token, it has yet to be verified, East Royal Emperor said. Tokens sent to various forces and sections. It is obviously spread with intention, and he purposely hid his identity. Could it be a trap set up by Holocaust sect or Akron Palace? Ancestor Tianchen creased his eyebrows and made a guess. Shouldn't be. Although the news has yet to be verified, judging from the mirror image, it should really be an ancient battlefield, and it was only partial of the ancient battlefield. The battlefield should be rather huge. With such a huge ancient battlefield unearthed, Holocaust sect and Akron Palace could definitely conquer it in secret if they were to find it. Why would they spread the news to us? East Royal Emperor said. Besides, even if the two dark forces wanted to scheme against us in Sanctuary Alliance, they would only have the guts to scheme against a few of our experts. They wouldn't stand a chance to scheme against the entire Sanctuary Alliance or the entire eternal chaotic world. Chapter 1956, Enthusiastic Madness. Part 1. That's true, but we'd better be extra cautious. Ancestor Tianchen didn't dare to act recklessly, but asked, how did the forces, sects, and also solo experts in Sanctuary Alliance respond to it? How else? They're mad. East Royal Emperor said directly, it is a brand new ancient battlefield. It is different from the one in Ancient Mystery Land. The Ancient Mystery Land was found in the First Era, and the experts in First Era already searched through it once. When it comes to the Second Era, many of our experts are still enthusiastic about it. However, this is a brand new ancient battlefield. Its value is far more precious than Ancient Mystery Land by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Forget about the experts and forces in Sanctuary Alliance. Even I, if it isn't because the two dark forces are at the verge of action and Sanctuary Alliance needs to take charge of the overall situation, I would have been on my way to the brand new ancient battlefield. East Royal Emperor absolutely didn't exaggerate. A brand new ancient battlefield was far more valuable than Ancient Mystery Land by 100 or 1,000 times. If you feel so, I think the other few couldn't sit still either. Ancestor Tianchen sighed. Of course they can't. I already heard that Red Dragon King, Abysmal Sanctuary, Colored Glaze Emperor, Purple Moon Emperor have already departed. I reckon the others will leave soon as well. As for the forces and experts under Sanctuary Alliance, most of them have already received the news and prepared to depart. As for those forces and sects that received the news first, I think a large number of experts have already reached the space gap located in the Ancient Mystery Land. Besides, the people that Sanctuary Alliance arranged among the special tribe sent updates to. The higher-ups and experts among the special tribe seem to have received the news too. They are getting ready too. Even the special tribes are taking action. Ancestor Tianchen was surprised. Eternal Chaotic World was huge. Besides human cultivators, there were many special tribes, including ancient gods. The special tribes lived in different territories, and they had hardly crossed paths with human cultivators. However, it didn't mean that they weren't well informed. Once a major incident took place in Eternal Chaotic World, or when there was huge opportunity, not only human cultivators, but special tribes would be startled. It is the first time we have experienced the birth of a brand new ancient battlefield in the Second Era. It would be impossible for it to not stir any commotion. However, the ancient battlefield didn't appear earlier nor later, but right now. It appeared at the most unstable times in Eternal Chaotic World. I wonder if it's a blessing or disaster, Ancestor Tianchen muttered. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield would signify a major transformation and opportunity to countless cultivators in Eternal Chaotic World. However, Ancestor Tian-chan was very worried. "Oh, yeah. Does Emperor Bai know about this yet?" East Royal Emperor asked. "I already sent a message to report to him. He simply asked a few questions, but didn't comment much," Ancestor Tian-chan said. "Will he be heading over to the brand new ancient battlefield?" East Royal Emperor was curious. "I have no idea, but I think so." Ancestor Tian-chan made a wild guess. The experts from various forces in Eternal Chaotic World went crazy just as East Royal Emperor had expected. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield was too attractive to many almighties. There was no one who could resist such temptation. Naturally, there were countless experts preparing to depart to the ancient battlefield. Abysmal Palace. Sanctuary Master. Palace Master Wu Luo's face was fixed on Abysmal Saint Master, who was engulfed in darkness in front of him. 12,000 years ago, in the war with Lineage of Star, Abysmal Saint Master had been severely injured by a mysterious Emperor 13 with one stroke. He had nearly lost his life. Although he had spent the past 12,000 years in recovery, Abysmal Saint Master had gotten better, but he still looked rather pale. The birth of a new ancient battlefield was a huge land of opportunities. Abysmal Palace can't miss it. Get ready now and depart soon. I'll make a move first, Abysmal Saint Master said in a deep voice. Yes. Palace Master Wu Luo immediately took the order and went to get ready immediately. After Palace Master Wu Luo left, Abysmal Saint Master flipped his hand and took out an elixir. The elixir was of an extremely high standard, and it was from the ancient battlefield. Abysmal Saint Master swallowed the elixir, and his face became rosy after a while. I already took 7 of the elixirs. I only have a total of 9. However, I have recovered less than 70%. Abysmal Saint Master's gaze turned gloomy as hatred filled his heart. The birth of a new ancient battlefield is a chance hard to come by. As long as I receive a huge opportunity, I will have a chance to match evenly with Emperor 13 and Emperor Bai, or even be above them. Emperor 13, Emperor Bai, just you wait. Abysmal Saint Master immediately departed. Soaring Heaven King Palace. In the lofty hall, Soaring Heaven King Palace's 2 founders, Emperor God Tianling and Emperor God Tianshao, sat side by side. As for the bottom, there were a few almighties left from Soaring Heaven King Palace, but there were only 6 of them. Among them, there were 2 whose Soaring Heaven King Palace had paid a great price to pull them in. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield is really a huge opportunity. However, the ancient battlefield has yet to be verified, and no one is certain that that ancient battlefield will not have great danger. Just in case, I will make a trip to the ancient battlefield alone. Emperor Tianling's cold voice resounded. Tianshao, you stay put at Soaring Heaven Land and wait for my update. Wait until the ancient battlefield is verified. Then send the experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace. Yes, brother. Emperor God Tianshao nodded and reminded. The brand new ancient battlefield has great opportunities but carries danger too. You'd better be careful. Don't worry. I know my limits. Emperor God Tianling nodded faintly. Then Emperor God Tianling went to the space gap in ancient mystery land alone. As for the other experts from Soaring Heaven King Palace, no one had moved yet. Real Martial Arts Divine Church. Since the war in Lineage of Star, Real Martial Arts Divine Church had suffered a great loss. Their master had been killed in the war as well. Hence, their overall power had diminished. Then, with all almighties in Real Martial Arts Divine Church added up, there were only 50% left, and there was only 1 Emperor God left. Then, the Emperor God's eyes were showing joy as he looked at the surrounding 4 Sir Gods. We, Real Martial Arts Divine Church, suffered great losses after the war with Lineage of Star. On top of that, Lineage of Star has been cornering us over the years, and we are in a desperate situation. If this continues, we of Real Martial Arts Divine Church will be wiped out by Lineage of Star one day and become history. Chapter 1957, Enthusiastic Madness. Part 2. The four Sir Gods from Real Martial Arts Divine Church couldn't help but clench their hands. They weren't in a favorable situation. One should know that Star Extermination Alliance, who had barged into lineage of Star Force back then, were almost wiped out. The 5 major forces experienced unprecedented damage. However, for the other 4 forces, although many of their almighties had passed away, their leader, their strongest representative, didn't die, with them attending garrison duty. Personally, even though they had lesser almighties, they still had deterrent forces. But only Real Martial Arts Divine Church had their one and only peak Emperor God killed. They had lost their greatest deterrent force. Real Martial Arts Divine Church was just like lineage of Starback then when they had lost the master of Star Palace. Real Martial Arts Divine Church also had many enemies. Previously, they had had scruples because of the master of Real Martial Arts Divine Church, because of Real Martial Arts Divine Chich's overall power. However, it was different now. On top of that, Lineage of Star has been seizing every chance to fight with them. Real Martial Arts Divine Church was really on the brink of collapse. It is the biggest danger we Real Martial Arts Divine Church are experiencing since the establishment of the sect. But God showed sympathy and gave us Real Martial Arts Divine Church another chance to glory again. This time, at the birth of this new ancient battlefield, we have to seize the chance and obtain major opportunities from it. The Emperor God clenched his hands as he bellowed. The 4 Sir Gods next to him nodded heavily. The brand new ancient battlefield was their last chance. Let's go! The 5 remaining almighties from Real Martial Arts Divine Church immediately departed. There was no almighty who stayed back. It was obvious that Real Martial Arts Divine Church was betting for the last time, and they placed all their hope on the brand new ancient battlefield that they had just unearthed. Abysmal Palace, Soaring Heaven King Palace, Real Martial Arts Divine Church had already departed. Not only the 3 major sects, but also Divine King Island, Highest Heaven Emperor Mansion, Emperor Sword Palace, and so on. Countless forces moved at the instant they received the news. A large number of experts were moving towards the brand new ancient battlefield simultaneously. Lineage of Star naturally received the news after such great movement. In the boundless void, the 3 Hall Master in Lineage of Star and all guest elders gathered at the hall. From the expressions on the guest elders' faces, they were thrilled with excitement. Same went to Hall Master Gu Xien and Hall Master Nyan. Hall Master, there's an update. Almost all of the experts from various sects departed, especially those few who harbor resentment against us. They were especially fast. I heard that Real Martial Arts Divine Church sent all their almighties to the ancient battlefield. Hall Master Nyan said and added, Hall Master Yuan, let's depart immediately too. Hall Master Nyan's comment immediately received recognition from all guest elders. Yes, let's depart then. The major opportunities might be gone if we are slow. The birth of a brand new ancient battlefield. The ancient battlefield is definitely filled with treasure. The first one there definitely received the most benefits. We have to hurry up. Guest elders exhorted one after another. Don't be in a hurry. Hall Master Yuan waved. Then, Jian Wushuang wasn't in Lineage of Star. Hence, all affairs in Lineage of Star were naturally decided by Hall Master Yuan. What happened was a little strange. Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. What's so strange about it? Hall Master Gu Xien and Hall Master Nyan couldn't help but turn to look at Hall Master Yuan. From the information I have gotten, someone intentionally spread it. The way this person spread the news was by arranging real gods and universe gods to deliver a token that contained a mirror image of the ancient battlefield and also the location to each and every forces and sects. Only the major ones. These forces and these sects received the news at the first instant. But don't forget, Lineage of Star is widely acknowledged as the #1 major force in Sanctuary Alliance now. Theoretically, Lineage of Star should be the first to receive news. However, it has already stirred a commotion outside, but there is still no one who delivers us any token. Isn't it strange? Hall Master Yuan said solemnly. They heard what Hall Master Yuan had said, and they were surprised. After listening to Hall Master Yuan's comment, they thought there was really something fishy. Maybe they forgot to send Lineage of Star a message. Or maybe they sent someone, but the journey was too far, or the person who was sending the message ran into danger on the way and was killed. There are all kinds of possibilities. It doesn't mean that the person intentionally didn't send Lineage of Star any message, a guest elder said. It is possible. However, just in case, I have to report it to Palace Master, Hall Master Yuan said. The guest elders nodded. Lineage of Star honored Jian Wushuang as their leader. With such a major event, they naturally needed Jian Wushuang to give command personally. Palace Master! Hall Master Yuan immediately sent Jian Wushuang a message. Just as the entire eternal chaotic world was enthusiastic and mad because of the newborn ancient battlefield, Jian Wushuang continued to stay in Wushuang City in Green Fire World. In the secret room, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged while the ancient bronze mirror floated before him in the air. The difference was that the aura that the five-fire godly spirit gave out was much stronger than before. It was obviously the result of Jian Wushuang feeding the five godly spirits with an enormous amount of divine power. Then, the five godly spirits had already reached a satisfying situation. Even if he continued to feed them with divine power, the five godly spirits' power wouldn't increase anymore. Let's try the five godly spirits' power, Jian Wushuang thought. Under his lead, a boundless aura flowed out of the bronze mirror. The aura was extremely eerie, as though it was from Acheron. Very soon, the aura substantiated into a black shadow in the secret room. The black shadow was much bigger than the one Emperor God Xie had performed back then. The rage that he gave out was much more terrifying too. Die! Under Jian Wushuang's command, the black shadow immediately took a leap. His right hand formed a fist and punched the void. There was a purple wall in the void in front of it. The purple wall was a formation that Jian Wushuang had used one pearl realm to form. Its defensive power was extremely strong. But then bang! The black shadow's fist hit the purple wall, and the entire one pearl realm formation started quivering at that instant and trembling in balance. There was no doubt that the one pearl realm formation had definitely collapsed in another similar punch. He is so powerful! Jian Wushuang's eyes were shimmering with joy. In terms of power, the godly spirit launched a punch that had definitely reached the extreme limit of an emperor god. He was much stronger than an ordinary peak emperor god. As for the godly spirit, he was originally an expert soul. Although he had lost his consciousness, he possessed some massacre skills that one had before he died. If they were to really be in a fight, even Jian Wushuang would have to go all out to suppress the godly spirit. Chapter 1958 exposed. One godly spirit was already so powerful, but there were 5 of them in 5-fire godly spirit mirror. Plus, when the 5 godly spirits attacked altogether, they could form 5-fire formation. Then, the fighting power that the 5 godly spirits put to play would be even stronger. In terms of power alone, I am far from a great emperor's match. However, with 5-fire godly spirit mirrors, I can be fearless when I run into an ordinary great emperor, Jian Wushuang smiled. With 5-fire godly spirit mirror to hand, Jian Wushuang had an extra trump card. Plus, the trump card was pretty fierce. Jian Wushuang was still filled with excitement, but suddenly, Palace Master! Hall Master Yuan sent a message. Hall Master Yuan, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Lineage of Star was just like Green Fire World then. They were both flourishing with prosperity. He had never been worried when he passed Lineage of Star to Hall Master Yuan. There's something, a major thing. Hall Master Yuan briefly shared the news about the brand new ancient battlefield. At first, Jian Wushuang could keep his cool. However, the moment he heard about the brand new ancient battlefield, his face changed. At the very end, his face grew grave. He was extremely upset. You are saying the brand new ancient battlefield is connected through a hidden space gap in ancient mystery land? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Yes, Hall Master Yuan nodded. Jian Wushuang quivered in fear. An ancient battlefield reachable through space gap. No doubt they were talking about the ancient battlefield in Greenfire World. Hall Master Yuan, how did you get the news? Do you know who else knows about the news? Jian Wushuang asked closely. The news spread like wildfire. The entire Sanctuary Alliance, all forces, sects in eternal chaotic world, including many solo experts, already know the news. On top of that, a large number of experts have already rushed over to the ancient battlefield. In fact, Lineage of Star received the news relatively late, Hall Master Yuan said. It has spread around. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Palace Master, the guest elders in Lineage of Star intend to explore the brand new ancient battlefield as well. What do you? Hall Master Yuan had yet to finish his sentence. Tell them not to head over to the ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang roared directly. Why? Hall Master Yuan creased his eyebrows. Don't ask why, just follow my instructions. It was inconvenient for Jian Wushuang to say too much. After some thinking, Jian Wushuang said again, Hall Master Yuan, tell the guest elders to get ready. I'll send He Xiu back to Lineage of Star and have him bring them to a place. Where? Hall Master Yuan couldn't help but ask. They'll know when they arrive. On top of that, let He Xiu bring along those Dao soldiers. Just leave a few of them behind to ensure there is nothing wrong with Lineage of Star, Jian Wushuang said. Okay, I understand. Hall Master Yuan nodded, but didn't ask further. After communicating with Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan's gaze quickly redirected to the guest elders. Everyone, Palace Master has commanded all of you to not step foot in the ancient battlefield, Hall Master Yuan announced. What? The guest elders, who were originally enthusiastic and excited, became distressed and immediately burst into an uproar. They questioned Hall Master Yuan as to why this had happened. Hall Master Yuan replied in a deep voice. Palace Master didn't explain the actual reason, but as Palace Master said so, he must have his meaning. Everyone only has to follow his instructions. The guest elders were unhappy, but they didn't argue. However, they were only guest elders of Lineage of Star, and Lineage of Star couldn't really restrict them. Although they didn't say much, it was uncertain if they would follow Jian Wushuang's instructions. Wushuang City, in the secret room. Jian Wushuang sat there, but then his face grew grave. D*****. Jian Wushuang roared, and he couldn't help but clench his right hand into a fist to punch the ground. Although he didn't use his divine power in that punch, merely his strength of divine body caused a huge pit on the ground. The entire secret room almost collapsed. What I worried about the most finally happened. Jian Wushuang muttered. What did he worry about the most? No doubt it was Greenfire World being exposed to the outsiders. One should know that the battlefield that Greenfire World was located on was a great opportunity and treasure. Greenfire World was at the core of the battlefield, and it was nurtured from the battlefield. On top of that, the ancient battlefield had started to transform over recent years. Just how great was Greenfire World's value? When Emperor God Xie Xian found out about Greenfire World, he immediately wanted to conquer it and charge there straight away. It was because Emperor God Xie Xian didn't know the value of Greenfire World and the ancient battlefield entirely yet. If he were to really know, he believed that even a great emperor would absolutely go crazy as well. Over the years, he had been extremely cautious and worked hard to grow Greenfire World with his all. He himself had been trying hard to cultivate and increase his power. That was because he knew that the secret of Greenfire World would be exposed one day. He hoped that he could be standing on the peak of the universe before the secret was exposed. Then he would be able to protect Green Fire World so that all forces wouldn't dare to lay a finger on it. But then, although he was extremely close to that step, he was slightly off after all. At such a crucial moment, the secret of Green Fire World exposed swoosh. Jian Wushuang moved and left the secret room. At the same time, he sent messages to all higher-ups in Green Fire World. Jian Nantian, Wang Yuan, Su Rou, Palace Master Yin, and so on, to call for a discussion. Very soon, all higher-ups in Green Fire World, including the rulers of the 9 top forces, had gathered together. Jian Wushuang sat in front of these people. "Father, how did the probing of the surrounding battlefield by Green Fire World go?" Jian Wushuang asked. "It's not bad," Jian Nantian reported. "As Green Fire World continues to grow, there are more and more experts who wander in the surrounding battlefield. In terms of newly found special places, there are more than a dozen types of them. Among the special places, there are many that still have yet to be explored in depth. You know that Green Fire World is located on a huge skull and right in between the eyebrows of the skull. Over the years, the experts from Green Fire World explored more than half the skull, and they drew a detailed star map. As for the places outside the skull, we have yet to venture in as it is too far away." Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, then he said solemnly, "Send down my command. Tell all experts who are wandering in the ancient battlefield to return to Green Fire World. On top of that, prohibit anyone from wandering in the ancient battlefield." Chapter 1959. All experts descended. The moment Jian Wushuang's command was sent down, the surrounding higher-ups of Green Fire World looked shocked. Green Fire World was prospering, and the surrounding ancient battlefield was a great training ground. At such a crucial moment, Jian Wushuang had suddenly sent down a command to prohibit everyone from entering ancient battlefield. The reason behind it, unless... Jian Nantian's gaze froze as he figured one possibility. "You guessed it right. The experts from Eternal Chaotic World has already descended," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. Everyone looked terrified when they heard that. In the vast ancient battlefield, there were boundless opportunities. Right at the space gap where it connected to ancient mystery land, Virum, there was a sudden flash of light in the hidden space gap. Then there were 3 shadows that leaped out. The 3 of them were Almighties, and they came of the same force. The 3 of them looked around after it appeared. "This is the brand new ancient battlefield. It seems that we should be the earliest to reach here." As the 3 of them were chatting, the space gap behind them had another flash of light again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. There were a few figures that leapt out of the space gap, one after another. They are from Divine King Island. The one leading is number 1 Divine King. The 3 of them immediately recognized the incomer. However, it was merely the beginning. There were continuous figures that constantly leapt out from the space gap. After a short while, there were already dozens of people who had arrived at the ancient battlefield. They were merely the first batch of experts to arrive in the ancient battlefield. After them, there were many people who swarmed in. The experts who came to the ancient battlefield felt the unusual environment on the ancient battlefield at the first instant. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth is so intense. It's too intense. It's more intense than 10 cultivation sanctuaries by a dozen times. How could it be so intense? They're both ancient battlefield, but the spiritual influence of heaven and earth in the ancient battlefield in ancient mystery land and here are so far apart. With such intense spiritual influence of heaven and earth, how amazing would it be to cultivate on the ancient battlefield? The other experts complimented, then. "Let's go. Let's look for an opportunity." The first batch of experts didn't wait any longer, but immediately dispersed to look for opportunities. Then the second batch, the third batch, and many other experts descended. They wandered in the ancient battlefield and started their search. All experts descended. The ancient battlefield, that had been silent for God knows how many years, finally became bustling. There's no doubt that the ancient battlefield was covered with opportunity and treasure. Previously, no one had searched for them. Previously, Green Fire World had been too weak and they didn't even have one universe god. Hence, even though they were in the ancient battlefield for so many years, they were not capable enough to obtain the opportunities in the ancient battlefield. Then, Jian Wushuang had suddenly risen and searched for a while. However, he was alone after all, with his effort alone. Even if he was given tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, he wouldn't be able to search through too much of an area. Similarly, he wouldn't be able to find too many opportunities. But then, all experts had descended. All almighties in eternal chaotic world were going to search and wander in the ancient battlefield altogether. The probability of finding an opportunity would naturally be far bigger. As they searched, the opportunities would be unearthed one by one. As the experts descended on the battlefield, the cave dwelling left behind by an expert in ancient times were found in 1 month. The cave dwelling left by an expert in ancient times, if it were to be an ancient mystery land, they might not even find one in hundreds of thousands of years. However, on the brand new ancient battlefield, it only took 1 month for the first cave dwelling left by an expert in ancient times to come to light. The cave dwelling was filled with opportunities that many Sir Gods and Emperor Gods would be crazy about. In such a situation, there was naturally a fight. During the fight, there were experts who passed away. Besides, whatever that happened in the ancient battlefield naturally spread to Eternal Chaotic World. In Eternal Chaotic World, there were many forces, sects, and solo experts who had received news of the birth of the brand new ancient battlefield earlier. However, just in case, many forces had only sent a few experts to explore and check on the situation. For instance, Soaring Heaven King Palace had only sent Emperor God Tianling alone. But then, after a month's time, there was news about another discovery from the ancient battlefield. It was obvious that the ancient battlefield contained great opportunities. Hence, the experts who had held back previously and those experts who had been contemplating previously, they didn't hesitate anymore and swarmed into the ancient battlefield. Even the old folks who cultivated in seclusion all year round slowly revealed themselves and rushed to the ancient battlefield. After a few years' time, there were more than 100 almighties who rushed to the ancient battlefield. In addition to experts from the special tribes, there were almost 1,000 of them. It could be said that more than half of the almighties in Eternal Chaotic World had arrived at the battlefield. It was a feast, an unprecedented feast. As the almighties searched madly, the time flew past. In the blink of an eye, 90 years had passed. 90 years were nothing to many almighties. If an ancient mystery land, unless one was extremely lucky, otherwise, 90 years of exploration would come to nothing. However, on the brand new battlefield, there were boundless opportunities in a short 90-year span. Forget about the others, in terms of cave swelling left behind by experts in ancient times. There were 4 in the 90 years span. In the 4 cave dwellings, they contained boundless opportunities. However, the threshold to receive the opportunities were extremely high. The almighties in Eternal Chaotic World wandered for 90 years on ancient battlefield and gained more or less. Some who were lucky gained a bountiful harvest that made people green with envy. But even so, the places that the experts searched through were merely a small part of the entire ancient battlefield. In the void above the ancient battlefield, there were 2 Sir Gods flying side by side, and they spread their soul power. But just then, the 2 Sir Gods were surprised. They sensed a huge object in front of them with their soul power. What's that? Judging from the looks of it, it seems to be a big world. The 2 Sir Gods exchanged a look, and they looked astonished. The space gap that connected ancient mystery land wasn't too far away from Green Fire World. Emperor God Xia Xian had only came across Green Fire World after 12,000 years. Then it had only been 90 years since the experts descended. But there were too many experts who were wandering in the battlefield. Hence, The probability of them finding Green Fire World was naturally much greater.